Hansen felt a chill. This was no longer funny. Ningyu's mental endurance was almost as good as Hansen's, but Ningyu had been dramatically affected by the green sword. Hansen didn't know what to do with the changes that were occurring. Ning's body, his genes, and even his personality had undergone a shift. Hansen couldn't believe that Ningyu now dressed entirely in pink, and his personality had suddenly become so very sensitive. He was very cowardly now, and he had lost all of his decisiveness. He didn't look like Ningyu anymore. Hansen even wondered if Ningyu's soul had been taken by a woman. What is up with this xenogeneic space? Why are there so many weird things going on? Hansen frowned, and he subconsciously stepped farther away from the stone. He did not want to end up like Ningyu. The excavation of the stone fields continued. It took another 7 or 8 days for something strange to happen again. Someone managed to dig up a big rock that was leaking blood and had a hand coming out of it. The hand managed to break free and kill a dozen workers. It didn't stop until Night Wind appeared and killed it. Hansen's experiments were still going on, too. For groups had been affected thus far. They had all leveled up once, but only by 1 level. They didn't level up after that, and no one else had leveled down, either. Now that Hansen could confirm the effective radius of the stone, he could mark out a danger zone around the warehouse. But he didn't call the 10 teams back in. They still remained in their places, continuing the test. For now, no one could be sure if the stone might begin acting differently. Either way, the experiment wasn't going to stop. Hansen didn't enter the warehouse to look at the rock, but it seemed like the stone was benefiting everyone who got close to it. But after the one anomaly of what happened to Red Cloud, Hansen wasn't going to risk being careless. Just like usual, Hansen called the 10 teams over. After questioning them, he planned on going back to his room to eat with Bauer. But Falling Leaf informed Hansen that Miss Mirror wanted to see him in her office. Miss Mirror has something important enough to call me in now? From what Hansen could tell, the digging job was being shoved forward as fast as possible. And they kept encountering problems. Miss Mirror had gone to the stone fields on her own. So if she had come back seeking Hansen, he surmised something must have happened. Hansen went to Miss Mirror's office as he was instructed to. He knocked and entered. When he saw Miss Mirror, his greeting died on his lips. You? Miss Mirror had ended up like Red Cloud. She didn't have that scary, mysterious presence anymore. Her life force was weak. She was like a king now, that was certain. She was no longer deified. Yes, I have become king class. Miss Mirror looked calm, but Hansen could still see the profound sadness behind her eyes. It looked like downgrading from being a deified being had been quite the gut punch for Miss Mirror. He respected the strength of her mind, but even a strong person like her would be shaken like this. Hansen went silent. Then he looked at Miss Mirror and asked, "What can I do?" He knew Miss Mirror wouldn't ask him to come and see her for no reason. There were also limits to what she would tell a fake prince like him. Miss Mirror's eyes were steady. Reinforcements are on the way. It will take them 2 weeks to arrive, and we are losing control of what is happening here. It has escaped my grasp, and something even worse might soon occur. Hansen's face looked glum. For a strong woman like Miss Mirror to make such a confession meant that things were really bad. It was almost unimaginable. Things must have been far worse than Hansen himself expected. Why don't we just stop digging for now and leave this place? We can wait for backup to get here, Hansen suggested quietly. Miss Mirror shook her head. It is too late. Before I left the stone field, we dug up another statue. Hansen froze. A second statue like the one in the warehouse? He asked, staring at Miss Mirror. It was different. This time it was a genuine statue. It has 1,000 eyes and hands, and each eye has 4 pupils. When Miss Mirror spoke of it, her breathing quickened. Her emotions were clearly still unstable. Because of that statue, you became king class? Hansen asked. Miss Mirror nodded, and then she shook her head. Within half an hour after digging up the statue, I dropped from being deified. But Night Wind, who was inspecting the statue with me, was fine. The other workers were fine, too. So, I cannot confirm that I fell because of the statue. In that case, we really should move. We should abandon these efforts, stop excavation, and get out of here, Hansen said. Miss Mirror shook her head. I told you it is too late. Look at my eyes. What the hell happened to your eyes? Hansen demanded. When he looked closer into Miss Mirror's eyes, what he saw shocked him. Miss Mirror once had beautiful eyes that looked like phoenixes. Her pupils had been black, but now they were red. And furthermore, the pupils were split in half. The 4 red pupils were a deeply unsettling sight. Are those pupils similar to the statues? Hansen asked. Miss Mirror nodded. Everyone who saw the creature, including me and Night Wind, looked like this. If we stray too far from the statue, we'll act like addicts who need a fix. The further away from the statue we go, the stronger the feeling grows. Our desire to dig in the stone fields becomes irresistible. You have to keep digging to scratch that itch. The only way to satisfy the urge is to plow. It is the only thing that makes us feel better. Hansen's face looked gloomy. Everything about this place was way too scary. Even deifieds were affected without knowing how or why. Hansen couldn't ensure his own safety in that place. What can I do for you? Hansen asked again. The situation was beyond everyone's control. He wasn't sure that he could be of any help. If he could have chosen, he would have left the xenogenic space. The further away he got, the better. Miss Mirror started to answer, but suddenly, the office's doors were banged open. Night Wind rushed in. Hansen looked at Night Wind's eyes. His pupils had turned red, and he too had a case of the double trouble pupils. What happened? Miss Mirror asked, looking at Night Wind. We unearthed stone doors in the stone field. They're huge, as if they lead to some giant, ancient city. Night Wind explained in a strained voice. Night Wind's face was tight and worried, and he had also brought a video back with him. When that video was played, Hansen understood Night Wind's expression. The beginning of the video showed a stone path, which must have been the road that had been dug up. Hansen didn't know how they chose where to start digging, but it clearly wasn't a random decision. They had somehow figured out exactly where to start digging. The Hell had controlled large-scale dig sites. When Miss Mirror and her people arrived, they quickly reduced the scale of the operations. Now excavation was being conducted in 3 locations, and the one in the middle had to have been where they began. As the video went on, it revealed many complicated stone paths that branched off until the stone road opened up to reveal a large room. There, Hansen found himself looking at the statue Miss Mirror had mentioned. It was 10 meters tall. It wasn't very big when compared to some of the statues Hansen had seen before, but it was pitch black, and it had the same texture as the rocks around it. The statue featured a man sitting with his legs crossed. His arms were crossed as well, making an X shape. The eyes of the man were just as Miss Mirror had described. There were 2 pupils in each, and they were red. Behind the statue were many arms and hands. They formed together to create the large shape of a torch. Every hand also featured a red eye with 2 pupils. Looking at the statue was disconcerting. It was like there was an endless tide of weird eyes were staring out of the screen. Hansen was only looking at them through the video, but even so, he got goosebumps. A chill passed over Miss Mirror and Night Wind as well. The video didn't hang around the statue for long. It moved forward, revealing something that was even more surprising. Beyond the statue, the stone path vanished into a cave. It was a rough hole that looked like it had been dug by bare hand or claws. The walls of the stone tunnel were smeared here and there with blood. Claws and talons were carved into the surface of the tunnel. As the video progressed, more and more blood was revealed. The blood slowly took over every surface, turning the black cave red. The sight made Hansen's stomach crawl. That cave couldn't have been dug by hand, right? Hansen couldn't help but ask. Although the Extreme King didn't give much respect to the workers, they only hired people who were at least marquises. Those people were considered strong within their own races. Their weapons might not have been legendary treasures, but they should have been decent. Even if they didn't bring their own tools, the Extreme King would have provided them with xenogenic treasures. They wouldn't have had to use their hands to dig that tunnel. But based on the marks and scratches left behind, The tunnel was obviously the work of claws and hands. It hadn't been dug out with tools. Miss Mirror and Night Wind looked at the video with perplexed stares. They didn't answer Han Sen's question. Han Sen knew it was true even without their confirmation, though. He looked at the video for a bit longer, and he soon saw a dead marquise with the head of a cow. Instead of hands, there was only a twisted mass of gore at the end of the man's arms. Bits of bone protruded through the scraped flesh. Seeing this scene, Han Sen couldn't stop his imagination from replaying what had happened. The cow-headed man had dug frantically with his hands, injuring its fingers on the hard stone. And yet, it didn't stop. Kept on digging and digging with frenzied energy. Eventually, the man's hands had been ground to nubs. He had bled out and died. The video didn't stop there, and the grisly sight replayed itself over and over. Han Sen saw more and more dead bodies scattered throughout the cave. They were all in the same position. They leaned forward, pressing their destroyed hands against the walls. Some had shredded their palms, whereas others were missing entire arms. Despite having died, they still maintained their digging positions. Their faces looked very passionate, as if they were excited about what they were doing. But amidst that passion, there was also the presence of fear. It was a terror that lay deep in their bones. Han Sen couldn't explain all the emotions he saw etched across those dead faces, but his stomach clenched and a cold sweat beaded across his back. The eyes of the dead workers were all open, exposing their dual red pupils. The stone path was no longer really a path. It was like a long grave dug out with blood. So many dukes and marquises had died up and down that stone path. And the further the path went, the worse the sights were. At the end of the video was a stone door. Just as Night Wind said, the double door looked like the entrance to a city. Both sides of the door were crimson, like they'd been made of solidified blood. There were also many semicircular marks across the door, scrapes left behind by fingernails. The door was 10 meters high, and because they had dug right up to the surface of the door, only rock surrounded the doorframe. It was impossible to see what was beyond those doors. But what lay before the door gave Han Sen chills. Many of the workers were stretched out before the door like people trying to escape from the demons of hell. Their dead arms were extended painfully in front of them, trying to reach some non-existent salvation. Their nails were broken and their bones were chipped. The blood on their hands had dyed the door, but none of them had been able to open the door. The workers had lasted so long, but they had all died before this door. Blood pooled around the bodies before the evil door. The door stood solid and unmoving, like the entrance to hell itself. Night Wind's face looked terrible. They are all dead. No one is left alive, and they had all gone insane by the end. They just kept digging and digging. Those rocks are hard, and they are incredibly difficult to dig, even with tools. When they used their fingers to dig, they began bleeding quite quickly. But when the blood touched the stone, it was almost as if the stone softened. They could dig it up, but it still hurt them. They kept digging until they bled out. Night Wind's voice trembled, even though he was a deified that had witnessed many life and death scenarios. What he had seen would give even him nightmares. This place is cursed. Han Sen felt sick. He had the urge to just grab Bauer and flee. Although they had the red bird with them, there was something that was simply wrong about this place. Even Miss Mirror, who was a strong deified, had been affected. There was every chance the red bird might not escape whatever power was doing these horrible things. Run. We must run. We cannot stay in this horrible place any longer, Han Sen decided. He was going to leave this place no matter what. He would leave even if Miss Mirror sought to stop him. Your eyes. Miss Mirror suddenly whispered in dread, looking at Han Sen's eyes. Fear filled her face. What happened to my eyes? Han Sen's heart jumped. He knew this was bad. With no hesitation, Han Sen waved his hand to cast a water mirror so he could look at himself. At that moment, Han Sen felt like fear had sunk deep into his bones. His black eyes had turned red, and furthermore, a fissure was running down the center of each pupil. The circular pupils became gourd-shaped, and they were slowly splitting in half. I've been infected with whatever this is, Han Sen realized grimly, and a stark chill rolled through his body. He had no idea how or when he contracted this creepy condition. Until Miss Mirror pointed it out, he hadn't even realized that the strange power had managed to sneak into his body and infect his eyes. Miss Mirror and Night Wind stared at him in astonishment. Han Sen had never visited the stone path, nor had he looked at the statue with 1,000 eyes in person. But now, there was no denying that each of his eyes had 2 red pupils. That could only mean one thing. The power was contagious. If it really was contagious, then that meant it was game over for every person in their camp. Even the reinforcements heading their way would be at risk. Han Sen reacted instantly. He turned around and ran out of the office. Then he grabbed the guard outside and peered deeply into the man's eyes. The guard was about to shake him loose, but Miss Mirror and Night Wind came out to stop him. His pupils haven't changed. Han Sen looked into the eyes of a few more guards. Their eyes were perfectly normal. The next second, Han Sen pulled out his phone and called Falling Leaf's number. It rang twice, and then Falling Leaf picked up the phone. She only answered the voice call, though, so there was no video. Falling Leaf, is Bauer nearby? Han Sen asked. Yes, Falling Leaf answered. Turn on your video chat, Han Sen said. Why? Falling Leaf asked without turning on the video. Just do what he told you to, Miss Mirror said. Okay, Falling Leaf answered. She turned on her video chat, and her image appeared on Han Sen's screen. Falling Leaf's hair was a bit messy, and her clothing was misbuttoned. Han Sen had no idea what she had been doing with Bauer all alone. But that wasn't important. Han Sen stared at her pupils and noticed they were normal. The colors were still the same, and there was only 1 pupil in each eye. Han Sen sagged a little in relief. Dad! Bauer was sitting on the sofa, holding a pair of dice in her hands. Her voice sounded so sweet as she called out to Han Sen. Bauer's eyes looked normal. That made him feel even safer. Bauer, stay in the room and play with Falling Leaf. Don't go anywhere, and wait for me there. Okay? Sure, Dad. Bauer nodded. Han Sen turned his attention back to Falling Leaf. Falling Leaf, keep the door shut and don't go anywhere. Don't let anyone in either unless it is me. Falling Leaf didn't answer. She looked at Miss Mirror, who was still standing next to Han Sen. Do as he says, Miss Mirror said calmly. Sure. Falling Leaf nodded in agreement. Han Sen turned off the phone and spoke to Miss Mirror. Find someone with unchanged eyes. We need to conduct a test. Miss Mirror looked at Night Wind. Night Wind vanished without a word. A short time later, Night Wind reappeared in the office again, pushing 2 people in front of him. They were 2 of the workers that Han Sen had positioned within range of the stone statue. One of them was Ningyu, and the other was the man he had been teamed with. Because Ningyu had been farthest from the warehouse, he and his partner were the first people that Night Wind had run into. You stay here. Han Sen pushed Ningyu out the door of the office and closed it. He pulled the Duke before the computer and restarted the video. He made sure that the Duke watched the entire thing. Han Sen, Miss Mirror, and Night Wind stared into the Duke's eyes. After the Duke saw the statue with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 arms, the man's pupils soon began to turn red. Seconds later, the color had deepened to a rich scarlet. Then the pupils started to split. In minutes, the Duke had red eyes just like Han Sen. Han Sen didn't need to say anything. They all understood what was happening. Merely looking at the videotape containing an image of that statue could infect them with whatever cursed power that structure contained. Han Sen opened the door and let Ningyu inside the room. His eyes were still fine, and there were no new changes there. He was able to confirm that when Han Sen asked, "No matter how you see that statue, you will be infected by its power." Han Sen frowned. He used a few of his powers to explore his own eyes and figure out why they had changed. But there was nothing he could learn. As far as Han Sen could stretch his senses, the eyes felt normal. They didn't seem to be under the influence of any foreign power. Even the Dongxian area couldn't determine what had happened to his eyes. It was like his eyes were the same as usual. But Han Sen could feel the same urges that Miss Mirror had described. He had a sudden impulse to head for the stone field. It was like an old smoker who hadn't smoked all day. He desperately wanted to go out and buy a pack. Luckily, Hansen had a stable mind. He was able to resist the impulse. If his mind had been weak, he would have run into the fields already. The Duke screamed. His eyes turned red, and he started to gasp. He made an unnatural, swallowing sound, then turned to rush out of the office. Night Wind grabbed the Duke and pinned him to the ground. He used a substance chain to keep him locked in place. The Duke fought like mad as he tried to shake the substance chain loose. His entire body shook like a junkie in need of a fix. His tears and snot began to drip onto the floor. "What do we do?" Hansen asked, looking at Miss Mirror and Night Wind. Things were going bad very quickly, and this wasn't something they could run away from. Complaining about the situation would be useless. They had to figure out a way to get free of this mess. Maybe our answers lie beyond those stone doors. We might have to go there to find a solution to our current problems. Night Wind said. "Have you tried destroying the statue with 1,000 eyes and 1,000 hands?" Hansen asked. "I have tried to break it, but I was unsuccessful. That statue is harder than the average black rock. Our powers cannot damage it," Night Wind said. "It looks like the stone door is the only way for us to proceed." Then, "The urges are getting stronger, and even with our powerful wills we won't last forever. We can't wait for the reinforcements to get here. Let's head to the doors while we still have control of ourselves." When Miss Mirror made the decision, she didn't sound hesitant. Her voice was firm and controlled. "Sure. Let's go to that stone door and take a look." Hansen nodded. He wanted to see the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes statue, too. They didn't have any evidence that the infection could spread person to person if the video wasn't involved. But at this point, who knew how the infection might be transmitted? If Bauer and Ningyu caught whatever this was, that would be bad. Plus, Ningyu was already infected with something. It had become hard to tell if he was a man or a woman, and his personality had changed radically as well. The Ningyu that Hansen had known was gone. Now that Miss Mirror had made her decision, she immediately took action. Hansen, Night Wind, and that Duke followed her to the stone fields. Red Cloud had fallen to King class, so they left her behind at the camp. She hadn't seen the statue yet, so for the moment her eyes remained normal. Instead of coming with them and putting herself at risk, Miss Mirror instructed her to take charge of the camp while they were gone. The stone path was exactly the same as the video depicted. It was unremarkable in the beginning, and Hansen and the others reached the statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. But Hansen could clearly feel that the closer he got to the statue, the stronger the strange impulses became. When Hansen laid his own eyes on the disturbing statue, the feeling was strong enough to make even him shake. As the countless eyes seemed to examine him, Hansen felt as if a ghost was actually staring at him. The feeling was 100 times greater than what he felt when he had watched the video. It felt like an endless stream of ghosts was going to come right out of the hands to devour him. Hansen activated his purple eye butterfly, hoping to view the secrets behind the statue. The purple pupil claimed Hansen's eye, becoming 4 spinning petals. Hansen took a deep breath and turned his gaze on the statue. At that moment, Hansen felt like he was seeing a demon from hell itself. Before he got a good look at it, pain lanced through his right eye. A wet feeling slicked over his palms, as if his hands were covered in blood. Hansen's face changed. He forced himself to continue looking at the statue, but then he realized that the sight was about to blind him. He jerked his gaze away, not daring to turn back toward the statue with his purple eye butterfly still activated. "Are you okay?" Miss Mirror and Night Wind looked at Hansen. "I used a trick of the eyes to look at the statue, but it almost blinded me." Hansen lowered his hands, which he had used to cover his face. His eyes were red and dripping with bloody tears. Luckily, Hansen's blood was crystallized. Otherwise, he would have lost so much blood that he would have died. "Stop looking, and don't use your eye skill to examine it again. If my guess is correct, this statue is related to some sort of eye god. His powers are directly linked to vision. If you use an eye skill to look at it, that's like asking for death," Night Wind said. Hansen nodded and remained silent. He followed Miss Mirror down the path. After moving around the statue, they came to the stone cave that had been smeared with blood. It looked just as it had in the video, with more blood and gore appearing the farther they walked. Eventually, they found the door at the end of the cavern. The Duke that was bound by substance chains screamed again. He tried his hardest to rush to the stone door. If Night Wind hadn't held the Duke back, he would have smashed into the door hard enough to burst open his own skull. The stone door was shut tight, and they had no idea what lay beyond it. Hansen didn't dare to use his purple eye butterfly again, though, so he had to inspect it with his own eyesight. The urge to go to the stone door had grown stronger, but luckily, the three of them had strong wills. They wouldn't lose control of themselves like the Duke. But the urges grew stronger as time went by, and it was only a matter of time until their wills snapped. It would take a god to hold back these impulses forever. The stone door had no lock or handle. It was shut tightly, almost seamlessly, and that was that. Countless Dukes had tried to dig into it to no avail. The door had been impervious to their physical attacks. Night Wind and Miss Mirror swapped glances, and then Night Wind started to gather up power. They wanted to follow their original plan of forcing the stone door open. Hansen stood next to Miss Mirror. His right eye was still red and swollen, and occasional sharp jabs of pain still radiated from it. Night Wind moved his substance chain, which hovered over the ground like a black sheet. Answering his call, it slipped into his hand and manifested as a black sword. When Hansen saw the sword that Night Wind was holding, he noted that it gave him the same feeling as looking at an empty night sky. The powers it contained were unpredictable. Night Wind's eyes froze. The black sword in his hand struck the middle of the stone door, and the swirling darkness slammed against the door's surface like a dark horizon touching the ground. He struck the door repeatedly with the full force of his substance chain, but every time the darkness came in contact with the door, the darkness shattered like a crashing wave. All the while, the stone door refused to budge. Night Wind's power could incinerate an entire planet, but the door seemed unaffected. The rocks around were all broken by the dark blade, revealing the edges of the doorframe, but the door did not open. They could, however, now glimpse what surrounded the door beyond the doorframe. The door was set into a city tower. The city tower was built with black bricks. The bricks looked a lot like the black stone that was everywhere in the tunnel, but they were much harder. Even Night Wind's chain power could only leave scrapes across them. The scrapes he left behind looked like cat scratches. As the power of Night Wind's sword tore away more of the black rock surrounding the door, Hansen saw 3 words engraved above the door. Hansen recognized those 3 words. They were written in the common language of the universe. Do God City. Do God City. This is Do God City? Night Wind screamed. Even Miss Mirror looked dumbfounded. What is Do God City? Hansen asked Night Wind. He had never heard of this place before. Night Wind's emotions had risen until he was almost hysterical. He lost all the composure a deified individual should have carried, but he didn't seem to notice. His eyes blazed as he stared at the 3 words above the door. The legends say that the ancient god had a powerful city in ancient times. That place was called Do God City. Because the people of the ancient god were born deified, they couldn't level up further. Those who went to Do God City, however, often had the opportunity to rise above the deified level. All this time, everyone thought it was just a legend. No one could confirm that Do God City actually existed. If this is the real Do God City of the ancient god, then that explains why so many weird things have happened to us. And perhaps there is a chance for us to become stronger here. Night Wind looked at the door very excitedly. He seemed to have forgotten the danger that they were in. Hansen couldn't blame Night Wind for his elation, though. Even when Sacred had been in power, not many elites had been able to reach the last step. Even the horrendously powerful ancient water god hadn't been able to rise above his deified status. Instead, he ended up as blood rain that moisturized the world. For the vast majority of deified elites, going through the Geno Hall to become a god spirit had a practically microscopic chance of success. If Do God City was a method in which one could become a god spirit, that would be tempting for any deified. Deified elites were still just people and they could get sick and die. They were not immortal. Even Sacred Leader had been searching for the key to immortality. It was natural for deified elites to want this. If Do God City can turn people into god spirits, then Ancient God wouldn't be one of the 3 most powerful races, Han-san said with a frown. Miss Mirror looked at the 3 words and said, Do God City is just a legend. This city has the words Do God City written on it, but there's no proof that it's actually the city of our legends. If it was the real Do God City, why would it be buried here? We need to think about this. We need to be careful. We can't get into the city. Talking about it is useless, Han-san said, looking at the undamaged city door. Nightwind's power was strong, and it far exceeded Han-san's capabilities. Han-san didn't stand a chance of opening Do God City's door if Nightwind had failed, and Miss Mirror had fallen to King Class. They really didn't seem to have any options. Nightwind's heart jumped. His sword of darkness slashed again. But this time, he wasn't targeting the door itself. He turned his attention to the rocks all around, planning to dig out the entire tower that the door was set into. Han-sen and Miss Mirror stepped back and watched. Since the door was impassable, they couldn't think of any alternatives. Nightwind's plan was a desperate, last-ditch effort, not a well-thought-out strategy. The dark substance chains kept whipping into the black rocks, and the rocks were shattered and swept away. More and more sections of the tower were revealed. Han-san didn't know how many floors the tower had once possessed, and that was because the tower had actually been cut in half. It looked like the whole building had been slashed by an enormous sword. The stone pillars in the front were all chopped off. The pillars fell smoothly from tall to short, as if it had been a very tidy cut. The stone pillars were thicker than a water tank. There were multiple lines of pillars, and each line contained a dozen of them. The 3 of them stared up at the broken tower with wide eyes. Nightwind wasn't one of the top deified in the universe, but he wasn't weak by any measurement. Attacks backed by his full deified power were only able to leave small scratches on the city's bricks. Cutting a single brick would be far beyond his abilities. With that in mind, it was difficult to imagine the sort of power that would have been required to cut clean through this entire tower. Even thinking about it was frightening. In the beginning, Han-san wasn't very hopeful that they would be able to enter Do God City from above. Surely such a large and powerful city would have some sort of bisema or restrictive power in place. This wasn't the sort of place that you could just climb over a wall to get into. But now, the tower was broken, and the restrictive properties of the place must have long been abandoned. That meant gaining access would be easier than Han-sen had imagined. The upper half of the city tower was missing. Night wind slashed the rocks in various directions, but he couldn't find the other half of the tower. The bottom half of the tower was filled with rubble, and so Night Wind swung his dark substance chain. He moved the stones out of the way, clearing a path so the 3 of them could enter the tower. There was little to see in the half of the tower that remained. A statue had once stood in the tower, but the upper half had been sliced through and taken away with the top half of the tower. The part of the statue that remained appeared to be sitting, and its legs were crossed. The 3 of them couldn't tell what sort of statue it might have been originally. The shattered remnants of stone beasts lay scattered around the statue. They had fallen, breaking across the floor. Judging by where they now lay, it was clear that they had once stood guard on either side of the statue. It looks like a pretty savage battle was once fought here. But if that is true, how come we haven't found the corpses of the creatures that must have died here? Han-sen asked with a confused tone of voice. Maybe we have. We've dug up a few severed arms, remember? Those limbs were ridiculously dangerous. Even once they had been amputated, the arms still managed to kill many of our workers. That certainly shows how scary the people involved in this battle must have been. Even their limbs possess indestructible power, Night Wind said. Miss Mirror frowned. She looked toward Do God City and said, "If this is really Do God City, then this must be the sacred place for the ancient god. Even the Extreme King have believed that Do God City was just a legend, not a real place that actually existed. The ancient god have protected this city very seriously. If other creatures wished to attack Do God City, then the ancient god surely would have fought back. But I've never heard any stories of the ancient god having a battle on this scale. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, based on what we're seeing, this is a ruin of a god spirit's battleground, probably from the very first era. How did the ancient god claim it? The ancient god might have the word God in their title, but they are not actually gods. Maybe we're making assumptions about what happened here. This might not be the ruins of a god spirit's battleground, Night Wind said. Even if this isn't, a fight like this must have shocked the entire universe. There is no way no one knows about this. Miss Mirror shook her head. Hansen thought and said, maybe Do God City really did exist and it was just a forbidden place that was sacred to the ancient god. But this city was already destroyed in the very first era. Maybe that is why no one has actually seen Do God City. Maybe the ancient god themselves don't even know where to find it. That is possible. The ancient god and the very high are always so secretive and mysterious. Those two races already existed back in the sacred era, and they were already very powerful. But they were suppressed by sacred back then. They weren't as famous as they are right now. Miss Mirror nodded in thought. If Do God City already existed in the era of the gods, and it was destroyed at some point afterward, does that mean there are secrets here that are associated with what it takes to become a god? Night Wind sounded very excited. Hansen shook his head. Maybe not. For Do God City to be destroyed like this, it probably means that the ancient god failed. Maybe the secret inside Do God City was already stolen? This might just be an empty city now. Night Wind understood this line of reasoning, but he still held hopes of plundering Do God City. He said, no way. There must be something inside this city. Otherwise, why are other powers trying to fight their way into the city? It's hard to say, Hansen said quietly. In truth, Hansen also thought that there was something inside Do God City. But that item could be something very different from the secret to becoming a god. Perhaps some frightening people had survived the grand battle and were now deliberately luring people inside. Hansen had a bad feeling about this place. They had found a stone that could turn a deified into a king, and a statue that had 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Whatever was inside this creepy place, it wouldn't be very nice. Let's head inside for now, Miss Mirror told Night Wind. Night Wind went back to breaking up and hauling out the rubble. The whole of Do God City was buried under an avalanche of stone. Even the structures and streets were all buried by rock. If Night Wind and the others wanted to proceed, they would have to move the stones. Luckily, all the rocks in the city had already been reduced to shattered rubble. There weren't big chunks like what they had found outside the door. Because of that, they didn't need tools to break up the rocks into smaller chunks. They just had to haul out the shattered stones. With Night Wind's powers, moving mountains wouldn't have been difficult, so hauling away some rubble was really easy. He didn't dare use his power to remove all the rubble, though. He was afraid of breaking something valuable buried under the stone. Also, on the chance that something was still alive and sleeping within the city, he didn't want to wake it up. After the experiences that they'd had in recent days, even a deified elite like Night Wind would treat Do God City with an appropriate level of respect. He wouldn't attempt anything stupid. Night Wind guided his dark substance chains, sliding aside rocks that were 12 meters wide. After going past the tower, they found themselves in a plaza. Night Wind kept digging, removing 100 meters of stone before coming to a stop. He stared at the place he had just dug up. Hansen and Miss Mirror carefully followed Night Wind's gaze. Nearby, there was a big sword sticking partially out of the rubble. The sword's handle was 1 foot wide and 2 feet tall. They couldn't tell how long the blade was because the blade was plunged deep into the ground of the plaza. Only 80 centimeters of it could be seen. The sword was fairly rusty, and it was covered by a layer of gray film. A grim expression passed over Hansen's face as he looked at the weapon. It gave off a powerful, murderous aura. The handle was shaped like a bamboo branch, and there was no actual handguard protecting it. The handle connected straight to the blade of the sword itself. It was double-edged, and there were strange symbols engraved down the center of the blade. They looked like snakes or vines or something. With so little of the blade visible, it was difficult to tell exactly what they were. Night Wind sensed something dangerous about this half-buried sword, which was why he had ceased digging. All he did was stare at it. Han Sen could feel the power simmering from the sword. It was like there were 1,000 angry spirits struggling, twisting, and screaming within its blade. But when he looked closer, he couldn't actually detect anything threatening about the weapon. It was huge, but other than that, it was ordinary and covered in rust. Night Wind lifted his sword of darkness again and approached the big sword slowly. He was so careful that it looked like he was walking towards some sort of terrifying, deified elite rather than a rusty sword plunged into the earth. Miss Mirror and Han Sen stood back. They were now king class. If Night Wind couldn't handle this threat, there was nothing they could do to even the odds. Night Wind had to force himself to take every step. This entire place was just too weird, and there was something ominous about the way the sword was plunged into the ground. It was entirely possible that the sword harbored some mysterious, frightening power, like the two statues they had encountered. But thankfully, when Night Wind reached the sword, the weapon didn't react to his presence. Night Wind didn't touch the sword. He used a night substance chain to remove the rocks behind the sword. He dug another path around the sword, and the sword remained in place. Nothing happened. Miss Mirror frowned and studied the sword. She seemed to be considering their options. It looks like the sword isn't going to attack. It might just be a weapon that they left behind. Night Wind looked at the sword, his eyes flashing. If it really was a weapon from the era of the gods, then perhaps it was some relic that exceeded the strength of a deified weapon. "My lady, should I try to pick it up?" Night Wind asked, looking at Miss Mirror. Although Miss Mirror was king class now, Night Wind still really respected her. He wasn't going to speak disrespectfully to her or talk down to her because of her level. "Whatever power drew us here, it isn't this. Let's not move it. Continue digging away forward," Miss Mirror said quietly. Han Sen's greedy personality usually drove him to take every piece of the treasure he could find. But in this place, not even he was willing to be careless. He agreed with what Miss Mirror said. It was best not to touch it for now. This place was cursed, so perhaps something fouler had yet to occur. But Night Wind disagreed. He thought for a moment and said, "If this is a weapon that was left behind during the battle between gods, perhaps it will help us search this city." There was some truth in Night Wind's words. If they could free the sword, they might be able to use it as a weapon. The sword must have been extremely powerful back in the day. If they could control the weapon, perhaps it could sort out many of the issues they had yet to face. For instance, the sword might be able to break the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. If they were able to do that, perhaps they could remove the red eye powers. If they could use the sword to remove their infection, then it wouldn't be necessary for them to keep exploring the city. Instead, they could merrily wait until their reinforcements arrived. Miss Mirror was still a little hesitant. Whether they took the sword or not, both options had pros and cons. It was a gamble either way. Winning the bet would have fantastic rewards, but if they lost, it would make their situation even worse. "Let's keep on going." Miss Mirror didn't allow Night Wind to touch the sword. If there was a gamble, they might be on the losing end. If they did not gamble, they would neither win nor lose. If the choice had been up to Han Sen, not even he would have tried his luck with that sword. It was far too risky, he believed. The most important reason he didn't want anything to do with the sword, though, was because of what had happened with Ningyu and the little green sword. The green sword had been much smaller, and it had turned Ningyu into someone who was neither a man nor a woman. If Han Sen grabbed that big sword, God only knew what might happen. Perhaps it would turn him into a eunuch. That was unthinkable. Although Ningyu was really girly, at least he still had a penis. Night Wind didn't insist, though. It seemed as if he still acknowledged Miss Mirror's authority. Even though he held a different opinion, he didn't go against Miss Mirror's will. The three of them proceeded around the sword as Night Wind continued to remove the rubble from a path in front of them. As they went, Night Wind's excavation revealed many more gouges and deep slices that had been carved into the plaza. A sword mark was carved meters deep into the hard ground paved with black stone. The black rock was amazingly sturdy, but it had been cut open like tofu. Pieces of the broken stone had flown everywhere, so it was scary to imagine how strong the wielder of that power must have been. These sword marks can't have been made by the person who left behind the big sword. Can they? I wonder who used it. As Han-san observed the sword marks, he couldn't stop thinking about the buried sword. The woman dug up by the hell had only been deified like Night Wind. But when Night Wind's power struck the plaza, it barely left a scratch. Compared to the meters-deep clefts made by some ancient weapon, the difference was staggering. They were not on the same level. Miss Mirror and Night Wind were thinking along the same line, but they had already decided not to touch the sword. There was no reversing that decision now. Night Wind was leading them all forward when suddenly, a ding noise sounded. Night Wind's dark substance chains looked as if they had struck something, and they shattered into darkness. What did we find this time? Han-sen asked, moving to get a better view. The dark substance chains had broken against a stone wall, and despite hitting the wall with considerable force, the chains hadn't damaged it. The wall was covered with engravings, but since they could only see a small section of the wall, they couldn't tell what the engravings represented. Night Wind moved very fast as he cleared out the rubble around the wall. A short time later, the entire stone wall stood exposed before them. The wall looked like a floral screen, but it was much bigger than the average floral screen. It was 100 meters long and 3 meters high. Han-san looked carefully at the carvings on the screen, and when he did, his face changed. Their eyes were drawn to the center of the screen. At first, they thought it was nothing, but when that section of the wall was viewed from the far left, the image resolved into something very strange. There were pictures of the wall, and to Han-sen's surprise, they all looked humanoid. The figures had hands, legs, and heads just like humans. Oddly, though, they didn't have faces. Where there should have been noses, eyes, and mouths, there was empty space instead. They were blank and faceless men. Han-sen wasn't weirded out by the sight. After all, he had seen many kinds of weird creatures before, so a few carvings of faceless people wasn't enough to shake him up. The disturbing thing about the pictures was the scenes that they depicted. The 100-meter screen held 6 pictures. The first picture showed a broken city tower. In front of that tower stood a few men without faces. One of the faceless men was using a sword to attack the tower. That picture showed the backs of the faceless men. Their faces weren't visible. But when he thought about it some more, and took it all in as a whole, Han-sen's gut clenched and goosebumps flared up across his skin. Oh shit! These faceless people in the painting cannot be us, right? Han-sen stared at the first picture. He could only see the back of the faceless man who was cutting down the tower, but the scene reminded him strongly of when Night Wind had been clearing rocks from around the city tower. There were another 2 faceless men watching, and a 4th man was lying on the floor. That was obviously Han-sen, Miss Mirror, and the Duke they had brought with them. No matter how Han-sen looked at it, the picture seemed to represent their attempt to enter through the stone door. The people inside the carving were faceless and their figures weren't terribly distinct, which was the only thing keeping Han-sen from fully confirming that his theory was correct. Han-sen and Miss Mirror looked at each other, then turned their attention to the second picture. The carving still featured 4 faceless figures with their backs turned. Not far from the figures, a sword was lodged in the ground. Han-sen didn't think that this picture required much interpretation. It was clearly depicting the moment that they had discovered the gigantic, rusty sword that had been stabbed into the ground. But the third picture, without a doubt, was them standing in front of the screen. 3 faceless men were examining the drawing on the screen. Only 1 faceless man was lying on the ground, and it really did look just like them. Who's playing this trick? Come on out! Night Wind shouted. His sword of darkness slashed repeatedly at the screen. Obviously, unless the person who created the pictures on the screen was a prophet, there was no way those carvings could have been drawn before their arrival. The only possibility was that someone had imbued that screen with some sort of power, and when they arrived there, it generated the scenes that were visible across the carving. Night Wind's dark substance chains struck the screen and shattered again, leaving no trace of their attack on the screen's surface. The screen was as hard as a deified treasure. Don't waste your energy. Let's look at the rest of the picture for now, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind's attacks were useless. He lowered his hands and joined them in examining the carvings. Hansen understood what Miss Mirror meant. The third picture represented their current situation in front of the screen, but there were another 3 pictures. If the carvings were already carved prior to their arrival, then those 3 pictures might predict what would happen next. If the pictures failed to predict what was to happen, or if their predictions weren't accurate, it would prove that someone had been playing a trick on them. That would mean that the screen held no prophetic power, and they didn't have to be afraid of its contents. Hansen looked at the 4th picture. The 4th picture still featured 4 faceless men, but they were now facing a tree. And this time they didn't all have their backs turned. A faceless man lay on the floor, and 2 of the others had their backs turned. But the last faceless man was showing his faceless face. One of the faceless men with their backs turned clutched a sword. The sword was pierced through the faceless man that was facing the front of the picture. Blood ran down the blade. Is this predicting that we will kill each other? Hansen wondered. Night Wind looked at the 4th picture and frowned. Miss Mirror had no reaction, and she merely moved on to look at the 5th carving. The 5th picture didn't contain 4 faceless men. There were only 3. One of them was lying on the ground, and the other 2 were in the process of strangling each other. From the picture, it seemed as if the faceless man on top was succeeding in suffocating the man below. That is rubbish, Night River grunted. This was a prediction that they would kill each other. Night Wind really thought someone had to be playing tricks on them, attempting to give them a scare. Again, Miss Mirror showed no reaction. She moved on to look at the final 6th picture. The 6th picture was even weirder. There were only 2 faceless men left. One of them was on the ground, and the other knelt with their hands folded as if in prayer. In front of the praying man, there was a statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It looked just like the statue they had seen before upon the stone path. Something must still be alive here. It's changing the pictures to mess with us? Night Wind growled, giving the pictures a look of disdain. Hansen knew why Night Wind was having such a strong reaction. He wasn't trying to point out how ridiculous the pictures were. He was just trying to prove his loyalty. Those 4 faceless men had no faces, and they couldn't be identified by their body shapes, either. It was impossible to tell who was who. But the faceless man who held a sword had clearly attacked the others, and the duke they had brought with them was clearly the man lying on the ground in all the pictures. Only one of the figures in the pictures used a sword. Night Wind also used a sword, and he was good at sword skills. The faceless man who held the sword had to be him, and that was why he was dying to prove his loyalty to Miss Mirror. If what happened in the pictures came true, no matter who Night Wind attacked, things would go very badly for him. He didn't know that Hansen was a fake Prince 16. Killing Prince 16 or Miss Mirror, who was the king's right hand and sister, would have consequences that he didn't even want to consider. Deified beings were very strong, but compared to the combined might of the extreme king, a sole deified criminal was nothing. It doesn't matter if the person doing this is a god or a ghost. If he cannot come out, then that means he is scared of us. Night Wind, let's keep going, Miss Mirror said smoothly. Her pretty face was still serene. She didn't seem to care about the contents of the carving one bit. Hansen wasn't very concerned about it either. Just like Miss Mirror said, even if someone alive was actively altering the carvings, that person wasn't daring to attack them outright. Their unseen enemy had to be scared of something, and that made them feel a little safer. Night Wind obeyed the command and deployed his substance chains to clear the rubble behind the screen. The 3 of them hauled their junkie duke along with them, moving around the screen and proceeding forward. Blood came from every orifice of the duke's body. He wasn't dead yet, but his prospects weren't looking good. That was especially true of his eyes. They had turned entirely red, and even the whites of his eyes had been consumed by the new color. Night Wind focused his attention on clearing the road ahead. After he cleared the path for some distance in front of them, he suddenly stopped. He looked at Miss Mirror and said, "Miss Mirror, should we change the direction of our travel?" "Why?" Miss Mirror asked Night Wind. Hansen was curious about this too. He had no clue why Night Wind had made this suggestion. Night Wind sighed and said, "The 3rd picture predicts that we will reach a tree, But comparing the height of the figures to the height of the tree in the picture, it suggests that the tree is very large. It would be 100 meters tall, at least. Moving a tree like that out of our path could be difficult. Han Sen understood Night Wind's rationale now. The fourth picture seemed to indicate that they'd encounter a tree, and that tree couldn't be moved. If they changed course ahead of time to avoid the tree, though, the prediction would be incorrect. If they avoided the tree successfully, that would suggest that it really had been someone messing with them. Let's switch directions, then. Miss Mirror nodded. With Miss Mirror's approval, Night Wind changed direction and resumed digging. If someone was trying to trick them, it would be easy for that person to guess their course since they were digging in the direction that the power was drawing them. The source of that power was their destination, after all. The mysterious trickster might have seen them, known where they would go, and then carved the pictures accordingly. If someone was rattled by those pictures, they would probably find some sense of security in following the road they had already intended to travel. And if they encountered that tree, they would be terrified. The trickster's plans would come together rather neatly in that case. Night Wind made this suggestion to keep that from happening. If the trickster tried to move the tree to intercept them, he was bound to leave behind some evidence of what he had done. The trickster's plan would fail. Night Wind moved quickly, digging at a very fast pace. After 10 minutes, they had followed Night Wind down a trench that was a few hundred meters long. But Night Wind suddenly came to a standstill. The rigidity in his back made it obvious that he had frozen mid-step, not just stopped for a breather. He stood there, staring ahead as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't even lower his raised arms. What happened? Han Sen followed Night Wind's gaze. He saw that Night Wind had cleared half of the rocks, and a small object was now peeking out of the rubble. When Han Sen saw what it was, his face paled as well. A twig was rising from the rocks, and several green leaves had sprouted from it. It looked like it belonged to a willow tree. How? Han Sen asked uncomfortably. He peered more closely at the twigs and leaves, and they looked like the ones in the picture. Night Wind silently used his dark substance chains to remove all the nearby rocks. More twigs appeared as the rubble was tossed away. A few minutes later, a mass of twigs and branches was showing. The whole tree had been unearthed. It was exactly the same as it appeared in the picture. It was 100 meters tall, and it looked like a willow tree. The flexible branches hung low, and the tree was covered with countless green leaves. The three of them stared glumly up at the tree. They had changed course in a way that should have been unpredictable, but they had found the tree anyway. It was way too weird. Han Sen inspected the roots of the tree. It was nestled in a flower bed made of stone, and rich soil covered its roots. It doesn't look as if someone moved it here, Miss Mirror said while looking at the flower bed. Maybe there are many trees like this. If that is the case, then we were bound to encounter at least one of them. This plaza is probably walled with trees. We would have found one no matter where we chose to dig, Han Sen said after a moment of thought. Right? Night Wind replied seriously, and he moved his substance chains to dig elsewhere. He wanted to see if another tree could be found in a different direction. Stop digging. There will not be another one of these trees. Miss Mirror waved her hands to stop him. Night Wind wasn't going to question Miss Mirror, but he did look at her with confusion. He was waiting for her to explain that declaration. Miss Mirror looked at the tree and said, I think this is a requiem tree. A requiem tree. When Night Wind heard that, he paled slightly. He looked at the tree with an expression of disbelief. Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror and Night Wind with confusion. He had never heard of a requiem tree before. Miss Mirror knew what Han Sen was wondering, and before he had a chance to ask, she explained, When I visited the ancient god, I saw a requiem tree once. The ancient gods say that these requiem trees are where their people go for their final slumber. The legends say that the ancient god need to be buried next to them so that their souls can find eternal rest. If you've seen a tree like this amongst the ancient god, and now there is another one here, it doesn't sound like these things are terribly rare. Why would you say that there won't be another one of these trees around here somewhere? Han Sen asked, his brow furrowed. He was obviously missing something. I don't know how many requiem trees there are in the universe, but the one I saw before was only 2 feet tall. Miss Mirror said. The master of that requiem tree said they only grow to a height of about 3 feet. Anyway, then they stop growing. If an ancient god dies and is buried beneath the requiem tree, it will absorb the ancient god's body. The tree will then grow 1 more foot, no more and no less. Do the math. If this tree has grown so high, how many ancient god bodies were here? Do you think there will be multiple trees that have reached this height? This is really a requiem tree? Han-san stared up at the tree, suddenly seeing its prodigious height in a whole new light. Ancient water god's body had moisturized a few systems, bringing life to many planets and even making primitive races level up. If Miss Mirror was speaking the truth, then that requiem tree must have absorbed a few hundred ancient god bodies, at the least. It must have taken in an unbelievable amount of energy. It was hard to imagine how strong the tree must be. But Han-san couldn't feel the appalling life force that should have been radiating from the tree. To him, it was little more than an ordinary plant. It is easy to determine whether or not it is a genuine requiem tree. If it is a requiem tree, the tree will have a requiem tree hole that holds ancient god powers. Miss Mirror walked around the tree, and it wasn't long before she came to a stop. She stared at one specific location on the trunk. Han-san and Night Wind walked over to Miss Mirror. They followed Miss Mirror's gaze and found her looking at a tree hole that was the size of a man's fist. The interior of the hole was jet black, and Han-san's eyesight wasn't good enough to pierce the gloom and see if anything was inside. That is it. This is a requiem tree hole. I can't tell if a requiem tree egg is there, though, Miss Mirror murmured to herself as she looked at the tree hole. Trees make babies? Is this requiem tree a xenogenic? Han-sen asked in confusion. Miss Mirror shook her head. I don't know if the requiem tree is a xenogenic, but it doesn't produce babies. The tree egg is essentially a collection of the tree's resin. The more energy a requiem tree takes in, the more resin it can produce. That resin gathers inside the tree hole to become an orb. It looks something like an ant egg. They are called tree eggs. I was told a story of a man who managed to get a requiem tree egg that was around the size of a fingernail. He was only a low-tier king, but he used the requiem tree egg's power to advance all the way to deified. Ever since then, requiem tree eggs have become the most sought-after treasure in the entire universe. But the ability of requiem tree eggs to help a king class being rise to deified is only of secondary importance. People are more interested in them because they can be used to help deified individuals ascend. Miss Mirror paused and went on to say, but considering the battle that happened here, I'm afraid the requiem tree egg inside the tree hole has already been taken away. Maybe it's still here. Let me see, Night Wind said. Then he launched himself into the air and flew up to the tree hole. He hovered right in front of it, putting his eyes right near the tree hole to peer inside. This tree hole is strange. I'm looking right into it, but I cannot see anything inside, Night Wind said to Miss Mirror. Requiem trees are resting trees for the ancient god. They have unusual powers, so not even deified elites can see what is inside the tree hole. Luckily, requiem tree holes aren't dangerous. Just put your hand inside, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind hesitated, but he did as he was instructed. Just in case, he shrouded his hand in night power that would defend against anything evil that might have taken up residence inside the tree hole. Then he placed his hand into the hole. She said the tree hole wasn't dangerous, but who knew if some toxic bug had decided to make its home there or something. This entire city felt cursed, and so by Night Wind's reasoning, bizarre toxic bugs weren't out of the question. Seeing Night Wind place his hand in the hole, Han-san felt nervous on his behalf. If there was something weird inside the tree hole and it pulled Night Wind inside, that would actually be kind of scary. But after Night Wind plunged his hand into the hole, a grin crossed his face. He shouted, "There is something in here. It is circular and it feels like a stone. I don't know if it is a requiem tree egg, however. Touch it with your hand. If it is a requiem tree egg, your hand will smell like resin," Miss Mirror said. Night Wind touched the item and then pulled his hand out of the hole to sniff it. He didn't actually need to bring it up to his nose. Even at the bottom of the tree, Han-san and Miss Mirror could smell that pleasant, grassy fragrance. Just the smell alone was enough to make Han Sen feel like his body was waking up after a long winter. He felt so relaxed. It was like his cells were coming alive. Not bad. That is the smell of a requiem tree egg. I can barely believe that the requiem tree egg is still there. Pull it out, Miss Mirror said. Night Wind immediately reached into the hole again to pull the tree egg out. But when he tried to draw his arms back out, they stopped abruptly. He couldn't seem to get the egg out. The egg is too big. I can't get it to fit through the hole, Night Wind said. He pulled out his sword of darkness to slash the tree hole in an attempt to widen it. But when the sword of darkness hit the bark of the tree, it only left a small white scratch mark behind. There wasn't the faintest semblance of a firm dent. Trying to cut it is useless. The requiem tree is the resting place of many members of the ancient god. Even a tiny requiem tree is impervious to most powers and gear, and this tree is enormous, Miss Mirror said. Can he not crack the egg into pieces and bring them out like that? Hansen said. The egg will be harder than the requiem tree itself. How is he supposed to break it? Miss Mirror rolled her eyes at Han Senator, then she turned to Night Wind again. How big is the tree egg? Very big, Night Wind said, his voice strangely distracted. How big is very big? Big like a brain? Han Sen asked with a laugh. A fingernail-sized requiem tree egg turned a king into a deified. If there was a brain-sized requiem tree egg, it would probably start a war that would consume the entire universe. If your brain is 1 meter across, then yes, it is sized like your brain, Night Wind said quietly. Han Sen noticed that the man's eyes were very wide. What? That large? Han Sen asked hoarsely. His eyes almost popped out of his skull. He could scarcely believe how big that was. Are you sure that is a requiem tree egg and not something else? Miss Mirror asked with shock. Not even she could believe it. No one had ever heard of such a giant requiem tree egg before. Even small eggs were considered priceless relics among deified elites. But the thought of a 1 meter long requiem tree egg was enough to make people's blood boil and their hearts leap in their chests. The power of something like that was beyond imagining. I don't know. You should confirm it yourself, Miss Mirror. Night Wind came down from the tree hole. He still looked somewhat shell-shocked as he spoke to Miss Mirror. It was weird to see such an expression on Night Wind's face. But when seeing a requiem egg such as that, even a deified was bound to have difficulty managing their excitement. A requiem tree egg could strengthen deifieds. A requiem tree egg the size of a plum could increase a deified's level by quite a bit. If a deified refined a tree egg of this magnitude, they could easily become a god spirit. Miss Mirror flew up to the tree hole. She put her hand in and began feeling around the tree hole. Seconds later, her jaw hung slack in wonder. It really is a requiem tree egg. I cannot believe that such a large egg exists, Miss Mirror finally said after 10 minutes of fiddling. Her expression said that she wasn't entirely sure how she should feel. It really is a requiem tree egg, Han Sen and Night Wind said together. Yes, and it is also circular. It is somewhere between 1 meter and 2 meters across. Miss Mirror couldn't help but sigh. It is a shame that the tree hole is only the size of a fist. If it was a small requiem tree egg, we could take it out. Now we know that there is a tree egg inside and that it is something that would change the universe as we know it. However, we don't have a way to remove it. Wait, maybe there's a way to get it out. Night Wind suddenly sounded exhilarated. What? You have a way to expand the tree hole? Han Sen looked at Night Wind. Miss Mirror looked at him as well, a single eyebrow raised. Instead of answering, Night Wind used his finger to point at the tree excitedly, and spoke. Look over there. Han Sen and Miss Mirror followed his finger. A deep scar ran across one side of the tree. It was a 3-foot-long gash, and it was 3 fingers deep at least. That is a sword mark. Han Sen's eyes brightened. The sword mark was old, and even though the tree had healed, there was a scar. But based on the angle of the scar, it looked as if it had been delivered by the big sword they had found earlier. If we can grab that sword, maybe we can use it to widen the tree hole and retrieve the requiem tree egg, Night Wind said, his eyes bright with anticipation. That might actually work. Maybe someone or something wants us to go back and retrieve that sword, Hansen said. The entire scenario seemed a little too convenient, though. They had chosen to leave the sword behind on the road, despite what the pictures on the screen seemed to indicate. Now, they had been presented with a tantalizing prize that would force them to return and retrieve the sword after all. They seemed to be drifting slowly closer to the reality that the screen had predicted. I am willing to give it a try. I will go find the sword again and bring it back, Night Wind said to Miss Mirror. Go, but be careful, Miss Mirror said, her voice distracted and distant. Yes, I will get it done. Night Wind bowed, turned around, and walked away. After taking a few steps, Night Wind stopped. He looked at the Duke. He thought for a moment and then said to Miss Mirror, My lady, this guy isn't going to make it. Why don't I put him out of his misery now? Hansen knew what the man meant. Night Wind was obviously still scared about the prophetic pictures they had seen on the screen. If he got rid of the Duke, however, there'd be one less faceless man. That would mean the prophecy could be proven wrong, and it was nothing more than an illusion. Miss Mirror nodded. Night Wind picked up the Duke and left. Is it wise to let him go? Hansen asked, looking at Miss Mirror. Hansen thought that Miss Mirror and Night Wind knew more than they were saying. But Miss Mirror hadn't tried to stop Night Wind from leaving. That confused Hansen. Miss Mirror didn't move, and her voice was chilly. You think he would stay if I forbade him from going? You mean, Night Wind will betray us for the Requiem tree egg? Hansen now understood what Miss Mirror was getting at. If she stopped Night Wind from getting the sword, and Night Wind wanted the Requiem tree egg badly enough, what happened in the picture might actually come to pass. I don't know for certain if Night Wind will betray us, but when something as valuable as this egg lies in the balance, loyalties can be tested. The Requiem tree egg is a treasure that is far too tempting, and there would be few consequences for breaking the rules right now. I have to be careful. Miss Mirror ended with a sigh. From what you know of Night Wind, if he really brings back the sword and claims the Requiem tree egg, do you think he'd go the extra mile and do something else? Hansen asked. I honestly don't know. Miss Mirror shook her head, and then she said, So, we just need to be prepared. I hope that Night Wind doesn't decide to betray us. But if he does, we need a contingency in place that can keep us breathing. I'm no longer what I once was. Remember, I am only king class. If we fight, I cannot hope to beat Night Wind. Our only chance of surviving is if you and I work together. Even if you and I work together, fighting a deified elite won't be easy. Hansen shook his head. Miss Mirror brushed her fingers across her bangs, smiled and said, Even if 10 ordinary kings allied together, their collective power might not be enough to defeat Night Wind. But you and I are different. If we work together, even if we cannot beat him, we should be able to keep ourselves alive. I am with you, of course, my lady. Hansen smiled. Although I have become king class, I still have the mind of a deified. And I understand Night Wind's power. I know all about Night Wind. I will just need you to do as I say. If he really tries to do something rash, we'll hold him back long enough that we can escape. Miss Mirror said. I will listen to you, my lady, Hansen answered quickly. But he had a different plan in mind. Things had become complicated. The three of them each had their own plan. Although they all had individual goals, they knew that surviving in such a place would be difficult. But none of them could resist the temptation of the Requiem tree egg. Although Miss Mirror hadn't said anything about it, she obviously had her own thoughts about the Requiem tree egg. She just hadn't been obvious about it like Night Wind. Both of them went silent. Hansen thought it wasn't a good idea to let the uncomfortable silence grow, so he started talking. Do you think Night Wind can safely retrieve that big sword? I don't know. Miss Mirror paused. It definitely seems like something is orchestrating this situation, trying to drive us to fight for the Requiem tree egg. Since this entity obviously seems to require the big sword, common sense should tell you that the sword is dangerous. But Night Wind went to retrieve it anyway, and he isn't stupid. Since he insisted on going, he might have an ulterior motive. Maybe. Miss Mirror didn't finish her thought, but the look on her face suggested that she was worried. Hansen picked up where Miss Mirror had left off. and he said, "Maybe he isn't concerned about the future that the screen seemed to foretell?" Miss Mirror didn't respond. It was like a silent agreement. Han-sen went on to say, "If the prophecy is false, then Night Wind is fine with that. If the prophecy is true, then the person wielding the sword should be fine anyway. After all, whoever takes the sword in the prophecy will be the one who claims the egg and survives. The odds for survival are swinging wildly in Night Wind's favor, with how things currently stand. You and I cannot take him down if things go badly." Miss Mirror nodded. She agreed. "But there is one thing I don't understand. How can Night Wind be sure that nothing will kill him when he grabs the sword?" Han-sen asked Miss Mirror. Han-sen wasn't familiar with Night Wind, so he couldn't guess the answer with any confidence. Do not underestimate any deified being. Night Wind isn't the most powerful deified, but the simple fact that he reached the deified level still means a lot. Do not be misled by his apparent loyalty and service to me. It can put you on a slippery slope to a painful demise," Miss Mirror said, her voice hard. Han-sen shrugged. He did not say anything more. He looked back along the path behind them, hoping to see something. Night Wind should have already returned with the sword by now. If some sort of trap had been laid on or around the sword, he should have already triggered it. But the ruined city was still deathly quiet. There wasn't a single sound. They had no way of knowing if Night Wind had removed the sword or not yet. While Han-sen was thinking, a shadow appeared far down the path. It looked like Night Wind's. Indeed, when the figure drew closer, Han-sen could see that it was Night Wind returning. He had a big sword slung over his shoulder, which looked just like the one they had seen before. But contrary to their expectations, the sword was only 1 meter long. The tip was flat as if it had been snapped off. The sword was broken. That surprised Miss Mirror and Han-sen both, and they swapped curious glances with each other. Luckily, I was able to retrieve the sword. Night Wind stepped in front of Miss Mirror and bowed. He placed the sword down in front of her. The Duke was gone, so it seemed that Night Wind had gotten rid of the man. "The sword was broken?" Miss Mirror asked, looking directly at Night Wind. She didn't stoop to touch the sword. It seemed like a pointless question to ask, but there was a deeper meaning to her inquiry. Night Wind knew what she was asking. He immediately answered, "When I pulled it out, it was broken already, and I couldn't find any pieces of the blade in the surrounding area either. I tested what's left of the blade, and while I don't know what level it is, it could cut through the rubble like butter." Han-sen understood. Night Wind had answered 3 of Miss Mirror's questions. He wasn't the one to break the sword, and the sword hadn't broken recently. Furthermore, the sword power was still inside it. "Let's see if we can use it to widen the hole in the tree," Miss Mirror instructed Night Wind, still not touching the sword herself. Han-sen knew why Miss Mirror didn't want to accept the sword. She still didn't know if Night Wind was going to betray her. If he really held traitorous intentions, he would reveal his true self and strike Miss Mirror down as soon as she took the sword. Miss Mirror didn't want to go against Night Wind just yet, so she didn't want to touch the sword. First, she wanted to see if Night Wind could cut the tree open. If he was unable to widen the hole, then the Requiem egg tree would remain beyond their reach. In that case, they would no longer have any reason to distrust each other, and they'd continue cooperating in order to remove their red-eye affliction. Night Wind was the strongest one there, so they would need his help. "Let me see what I can do to free the egg," Night Wind said, and then he approached the opening in the Requiem tree. He lifted the sword and slashed toward the hole. The dark color of the blade spread, and Night Wind's dark substance chain struck the tree hole. The darkness broke and spilled everywhere. But when the blade of the broken sword slammed into the hole, it bit into the trunk of the tree, splitting the wood in a narrow gash. "It works!" Night Wind exulted. He pulled the broken sword free and then continued to strike the tree hole. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the fist-sized hole got bigger and bigger. Han-sen and Miss Mirror simply stood beneath the tree, watching. While the broken sword was capable of cutting the tree, the wood of the tree itself was still incredibly hard. Night Wind was making progress, but only a few centimeters were achieved with each strike. After slashing at the tree for half an hour, the hole had been expanded to the size of a frying pan's lid. The Requiem tree egg still wasn't visible through the hole, of course. "We're almost there. Try to pull the egg out so that we can confirm that it's genuine," Miss Mirror said from down below. Night Wind slung the broken sword across his back. He put his hand inside and felt around until he got a firm grip on the egg. Then he pulled the egg out as far as it would go. Only the tip was showing, though, as the hole was too small to pull the egg out completely. From the part of it that was showing, the Requiem tree egg appeared to be transparent. It looked like amber, in that it was tinged with a bit of gold. It looked pretty. It gave off a fragrance that awakened Han Sen's senses, like his body was being rinsed clean by some holy liquid. "It is a Requiem tree egg," Night Wind said with a grin. Miss Mirror looked awed. Han Sen had never seen a Requiem tree egg before, so he didn't know what it was supposed to look like. But that gold crystal was obviously some good stuff. Once they had confirmed the nature of the orb inside the tree, Night Wind let the egg fall back into the hole and went back to hacking at the tree trunk using the broken sword. Wood chips and shavings flew everywhere as the hole grew steadily larger. Han Sen and Miss Mirror looked at each other. They could see the greediness and awareness in each other's eyes. Such a giant Requiem tree egg was the rarest of treasures. They all wanted it for themselves, but Night Wind was too powerful. And Han Sen and Miss Mirror couldn't predict if Night Wind would betray them. In addition to being deified, he was now wielding that deadly broken sword. If he did decide to turn on them, Han Sen and Miss Mirror would be in a lot of danger. After another hour of hacking away at the tree hole was an entire meter wide. It seemed as if they'd be able to pull the tree egg out now. Night Wind swung the broken sword across his back. He leaned into the greatly expanded hole, using his hands to try to pull the egg out into the open. Night Wind applied steady pressure, and the egg began to slide steadily, if slowly, out of the hole. The giant Requiem tree egg was gold like amber, and the small section that had been revealed so far looked like the narrow end of a chicken's egg. All three of them froze as they stared not at the egg itself, but at what lay beneath the egg's transparent exterior. Within that small end of the gold egg, they could see a head. It looked like the head of someone who was either a human or one of the Extreme King. The head appeared to belong to an 18-year-old girl. Her eyes were closed peacefully, and her hair appeared to be gold. But they couldn't tell if that was just the tint of the tree egg or her natural color. Her eyelashes were long. In that serene pose, she looked like Sleeping Beauty from the fairy tale. "Why does the Requiem tree egg have a creature inside it?" Night Wind asked, looking at the tree egg with confusion. Miss Mirror looked at the tree egg, shook her head, and said, "I don't know. I've never heard of such a giant Requiem tree egg. And I've never heard of there being life inside one of them. Is the Requiem tree a xenogenic? Can the Requiem tree breed and produce life?" Han Sen asked uncertainly. Maybe she accidentally entered the tree hole and died, and then her body was covered by resin. Maybe that is how she ended up like this. Night Wind mumbled thoughtfully to himself. Han Sen's eyes suddenly hardened. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now we have one more person." When Night Wind and Miss Mirror heard him, their brows furrowed. The prediction of the 6 pictures revealed 4 faceless men. They thought that they had changed things by getting rid of the Duke. When their numbers were reduced to 3, they thought they had trumped the prophecy. But now the tree egg had a human-like creature inside, and that brought their numbers back up to 4. The 3 of them looked at each other nervously. Night Wind gnashed his teeth. He wanted to push the tree egg back into the hole. But the tree egg suddenly shone with a golden light, and a wave of power tossed Night Wind away from the egg and the girl it contained. The egg shot out of the hole like a bullet, then fell to the ground where it rolled for a bit. Now that they could see the tree egg's full appearance, it was just as Miss Mirror had predicted. 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. It was like a giant amber egg. A naked, 15-year-old girl lay inside that tree egg. Beneath the blonde hair that spread across her shoulders, they could see a tattoo covering her whole back. A 9-life cat. Han Sen thought the instant he saw the tattoo. His nostrils flared, and he barely kept himself from shouting the words. "This is rather ominous." Hansen thought in his heart. He quickly reviewed the facts. There was a giant requiem tree inside Do God City. The tree contained a giant requiem egg, and there was a girl frozen within that egg, for some reason. The girl had a 9-life cat tattoo across her entire back. Hansen's mind raced for an explanation, but he couldn't come up with one. The sight of a 9-life cat tattoo on a woman's back was familiar to Hans Senator. This girl's tattoo looked the same as Zero's. It was exactly the same, in fact, and that was why Hansen was so shocked. Is that girl inside the egg Zero's sister? But that doesn't make sense. Do God City fell 1 billion years ago. How long has Zero been alive? It doesn't seem as if the two of them could be related. But then, why would they have the same tattoo on their backs? Is it the same organization's branding? Blood Legion's symbol is the 9-life cat, but Blood Legion hasn't been around as long as Do God City, and their history doesn't reach back to the time before it fell. That goddamn old cat. He must know all the answers I'm looking for. Hansen was giving himself a headache trying to figure all this out. He wanted to lay his hands on that old cat and string it up. He wanted to torture the feline so that he could learn everything it knew. Catcha! A snapping sound suddenly came from the egg, pulling Hansen out of his thoughts. A crack had formed across the golden egg. Is that girl still alive? Hansen asked in amazement, slowly taking a single step back. Miss Mirror, Night Wind, and Hansen all had the same reaction. After falling back a little ways, they stopped. They couldn't escape now. They hadn't found a cure for their red eyes, and they were sure to die if they chose to leave. But Hansen was worried about something a little different. Although he also had red eyes that he couldn't get rid of, he was more afraid that the weird power might be contagious. He didn't want to risk infecting Bauer or Ningyu. That was why he had come here. He wanted to find some way to remove the infectious power. And if this abandoned city didn't present any answers, he planned to try getting rid of the red eyes with his super god spirit body. Hansen had no control over what was occurring, and he couldn't even tell if it was dangerous or not. He wanted to flee. But before he had time to turn and run, he heard a humming tone like the sound one might expect from a viola. The giant egg cracked like glass around the form of the blonde girl, then shattered completely. Seeing the scattered remains of the egg, Night Wind gnashed his teeth and dropped into a defensive crouch. His dark substance chains then shot out to collect all of the pieces of the egg. The egg had disintegrated and fallen to the ground, but the girl still hung in the air. Her body was curled up in fetal position, and an intriguing scent wafted from her. She smelled like the requiem tree egg, but better. One moment Hansen thought he could barely smell the scent, and the next moment it was almost overpowering. I don't care who or what you are. I have to kill you now. Dark substance chains circled and writhed around Night Wind's body, and he sent increasing amounts of power into the hand that wasn't holding the broken sword. After charging up his strike for a few seconds, he slashed at the girl. Night Wind had no choice. If he didn't go forward with this, the red-eye power would drive him insane. The only escape from this fate was to acquire more power. His sword of darkness tore through the air toward the sleeping girl. The girl's body looked as if it was shielded by some invisible power. When Night Wind's dark substance chains got within a foot of the girl, they shattered. His power couldn't reach her. Night Wind roared like thunder and prepared to slash with the broken sword instead. His dark substance chains were unable to damage the girl, so he poured all of his strength into the broken sword. Since the broken sword was able to damage the requiem tree, he believed it should be able to harm the girl's seemingly delicate skin. The blade hissed through the air toward her, and it didn't explode like the dark substance chain. He slashed downwards, but the sword moved so slowly. It was like the sword was gradually slicing through some invisible substance. The sword descended toward the girl's throat. The blade was going to touch her skin. As this occurred, the girl's eyes moved beneath their eyelids. It seemed as if she was about to wake up. Her blonde hair silently waved and shimmered. To Night Wind's surprise, the girl's blonde hair rose and wrapped around the blade of the broken sword, stopping the weapon in an instant. Night Wind stared. The broken sword that could cut through the requiem tree was unable to cut the girl's hair. Still gripping the broken sword by its handle, Night Wind used his substance chain in an attempt to pull the broken sword out of the entrapment of the girl's hair. He tugged at it a few times, but it didn't budge. The girl finally opened her eyes. She had gold irises. She looked expressionlessly at Night Wind. Either that, or she was simply looking forward and he happened to be in the way. Night Wind was a very decisive individual. When he was unable to pull the sword from her grasp, he abandoned the sword and turned to run. Han-san and Miss Mirror had started running as soon as Night Wind attacked the girl. Speaking of running, Han-san was the best at that. He ran faster than Miss Mirror, and that put him in front. Miss Mirror wasn't slow, but she was king class. She wouldn't be as fast as Night Wind anymore either. Night Wind quick sped by her. Han-sen used his Dongxian area, which allowed him to see everything. Night Wind didn't slow down. He was headed past Han-sen like he was teleporting. But with his expanded vision, Han-sen saw something hit Miss Mirror in her back. She tumbled to the ground with blood bubbling over her lips. And then, all of a sudden, the blonde girl was standing right next to Han Senator. Not even the Dongxian area had warned him that she was coming. Pucha! Night Wind had been moving around Han San, and when the blonde girl appeared, he almost bumped into her. He raised his arms to defend himself, but it was too late. The blonde girl was holding the broken sword, and she thrust it into Night Wind's heart with an almost casual motion. Time stood still. Miss Mirror was on the ground. Han-san was standing next to the blonde girl, and the blonde girl had stabbed the broken sword into Night Wind's chest. It was just like the fourth picture. Was it really a prophetic drawing? Hansen wondered. The only thing he knew for sure was that he would be unable to escape the girl. Not even the deified Night Wind had stood a chance against her speed. Night Wind had been stabbed, and his face hadn't changed a bit. He did not have blood ooze from his chest either. His body simply melted into the darkness and became formless. Then he went to space. The blonde-haired girl was still holding the broken sword in its thrusting position. She did not blink, and she still looked incredibly cold. It was like she had no focus. But that broken sword's symbols had some golden flames on it. The broken sword was burning like a sun. It was shining with a scary golden light. Arg! Night Wind had become one with the darkness. Not even the broken sword cut hurt him now, but he screamed when the sun-like gold light shined on him. His body was fading into the gold light that was like a sun. It only took a second to completely destroy his life force. Hansen felt a chill. Night Wind was a deified elite, and he had been killed in moments. Miss Mirror was severely injured, and she wouldn't be getting back to her feet anytime soon. Blood continued to trickle past her lips, but luckily, her life force still seemed stable. She was wounded but not dying. Hansen turned around and looked at the blonde girl, and he noticed that she had turned around to look at him, too. They stared at each other, only a single step separating them. What the hell is happening right now? Hansen wondered. His heart was pounding like it was about to jump out of his chest, and he considered teleporting to the sanctuaries immediately. This blonde girl had just executed a deified elite as easily as Han-san might step on an insect. Attempting to fight her would be a death wish. Hansen didn't want to die, so he didn't attempt to fight back or make any moves that the girl might interpret as aggression. But when Han-san saw the girl's eyes, he resisted the urge to hop back to the sanctuaries. She didn't look murderous. Of course, that wasn't the most important reason that Han-san was staying here rather than fleeing to the sanctuaries. He could already tell that the girl could strike with her sword much more quickly than Han-san could use the Bloodpulse Sutra to open a portal. She could cut his head off before he even finished summoning power. So instead of running or fighting, both of them just stood there. Hansen didn't move. He was afraid that any motion on his part might cause the blonde girl to attack. But the blonde girl just stood where she was, not attacking. She looked in Hansen's direction, but her eyes didn't seem focused. It was hard to tell if she really was looking at him. Han-san remained motionless as cold sweat beaded on his brow. The scary girl was as still as stone, and they had been staring at each other for 10 minutes. If they had been in a bar or pub, staring at a beautiful blonde girl for a prolonged amount of time would have been an enjoyable, relaxing thing for Han Senator instead. They were in an abandoned city in a cursed land, and Han-san was anything but relaxed. Looking at a pretty girl was like looking at a beautiful painting. Han-san didn't need to touch it to enjoy the experience. But right now, Han-sen had difficulty breathing under the pressure. Every second felt as long as a century. That girl was pretty indeed. She was like a blonde princess from a fairy tale. But no matter how attractive she was, thinking about how easily she had just killed a deified extreme king kept Han-san from calming himself down. Who knew when she might suddenly decide to cut Han-san in half with a single swing of her sword? You should move. Show me a sign. Are we fighting or seeking peace? Han-sen thought desperately. Sweat was running down his face now. He thought of a million ideas. But the girl was still just looking at him. Her eyes were dull, like she was badly dazed. Han-sen gritted his teeth. He gradually moved his foot, wanting to step away from her, wondering if he could walk off slowly without disturbing her. But he had only taken half a step when the blonde girl took one whole step toward Han-senator. She almost bumped into him. Han-sen immediately stopped, which made the girl stop as well. Both of them were much closer now. Han-sen could almost feel the girl's breath, and he could smell her perfume again. Han-sen didn't move and the girl didn't either. The two of them continued to stare at each other again. Oh, my God. What is happening here? Is this girl really a princess? Does she think I am so handsome that she doesn't want to kill me? Does she want to marry me instead? Just tell me if you want to marry me. Don't just stand there doing nothing. It's creepy, Han-sen thought. If this girl liked him, she should summon her courage and tell him. If she was in love with him, that was totally fine. It was better than killing him, anyway. If something didn't happen soon, the tension was going to make Han-san explode. The girl clearly hadn't noticed how rigid and uncomfortable he was. Her eyes were still unfocused. When she stepped forward as he stepped away, it was probably a subconscious reaction. Han-san didn't know what the girl would do once she woke up. If she had injured Miss Mirror and killed Night Wind without even being fully conscious, she must be pretty scary. Then Han-san remembered something that made it seem even less likely that this would end well for him. The first 4 pictures on the screen had already come true. When Han-san remembered the scene from the 5th picture, his heart began beating even faster. In the 5th picture, one faceless man had been lying on the ground, and 2 other faceless men appeared to be fighting. One of them was gripping the other's neck. Han-san could guess that the faceless man on the ground represented Miss Mirror, which meant that the fighting faceless men were the girl and himself. If he fought someone with her power, there was no way he could win. Thinking of Miss Mirror, Han-sen glanced over at her. She was in a much better condition, and her wounds were healing quickly. But she lay on the ground, not attempting to get up or run away. Why isn't she running? Han-sen thought to himself. Then he understood. She must have remembered the 5th picture as well. If the 5th picture came true, she might be the safest by remaining on the ground. If she got up to run, perhaps she would end up as the one fighting. So evil, Han-sen thought. The girl still hadn't moved, but it did seem as if her eyes were starting to brighten. She was slowly starting to wake up. Han-sen kept thinking, if those pictures are true, then only 2 faceless men will exist by the 6th picture. One will be on the floor, and the other will be kneeling in prayer before the statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. I don't know if the one on the floor is dead or alive. If they are alive, then that means either Miss Mirror or I will survive. Only one of us will live, but that doesn't matter. Miss Mirror will be the one who dies. I will be the one who gets out. Han-sen was confident about this. He was very confident because he had the super god spirit body. He couldn't beat the girl, but he could use the short period of invincibility to return to the sanctuary. Han-sen continued to think, and Miss Mirror remained on the ground, waiting for some chance. The girl, meanwhile, was looking at Han-senator. None of them were moving. It was like time had stood still, and everything was silent. Life and awareness were flowing back into the girl's eyes. Only her eyes seemed to change, but somehow, they made her whole body seem different. She had moved like an emotionless killing machine when she first came out of the egg, but now she seemed like a real human. The girl blinked, and Han-sen's heart jumped in response. With this girl now awake, God only knew what she might do. After the girl blinked, she seemed to come back to herself fully. She saw Hansen and so she moved. She jumped to him and grabbed him by the neck. Hansen felt something very powerful coming his way. His body leaned back reflexively, trying to get away from it. The blonde girl leaped on top of him. Miss Mirror didn't move as the girl jumped and wrapped her arms around Hansen's neck, her weight slamming into his chest and taking him to the ground. They both became entangled, just as the fifth picture on the screen had shown. Hansen had prepared himself for the inevitable fight, and as they fell, Hansen's eyes started to turn white as he summoned his super god spirit body. Big brother, Warner has been waiting for you to come back. The blonde girl was riding Hansen hard, and she now wore a beautiful smile. She clutched his face, lowered her head, and kissed Hansen on the forehead. Hansen was stunned. He didn't know what was going on, but the glowing white in his eyes started to recede. Hansen was still trying to summon his super god spirit body, but it vanished after the girl kissed him. Something else disappeared, too. The blonde girl's golden light rapidly faded into nothing. The blonde hair that had shone like a sun was now like a fire that had been extinguished. It darkened until she had a full head of black hair. Even her golden pupils were now as dark as ink. I can finally be with Big Brother again. Warner pulled herself back upright, sitting on Hansen's chest. She looked at Hansen with her beautiful smile. That sweet and happy smile made Hansen freeze. At that moment, she looked so incredibly innocent. The next second, her eyelids fluttered closed. She looked soft as she slumped down on Hansen's chest, and a few seconds later, she lost consciousness. Hey, lady, you have it wrong. I'm not your big brother. Hansen shifted the girl who referred to herself as Warner, sliding his arms under her as he climbed back to his feet. Her skin appeared smooth, and it was very soft. Hansen could no longer feel her scary presence and power. Her life force had dropped to a tiny fraction of what it had been. Now she was as weak as a commoner in this universe, or perhaps even weaker. If Hansen hadn't seen her transform with his own eyes, he never would have imagined that this black-haired girl was the blonde girl who had taken out the deified night wind in a single blow. Hansen realized that the tattoo of the nine-life cat on her back was now gone. The skin of her back was smooth and white as if the tattoo had never existed in the first place. What is going on? Hansen frowned. When he scanned the girl, he confirmed that she had passed out, but she was still alive. Her life force was so low that it was concerning, however. It was hard to imagine how she had been able to blast out the scary power she had used earlier. Lady, wake up! Hansen pressed his finger to her lips to see if she really was in a coma, or if she was just pretending instead. But he quickly pulled his finger back, startled. The girl Warner didn't wake up, and her pink skin was bleeding where Hansen had pressed his finger, as if her skin was fragile and paper-thin. Hansen hadn't even used strength. With the strength she had previously demonstrated, there should have been no way for Hansen to leave a mark on her body, even if he used his full strength. But he had just slightly tapped her lips, and now the skin was broken and bleeding. She was no longer what she had been when she first woke up. What is this? What's going on with her? Hansen looked at the girl weirdly. Miss Mirror eventually got back to her feet. She picked up the broken sword and tried to stab Lady Warner. Hansen tightened his arms around the girl and dodged. Miss Mirror directed a hard stare at him. What are you doing? Now is the best time to kill her. If she wakes up and becomes that blonde bitch again, we won't be able to kill her. Then we'll be the ones to die. Hansen frowned and looked at the girl. He had thought about doing this as well. He knew Miss Mirror was right. The girl's body was like that of an average person right now. A random strike could kill her. This really was their best chance. If she woke up and engaged her blondie mode, he and Miss Mirror would be unable to touch her. They might be in grave danger. In the sixth picture, there were only two faceless people. That meant one of them was gone. If they didn't kill the blonde girl now, that meant one of them would have to die. What happened next might be a conflict between Hansen and Miss Mirror. Because of all these things, killing the girl really seemed like the best choice. It would certainly sort out many of their current troubles, and it could heighten their chances for survival. But Han Sen still hesitated. What Warner said to Han Sen before she fainted made him think. He didn't think he was actually Warner's big brother, but killing a girl who wasn't currently hostile and couldn't fight back was something Han Sen couldn't make himself do. And there was one thing that really did nag at him. His super god spirit body was supposed to be invincible, but the girl's power had been able to cancel its activation. He was really confused about what had happened there. His super god spirit power hadn't been destroyed, just pushed back. Han Sen could activate the super god spirit body again, but the girl had done something that he had never experienced before. He cared deeply about what it could mean. Miss Mirror knew what Han Sen was thinking. She lifted the sword and pointed it at the girl, saying, "Don't get fooled by what she said. She probably knew she couldn't last long, and that's why she said it. She wanted to give you a reason to keep her alive. Shouldn't you know that she isn't your real sister? She isn't my sister, but I can't do it." Han Sen took off his jacket and covered the girl's body. The girl could have killed him, but she hadn't. Han Sen knew that things were not as Miss Mirror was saying. "If you cannot do it, then I will do it," Miss Mirror growled. "I'm sorry, but there is something I would like to ask her. Let's decide once she has woken up," Han Sen said as he held the girl. "You are a gentleman, but you seem to have forgotten what the sixth picture depicts." Miss Mirror laughed darkly. "I didn't forget, but you really don't think that can predict our future, do you?" Han Sen asked calmly. "I don't know if it can predict our future, but everything predicted by the prior pictures came true. We have to be careful," Miss Mirror said. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror was correct. He sighed and said, "You should just go. Let me handle this. I will continue to explore. Even if the prophetic picture is correct, it doesn't say that whoever isn't in the picture ends up dead. You and I have exchanged minds. You know what my personality is like." Miss Mirror didn't move. She raised the sword and pointed it at the girl in Han Sen's arms. Han Sen knew Miss Mirror's personality well. She was ambitious, and that ambition compelled her to control every scenario. She wouldn't allow others to dictate what course her future would take. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the stone fields in the first place. She only had to send Han Sen, Night Wind, or even Red Cloud. "My lady, can't you see that we are walking right into that prophecy?" Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror. He had never believed in the prophecy anyway. Around the same time as the girl broke out of the egg, the human stone in the camp melted like ice. But instead of water, a substance that looked like blood emerged from the melting stone. The two guinea pigs inside the warehouse witnessed this happen, and they backed away from the stone with wide eyes. They screamed and turned to run, but when their mouths opened, they stopped mid-stride. Their eyes turned red, and a scary presence came out of them. More of that red blood oozed from the stone. It began to rise from the ground as a vapor, spreading to fill the surrounding air. All the members of Spring Rain and the workers that were nearby fell under the influence of that invisible power. They all leveled up, their power increasing so quickly that it almost seemed like they were cheating. They increased one level and their genes grew stronger. All of the nearby kings became half-deified, and the half-deifieds actually downgraded to become measly dukes. The creatures that had already been affected by the stone didn't change again, but other than those few who had already been altered, there was only one anomaly. Ningyu. He hadn't been affected in any capacity. His little green sword groaned, then flew up and landed in Ningyu's hand. It shone green, bathing him in a protective light. In Han Sen's room, Bauer was still playing games with Falling Leaf. She looked up suddenly, and her face grew worried. She raised her hand and summoned a little gourd. The little gourd shone with a weird light of its own, covering herself, Falling Leaf, and the little red bird. "What are you doing?" Falling Leaf asked, having no idea what Bauer was actually doing. She saw the shining little gourd, but she didn't notice any of the other powers that were at play. "Nothing. Let's continue our card game," Bauer said with a blink. Falling Leaf made no comment, and they resumed their game. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the stone had completely melted. A white-haired man with white clothing had been revealed, sitting exactly where the stone had been. He looked pale and he smelled musty and ancient. It was as if he had been sitting there forever, watching the days and the moons go by, and the stars themselves fall to darkness. Time must have moved like a river for him. It was like nothing in the world could leave a mark on him. The rise and fall of empires were mere moments to a man like this. He let out a sigh. The man opened his eyes, and then he spoke to himself. After all these lifetimes, I just want to get drunk with you. Is there any point living in this world without you? The white-haired man stood up and exited the warehouse. The infected creatures of the base, meanwhile, were in the midst of fighting each other. Their levels had increased or decreased, and their eyes had turned red. They became insane and bloodthirsty, trying to kill anyone they could reach. All kinds of powers were being used across the base. If the base hadn't been built out of the sturdy black rock, it would have been reduced to a ruin by now. The white-haired man walked through the various pitched battles, but none of the crazed people attacked him. No power dared to land on him. He slid through the base like a ghost, immaterial and untouchable. The man walked out of the base camp and turned his gray eyes up to look at the stars above. The buildings behind him began to collapse under the ferocity of the fights, and explosions of power bloomed like fireworks. But the man was wholly uninterested, and he continued talking to himself. This world is so boring without you. The white-haired man looked at the base, and his eyes drifted toward Bauer's room. Then his calm eyes suddenly looked shocked. Pang! Falling Leaf and Bauer were in the middle of playing card games. Suddenly, a booming noise shook the room, and the walls collapsed like the petals of a flower. But not a single piece of debris came near them. When Falling Leaf looked outside, her eyes opened wide. The entire base was little more than a ruin. Spring Rain members and workers were all mixed together, fighting and killing each other like they'd been possessed. Dead bodies and torn flesh were strewn about in pools of blood. "Are you guys crazy?" Falling Leaf shouted. But the crazed fighters paid no heed to her cry. They continued butchering each other in a frenzy. Amidst the killing, the white-haired man walked gracefully toward them. He moved effortlessly through the destruction, and the violence fell away from him like oil over water. Falling Leaf's heart leaped inside her chest. She flipped her hand and quickly brought out a dagger. She looked at the white-haired man and said firmly, "Stop! If you step closer, I'll kill you." The white-haired man behaved as if he hadn't heard her. He kept walking toward the room, peering at Bauer, who was atop the sofa. She gave 3 warnings, but the white-haired man didn't seem to hear her. Falling Leaf had no idea what was going on, but Miss Mirror had commanded that she look after Bauer and keep the girl safe, and that was exactly what Falling Leaf would do. She thrust her dagger at the white-haired man. Falling Leaf's entire person seemed to connect with the universe. For a moment she was extending her dagger in an attack, and that moment froze, hovering like an afterimage. Then the afterimage vanished, and the only thing left behind was the sinking feeling of watching yellow leaves fall in late autumn, withered and dying. That feeling of death flashed by the white-haired man. Harmless. Falling Leaf was back where she had started as if nothing had happened. But Falling Leaf's pupils grew smaller. Her assassination skills were top-notch, and her full power attacks were a threat to even deified elites. But this man had simply ignored her attack, and he was still headed for Bauer as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? Falling Leaf couldn't believe her eyes as she stared at the white-haired man. Her chest constricted with sudden fear. She had no idea how the white-haired man might have broken her strongest attack. Although he didn't look strong, there was a cold feeling in her stomach. Merely looking at the man gave Falling Leaf the creeps. The man never looked at Falling Leaf, though. His attention was focused on Bauer. Bauer grabbed her little gourd. Her face looked very dire, and she stared at the man as if he was an enemy. Boom! The little red bird on Bauer's shoulder seemed to feel that it needed to intervene as well. It flew off of Bauer's shoulder, becoming a scary fire phoenix that hovered right beside the girl. It cried at the white-haired man in warning, but it didn't attack. It actually looked quite afraid of the white-haired man. Interesting. Is this a combination of a phoenix and a fish bird? To be able to do this, This is quite interesting. The white-haired man finally averted his gaze from Bauer to look at the little red bird. Intrigued. Falling Leaf was frozen. She had thought the little red bird on Bauer's shoulder was a useless pet. But the scary presence it now exuded told her that it was actually a deified xenogeneic. The next second, an even scarier thing happened. The white-haired man simply reached out and grabbed the fire phoenix out of the air. The bird's fire vanished, and it didn't even have a chance to resist. It returned to being that little red bird in his hands, and it couldn't fly away. The white-haired man looked at the little red bird in his hand. It kept squirming, thrashing its wings as it tried to escape the grasp. He spoke to himself, saying, "You really have phoenix and fish-bird genes? And it is still so young? Who could do something like this?" Bauer looked at the white-haired man. She blinked and said, "Are you going to bully a kid and her pet?" When the white-haired man heard Bauer, he turned to her and smiled. Raising his hand, he freed the little red bird. It flapped its wings and quickly hid behind Bauer, too afraid to reveal itself. "What is your name?" the white-haired man asked Bauer. "Bauer, Han Bauer," Bauer answered seriously. Aside from the times when she was with Han Sen and Ji Yanran, she was rarely so honest. "Not bad. Say hi to your father for me." The white-haired man nodded to Bauer, then turned to leave. "What is your name?" Bauer asked, looking at the white-haired man's back. "Tai Yi." The white-haired man didn't look back. He kept on walking. After a few steps, though, his body began to disappear into a ripple in space. "What are you doing?" Bauer asked. "Calling in a debt. It's time that I get back something that doesn't belong to them." The white-haired man's voice echoed through the cosmos, drifting from an increasing distance until it vanished entirely. Falling Leaf was left trembling. She had never seen someone use a teleportation skill while still sending back their voice. Even King Bai couldn't do something like that. As Falling Leaf recovered from her shock, someone cried out, calling for aid. "Help!" They turned around, and a girl wearing pink clothing was running through in the middle of the fight. She sprinted toward them, screaming and sobbing. A Duke xenogeneic worker was chasing after her. It had no weapon, and it was reaching for the woman with its bare hands. Based on how she was moving, the woman seemed stronger than the Duke worker. But she also looked terrified, and she ran recklessly without the will or courage to look back. Bauer cocked her head curiously as Ningyu approached. She remembered Ningyu, and no matter how much she tried, she couldn't connect this Ningyu with the powerful person she used to know. "Help me! Bauer, help me!" Ningyu pleaded, running forward like a dog with its tail between its legs. Falling Leaf was about to stop Ningyu, but Bauer hastily told her, "Let him come." Ningyu stumbled clumsily into the ruins of the room, and when she got there, she hid behind Bauer, still shaking. Too scary. Save me, Bauer." "Ha! Little Miss Ningyu, you should be much stronger than that lame Duke. What are you afraid of?" Bauer laughed, looking at Ningyu as if she was eyeing a fun new toy. Tremors still ran through Ningyu's body. Her face looked pale. She really seemed to be rattled. Fighting is wrong. Murder is even more wrong. Plus, I am such a beautiful girl. Ha! Bauer couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes smiled like a crescent moon, and she stroked Ningyu's hair. Right. You are so right. Pretty and cute girls like us shouldn't be fighting and killing." "I know, right?" Ningyu frantically nodded her agreement. She still looked to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Falling Leaf didn't agree at all. She swiftly used her dagger to cut the Duke's head off. "What happened? Why is this happening? Does this have something to do with that man?" Falling Leaf looked around. The killing was taking place everywhere, and she didn't seem to know where to look. More creatures were toward them. Falling Leaf warned them loudly to stay back, but they didn't listen to her words, and so she had to fight and cut them down. Han Sen and Miss Mirror were still having a standoff. Neither of them had yet made the first move. "Me or her? You can only pick one." Miss Mirror eyed Han Sen, her grip on the broken sword still tight. "Let's leave here together." This place is so scary. It will be safer if we go someplace with more people. Hansen smiled. Safety depends on what kind of partner you have. I don't want to haul a ticking time bomb around with me, not knowing if it will explode at any moment, Miss Mirror said. Then how about you keep going on ahead by yourself, and I will turn back with the girl. Is that okay? Hansen said after a moment of thought. No. Do you want her to bring harm to my spring rain? Miss Mirror frowned. Then I will wait here with her and not go anywhere, Hansen said. No. If you cannot do it, then I will do it for you, Miss Mirror said. She swung her sword at the girl in Hansen's arms. Miss Mirror had become king class, but her will and intelligence were still deified. Her slash appeared like a rainbow, not straight, but mysteriously curved. It made it very difficult to tell where the sword was headed. Hansen's movements were also difficult to predict, but after a couple of attempts to evade the attack, he was still unable to dodge Miss Mirror's sword. He threw his palm out to intercept the broken sword. He touched its hilt, but not its blade. The broken sword could cut through a requiem tree, so it was far too sharp to counter directly. Hansen wouldn't use his own weapon to block the blow. Even a deified treasure might be destroyed by the broken sword. But when his palm struck the hilt of the broken sword, a sharp pain seared through his chest. A wave of power sent him flying and made his ribs groan under the strain. He tasted blood in the back of his mouth. What's going on? Something injured my chest. Is this my own power? Hansen thought to himself, but Miss Mirror's broken sword came slashing toward him again. Miss Mirror was proving why she had been such a powerful deified elite. Her sword skills far exceeded Hansen's abilities, and she was still extremely strong. And her sword skills were uncanny. No matter how much Hansen varied his movement patterns, he couldn't avoid the strike. It was kind of like a falsified sky attack, but this attack lacked causal powers. Pang! Hansen had to reach out his hand to counter the attack. Like last time, his hand struck the hilt of the broken sword. Another impact thudded into his chest and sent him flying. Miss Mirror followed him like his own shadow. She kept trying to strike that girl that Hansen held in his arms. Is this your mirror spirit body? Hansen asked as he retreated. Yes, even as a king class I can kill you easily. So don't test my patience, Miss Mirror said warningly. So your mirror spirit body can only return attacks that I deal? That's not very impressive, Hansen said. Maybe it's not amazing, but it's enough to kill you, Miss Mirror declared. You're willing to kill me? Hansen couldn't fall back anymore. He wouldn't be able to avoid the next attack, and he couldn't counterattack Miss Mirror or the broken sword. He turned around and used his body to shield the girl from the blade. Don't think that I won't kill you, Miss Mirror said with obvious annoyance, as she stopped her sword. My lady is a princess of the Extreme King, and you are the king's sister. You are the leader of spring rain. Are you really going to believe in the truthfulness of this prophecy? Tell me the real reason you want to kill her, Hansen said coolly as he eyed Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror didn't continue trying to attack him. She looked at Hansen for a while before saying, prophecies can have very real power. Not many elites can actually predict the future, but there are some. Most notably, the very high are very skilled at prophecy. They are able to predict events in a similar manner to how the pictures on that screen seem to function. But that isn't the real reason that you want to kill her, Hansen said, shaking his head. Miss Mirror didn't deny the accusation. Right now, her body is weak, so weak that any noble could kill her. But the powers that she displayed earlier were very strong. Even Night Wind, a deified elite of the Extreme King, was brought down in a single blow. This strangely fluctuating power reminds me of someone from an old legend. Who? Hansen raised his eyebrow. Sacred Leader, Miss Mirror said slowly. How is that possible? Sacred Leader led so many powerful elites. If he had a weakness that was so obvious, I'm sure he would have died many times over, Hansen replied skeptically. If Sacred Leader's body was that weak, he would have had great difficulty keeping himself alive, let alone ruling an empire. He commanded a multitude of people with incredible power. Such people would have discovered his weakness quite easily. There was no way Sacred Leader could have led Sacred for so long with such a blatant flaw. Of course, it is only a legend. Although Sacred Leader's body was sometimes weak, he was always wearing a magical set of armor. Even those closest to Sacred Leader never saw his face. Plus, he was extremely skilled with the powers of time and space. Ambushing or trapping him would have been impossible. I don't know exactly what it means, but this girl's power is very abnormal. Maybe she is somehow connected with Sacred Leader. Even if they aren't related, I must still take the precaution of killing her. I am not risking my life for her. Miss Mirror looked at Han-san and went on to say, "You should leave now, as this is your last chance. If you try to stop me, I will kill you. I won't let you escape if you oppose me here." Han-sen had questions he needed to ask the girl, many of which he desperately wanted to know the answers to. He didn't want her to die just yet. "I am sorry, but I'd like for her to live," Han-sen murmured quietly. Miss Mirror said nothing. She merely slashed towards Han-sen, letting her actions speak for her. She had made a decision, and if Han-san was going to stop her from killing the girl, she would no longer try to avoid injuring him. Based on the power in Miss Mirror's attack, it seemed that she was no longer playing around, and Han-sen knew it. He took this threat seriously. His purple-eye butterfly kept spinning, analyzing Miss Mirror's sword skill. He could use his Dongshin area to stop Miss Mirror's area and power, but that skill was part of his identity as Dollar. If Han-san used it in this situation, then his identity would be exposed. He didn't want to have to do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Miss Mirror's sword skills were strangely unpredictable. They were not causal sword skills, but they were still hard to dodge. As he saw Miss Mirror coming, Han-sen moved again to avoid her blade. Han-sen's movement was fast. He was faster than Miss Mirror, but somehow the broken sword still hit him and sliced into his arm. Han-sen had the undying original Water King body, so even if his body was cut open, he could heal immediately. Normal injuries wouldn't really hurt him when he took a strike from that broken sword. However, his original Water King body wasn't healing. It looks like this broken sword might have been quite the infamous weapon. Even the original Water King body cannot stand against it. You better think about how much you really want to stop me. The next hit won't land on your arm, Miss Mirror promised, and then she swung her sword. The sword arced like a rainbow, seeming to disappear mid-swing, like usual. "I understand your sword skills." Hansen moved, and Miss Mirror's attack hit nothing. Miss Mirror froze. She swung her sword at Han-sen again. Many sword rainbows came down, but Han-sen was like a butterfly. He fluttered back and forth, weaving between the sword rainbows. He was still holding the girl, though, and so he couldn't fight back. But he dodged each and every one of Miss Mirror's attacks. This must be a combination of your mirror area and your sword skills. Sword skills that go across the mirror world can't really be dodged. It flips the world, allowing an attack to travel through space that shouldn't exist. That keeps your opponents from discerning where a sword is coming from because they can't follow the blade along its path. It is a very powerful move, but it is useless against someone like me, Hansen said, continuing to speak calmly as he dodged Miss Mirror's attacks. Miss Mirror finally forced herself to accept that Han-san could see through her mirror sword skills. Continuing to attack would be pointless, so she lowered the sword. "Can we actually talk now?" Hansen didn't want to fight with Miss Mirror. Doing that would lead them right into the prophesied scenario. Miss Mirror gently laughed. "You think you have escaped my mirror sword skills?" "Have I not?" Hansen asked. "If you insist on getting in my way, I will let you see the real mirror area," Miss Mirror said, before lifting the sword in her hand again. Han-san knew Miss Mirror was an annoyingly powerful woman, so he hadn't let his guard down when she stopped attacking. "I will use this sword to blind your left eye." Miss Mirror swung with the broken sword, but this time, no sword rainbows appeared, twisting sinuously through space itself. This power slammed into Hansen with no warning. Pain shot through Hansen's left eye like it had been stabbed by a needle. Blood squirted from it, then the eyeball exploded. Han-sun didn't even see how she had managed to get his eye. "This attack will break your right eye," Miss Mirror said simply. Then she slashed again with her broken sword. Han-sun focused, pushing his purple eye butterfly to the max. He still couldn't identify the power that was pushing the broken sword. A ripping sensation came from his right eye, as if it had been cut by a blade as well. It exploded like the left eye, and blood poured from the socket. Because of the broken sword's weird power, his eyes kept bleeding. The bleeding wasn't going to stop, and his blood wouldn't crystallize either. "Let go of that girl, or my next strike will kill you," Miss Mirror said in a hard tone. Han-san was now blind, but that didn't affect what he could feel. He still looked incredibly calm as he said, "I should have known this was the real mirror area. My eyes reflected you and your sword, so you could break my eyes using your mirror. Now that my eyes are destroyed, what else will reflect you and your sword? How are you going to kill me?" Miss Mirror sighed. "You are too young. You think that's all my mirror area can do." After that, Miss Mirror raised her hand, and an old mirror appeared next to her. It was as tall as she was. That old mirror was pointed at Han-san, and it reflected Han-sen's image. Miss Mirror thrust her blade toward the mirror. The broken sword shoved through the mirror, but the mirror wasn't broken. Han-san felt a surge of pain in his chest, and a bloody hole appeared not far from his sternum. "What a powerful mirror area! Thank you for not killing me, my lady." Han-san knew the sword Miss Mirror wielded could have penetrated his heart or sliced his head off. "I am giving you one last chance," Miss Mirror said, her voice as harsh as a winter wind. She didn't want to kill Han Senator after all. He was the master of the Mirror Spirit Eye Ring. Killing him would deal a lot of damage to the Mirror Spirit Eye Ring, which would affect Miss Mirror herself very severely. But although she really didn't want to risk damaging the ring, she wanted to kill Lady Warner even more. If Han-sen refused to walk away, then she needed to beat Han-sen badly enough that he was no longer in any condition to protect the girl. If the last picture is true, will it be me and Han-san in front of that statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes? Miss Mirror wondered. "My lady, you overestimate your mirror area's power." Twin trails of blood streaked over Han-sen's cheeks as he held Lady Warner. He looked very calm. "Right?" Miss Mirror snapped, looking a bit angry. She had never been this patient with anyone before. If another person had tested her temper like this, even if they were deified, she would have struck them down. She kept enduring Han-sen's stubbornness and rudeness, but he obviously didn't appreciate that she was going easy on him. It was very frustrating for Miss Mirror. She used her sword to slash at the mirror. Han-san moved the moment Miss Mirror swung the broken sword. Her broken sword entered the mirror, but it couldn't hurt Han-san this time. "Your mirror area can assault my shadow within the mirror you create. Since that shadow is linked to my real body, you can hurt me. But that all depends on you being able to touch my shadow. My shadow in the mirror, however, moves with me. I can control it, allowing it to dodge your broken sword," Han-san said. "You are smart. You have learned much about my mirror area in such a short amount of time." Miss Mirror complimented him. Her face remained impassive. "But even if you do know that, so what? The mirror world is the opposite of our world. You can control your shadow, but it won't move as naturally as your own body, because every move you make in this world will be reversed in the mirror. And on top of that, you have been blinded. You cannot see your shadow in the mirror, so how do you expect that you will be able to dodge me? Try to attack me again, and you will see for yourself how well I can still dodge." Han-sen's composed expression hadn't changed. Clearly, Miss Mirror wasn't fond of Han-sen's attitude. She slashed her sword in the direction of the mirror with one of her rainbows. The power of the attack headed for Han-sen's shadow in the mirror. Han-san needed to control his movement, guiding his shadow around the incoming attack. Han-sen's shadow responded instantly to his every movement, but the reversal of the mirror made it very difficult to control. Normal people used mirrors to do their makeup or brush their hair. When performing a task that required a person to make extremely precise movements, people who weren't very experienced with working in mirrors would often make mistakes. Han-san wasn't doing anything as simple as brushing his hair, though. He was using a mirror to fight for his life. Han Sen had to control his reflection to avoid Miss Mirror's scary attacks. It would be a difficult task at the best of times, and doing so while blinded and injured would be nearly impossible. But Miss Mirror, despite running her sword skills at full power, was failing to inflict any more damage on Han Sen's reflection. She couldn't land a single strike. How is he doing this? Miss Mirror wondered. Her shock etched deep into her face. She knew how hard this had to be, especially since Han Sen had only just become a king. She would never have expected that Han Sen would be able to neutralize her sword skills. After all, she had the experience of a deified. She wasn't some ordinary king-class enemy to him. Now Han Sen could fight her face to face, and he could control the shadow in the mirror with unbelievable proficiency. She missed each and every attack. Through all of this, though, the most amazing thing was that Han Sen was blind. It was hard to imagine how strong his other senses must be to accomplish a feat such as this. Miss Mirror couldn't hurt his reflection, and so her sword stopped moving. "My lady, it looks like you cannot hurt me," Han Sen said. Miss Mirror was no longer angry. She had underestimated Han Sen, who was a king. She never thought Han Sen would become an actual threat to her. But now, Han Sen's performance had revealed him as just that. An enemy who could rival her power. He wasn't just some random king she could slay on a whim. "You are very strong. A leftover of the crystallizers is this capable? That is incredibly rare. If it was possible to avoid being your enemy, I would choose to do so," Miss Mirror said, looking at Han Sen with newfound respect. "I don't want to be your enemy either. Why don't we re-establish our bonds of cooperation and work to rid ourselves of the Red Eye Plague?" Han Sen smiled. "We will, of course. But she must die first," Miss Mirror said. The muscles in her jaw tightened, and a weird light shimmered. A scary mirror area appeared. Han Sen immediately realized he was now trapped in a mirror maze. Mirrors appeared everywhere he looked. Even the ground and the sky above were just mirror images. Han Sen's reflection was in every mirror, as if thousands of Han Sens were there. The mirrors reflected each other, creating reflections of Han Sen that stretched back into infinity. Han Sen's face changed. Since there were so many reflections, Miss Mirror could strike him with far greater ease now. Han Sen needed to stop her from hitting any one of those reflections. Defending himself had become a much more difficult task now. And it would be even harder to break the old mirrors now, too. He didn't know if those old mirrors could be broken. But even if they could break, the mirrors would only shatter and create countless more reflections in the shards. Han Sen would be in even more danger, then. "Still confident that you can dodge my attacks?" Miss Mirror asked as she hung in the center of the mirror area. "Let's give it a try. Maybe I can make it work." Han Sen shrugged. "You are so stubborn," Miss Mirror grunted. With a swing of the broken sword rainbows came to life and went flying at Han Sen through the mirrors. There were too many reflections in the mirrors, and Miss Mirror continued to attack without pause or hesitation. Countless reflections would be involved in every single evasion that was required. Han Sen's heart leaped. He summoned Jade Skin and channeled as much power into it as he could. His body became icy jade. His mind opened, and his Jade Skin area appeared. His expression focused. Han Sen jumped, and all of his reflections avoided the incoming sword strike. At the same time, his Jade Skin area covered all of the old mirrors. Frost spread over the surface of every single mirror. "That's useless. Your reflections in the ice are susceptible to my strikes, so I can still use them to kill you." Miss Mirror slashed towards one of the frozen-over mirrors. "The ice won't work? It looks like this is it, then." Han Sen sighed. Han Sen withdrew his Jade Skin area, pulling it all back into his body. Miss Mirror's sword came for one of Han Sen's reflections again, but this time, Han Sen didn't dodge. Dong! 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 Miss Mirror's sword struck all of Han Sen's reflections, but Han Sen just stood where he was. He wasn't bleeding, and not a single wound appeared across his body. It was like he was a jade statue, resolute and still. "Not even dust will tarnish my Jade Skin, Miss Mirror. My body is my body. It is mine alone, and nothing in this world will change that. Even if you break all my reflections, you cannot hurt me. Han Sen held Lady Wanner while he spoke, his voice frosty. Miss Mirror's rainbow powers kept swinging. They broke many of the reflections in the mirrors, but Han Sen's body remained completely undamaged. My lady, if you still had a deified body, it is safe to say that my jade skin wouldn't be able to endure your powerful sword strikes. But now you aren't too different from me. You are a first-tier king-class opponent. Unless you strike me with the broken sword, hitting my reflections isn't going to hurt me, Han Sen said. So what? It's actually quite relieving that I don't have to worry about striking you. I will just hit the woman instead. Even if you hide her behind you, you cannot protect her shadow from me, Miss Mirror pronounced as she raised her broken sword again. My lady, you must have heard what I just said, Han Sen said, as he suddenly looked at Miss Mirror. What? Miss Mirror asked. We are the same level as kings. Han Sen raised his fists. The ice jade around his fists became a godlight and flashed toward Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror's heart jumped, and an old mirror formed in front of her. She wanted to reflect the jadeskin godlight back on its wielder. But the godlight wasn't a simple attack power. It was a power for sealing. The icy light suddenly wrapped a binding seal around Miss Mirror and the old mirror, resolving into the shape of a giant ice cube. Miss Mirror, I'm going on ahead. If I can break the red-eye power, I will come back for you. Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror's broken sword, but he decided not to take it with him. He simply resettled his arms a little more comfortably around Wanner and headed back into the broken city. Even if the prophecy was true, it would be fulfilled by him and the girl now. Their current situation still aligned with the sixth picture of the mural they had discovered. But the broken city in front of them had yet to be cleared. The place was covered in broken stone and debris, and since Night Wind was no longer there to make a path for them, Han Sen had to do it. While carrying the girl, he broke the stones himself. He didn't have substance chains like Night Wind, so he was unable to clear a wide area. Instead, he broke a path just wide enough for him to slip through while still carrying the girl. He tried to travel as fast as he could. Han Sen felt as if the red-eye power wasn't affecting him as much, which might or might not have been because his eyes were broken. He still felt the urge to move in a certain direction, but it wasn't that strong. He wasn't sure what sort of weapon that broken sword had been, but Han Sen's injured eyes weren't healing with Jadeskin's power. But Han Sen cared little about that. It didn't matter to him if he had eyes right now. He could take the time to heal when he got out of there. Han Sen hadn't been gone for long when the ice sealing Miss Mirror made a groaning noise. Cracks appeared across its surface, and a second later, the ice cube shattered. Miss Mirror was free. Miss Mirror looked in the direction that Han Sen had escaped. Her expression was conflicted, but a while later, she sighed. I hope he can break the red-eye curse. Miss Mirror had realized something, and although she didn't want to think about it, she knew she had to. Unless she became deified again, it wouldn't be possible for her to defeat Han Sen at his current level. And so, if Han Sen couldn't find and destroy the source of the red-eye curse, all was lost. Perhaps the prophecy would come true too, and one of them would die. We might be the same level, but I can't compete with you. I hope when you are deified, you will have the courage to face me in the same way. Miss Mirror sat on a rock near the entrance to the cave leading into the city. She cast a Geno art to block the addiction-like draw of the red-eye power, and she sat there awaiting Han Sen's result. Han Sen carried Lady Wanner forward, breaking rocks as he went. He didn't encounter anything weird this time, but after 2 hours of travel, the rocks in front of him were becoming easier to move. When Han Sen moved the next pile of rubble out of his way, he realized that there was open air behind it. Han Sen stood before the entrance to a hall, and in that hall, there was a statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It looked exactly the same as the one they had seen previously, but this statue was 1,000 meters tall, far bigger than the one he had seen before. The moment Han Sen entered the hall, he could feel the statue staring at him. Han Sen's blinded eyes suddenly burned. The damage in his eyes began to repair itself, and in seconds, he was able to see again. Even with no mirror, Han Sen could feel that his eyes were shining with red light. The 4 pupils in his eyes were now like 4 red suns. That feeling of addiction had suddenly grown by orders of magnitude. Han Sen felt like a moth drawn to a flame. He wanted nothing more than to go to that statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Han Sen's will was really strong, but even he was wavering under the draw of the statue. It was like the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes was his final home. He wanted so badly to go into it. Come! Come! A demonic voice whispered from the statue. It was beckoning him over. Although Han Sen tried to control his will, his feet began stepping forward of their own volition. The call couldn't go unheeded, it seemed. He was slowly walking towards the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. Boom! Without hesitation, Han Sen deployed his super god spirit body. A glowing light spread in his eyes. It smothered the red and made his entire eyes turn white. When Han Sen last used his super god spirit body, he had been interrupted by water before it could remove the red color from his eyes. But now that he had unleashed it, the red eyes were gone. The white light burned across Han Sen like a cleansing flame. Han Sen's body hung in the air, white and godlike. He looked down on that giant statue with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. There were red eyes on one of the statue's pairs of hands, and those hands moved with Han Sen's body. That eye on the statue was like a demon, tracing Han Sen's movements. But under the influence of his super god spirit mode, the power of the eyes didn't work on Han. Senator Han Sen gathered up his power to use super spank. He wanted to see if he could break the demon-looking eye upon the statue. But before Han Sen struck, he felt his super god spirit body's power begin to fade. It suddenly disappeared and returned to his Geno core. What is this? Han Sen was shocked. The power had begun to fade from his back, and that was where Lady Warner was. The super god spirit body's power disappeared. The power of the statue landed on Han Sen, and it suddenly turned his eyes back into those red ones. Once more, Han Sen felt like a moth drawn to a flame. It was stronger than last time, too. His body was pulled uncontrollably toward the statue. This is bad. Now that Warner has no power, why would my super god spirit body be affected by her? Han Sen was in shock. Warner was still in her comatose state, but Han Sen tossed her body away from him. She landed against the ground some distance away, but luckily, Han Sen had used some of his power to cushion her landing. Instead of slamming into the ground like a bag of rocks, Warner slid smoothly through the air and landed softly, almost silently, on the ground. Han Sen wanted to see if having some distance between himself and Warner would allow him to fully activate and maintain his super god spirit body. After tossing Warner aside, Han Sen redeployed his super god spirit body. White light surrounded him once again, glowing from his hair and eyes. His red eyes vanished in a sea of white, just like they had on his previous attempt. But this time, Han Sen managed to keep his super god spirit body going, and his power didn't fade. Was Warner really causing my power to disappear? What's going on? How is it possible for her to affect my super god spirit body? Han Sen looked at Warner with shock. He noticed that her own body was glowing with gold light. Her eyes and hair were turning gold. Han Sen didn't have time to worry about that at the moment, though. He just focused on using super spank. He threw his fist toward the eye on the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes to see if he could break it. But the moment Han Sen got close, a weird glow rose around the statue. The statue seemed to be gathering up a substance chain of red light, and then the light lashed out at Han Sen. Han Sen's super god spirit body ignored blood light coming for him. The blood light went straight through him like he didn't even exist, like he was some sort of phantom. But Han Sen punched the statue's eye, releasing an explosion of force. The shockwave shoved Han Sen's body back, but the super spank strike was unable to destroy the eye. This is harder than that weird deified bug. Even the thought made Han Sen feel a cold dread. Part of him had expected this result, though. The confirmation simply disappointed him. He couldn't break the statue. That meant he couldn't unlock the secrets of the red eye power. But it also wouldn't affect him because he had the super god spirit body. But if anyone else was infected with the red eye condition, there was nothing he could do. Han Sen turned around and began walking away. He needed to leave the broken city, first and foremost. But then, the statue suddenly moved. Its enormous form suddenly stood fully erect, and it looked down on Han Sen with abject hatred. The entire hall shook as the statue rose to its full height. "It is alive!" Han Sen wasn't surprised. He jumped forward and tried to reach Wanner. But he then saw Wanner's body lift itself off the ground. Her hair and eyes had turned blonde, and she now looked exactly as she had appeared when Han Sen first saw her. Her eyes were open, but they were glazed and unfocused. The statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes stepped forward, sending one of its demon-like hands down to slap Han Senator. It paused above him, though, and it began to shine. The blonde-haired Wanner teleported in front of the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes, hovering in the air directly in front of its face. She waved her hand and cut its head off. Boom! The giant stone head fell onto the floor of the hall, creating a good-sized crater where it slammed into the floor. Han Sen was frozen. Wanner had such a weak body, but after she turned golden, her power became truly frightening. Its magnitude was difficult to believe. This was completely different from what the sixth image of the mural had depicted, too. The sixth picture showed one person on the floor and another person praying to the complete statue. But while the head had been cut off, the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes did not fall. Its body began to writhe, and all of its 1,000 arms were moving. The red eye in each of its hands began to glow, and that hellish glow covered the hall from one end to the other. Countless red substance chains emerged and slithered toward Wanner's body. Wanner's power was incredible, but her body was solid and could therefore be injured. She didn't have the invincible features of Han Sen's super god spirit body. Countless substance chains tangled around Wanner's body, and a cruel grin suddenly played across the mouth of the statue head on the floor. It flew up and opened its mouth, trying to consume Wanner. Han Sen's heart leaped. He stepped forward to help Wanner, but the golden light coming from Wanner's body intensified, and the rest of the chains suddenly melted. She raised a single hand and pressed it against the statue's head. And then, the statue's head exploded like fireworks. The head was shattered, but the statue wasn't dead. It seemed to be quite shocked, though. It turned its giant body around to run away. Wanner's blonde-haired form flashed, and she reappeared beside the statue. She reached out and planted her hands firmly on the statue's body. Pang! The whole statue exploded. The giant body was reduced to a heap of rubble, and its arms lay scattered about. Too strong. Han Sen couldn't help but compliment her display of power. Strength like that could destroy almost anything. Even that powerful statue had been killed in scant moments. Most of the arms that fell to the floor of the hall were now broken, and the eyes that they held had been destroyed. Even those that hadn't been outright destroyed were bleeding profusely. They would die soon. The arms writhed on the floor in a sickening fashion, like deadly snakes. But one broken eyeball did shoot away from its attendant hand. It became a blood light as it tried to escape the hall. Han Sen stood next to the exit of the hall, and he watched that blood eye come. He used super spank to smack it. There was a loud squelching noise as he smacked it, and the jelly of the eyeball sprayed out as the thing fell to the floor. When the eyeball ruptured, the writhing pieces of the statue all stopped. It was like a heap of rubble now, and nothing more. Mutant deified xenogenic hunted. Blood eye evil god. Mutant xenogenic gene found. Obtained blood eye evil god beast soul. When Han Sen heard the announcement, he was shocked. He hadn't even realized what he was about to do when he struck the eyeball. He just didn't want it to escape. He hadn't thought there'd be a reward, especially a reward on such a scale. Before Han Sen had time to examine the blood eye evil god's beast soul, the blonde-haired Wanner teleported over to him. Her golden eyes looked in Han Sen's direction, but they had so little focus that he couldn't tell if she was actually looking at him. Then Wanner's hand drifted forward to pat Han Sen on the head. This shocked Han Senator. He suddenly realized that when Wanner had grabbed his neck, she had wanted to kill him. But something else had happened instead. As Wanner's hand came from, an overwhelming sense of danger weighed on Han Sen's shoulders. The feeling was so strong it was almost suffocating. Wanner struck too fast for Han Sen to dodge. His fast reflexes moved his head far enough back that she didn't strike him directly, but her fingertips still tore into his face. 3 deep gashes were torn into Han Sen's face. The clefts were so deep that his skull became visible through them. Han Sen was shocked. He was still in his super god spirit body mode, but Wanner's fingers had damaged him anyway. This was the first time something of the sort had ever happened. Luckily, he managed to dodge most of her attack. Otherwise, his entire head would have split open like a cut watermelon. Han Sen instinctually started to return to the sanctuaries. His super god spirit body couldn't block Wanner's power if she chose to attack him again, so he couldn't escape by traditional means if she wanted to fight him. But Wanner didn't attack him again. She stood where she was, unmoving. She looked at the blood on her fingers, which was Han Sen's blood. A little life came back to her eyes, and her golden power began to fade. Do we affect each other? Han Sen thought happily. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Wanner's arm. He examined her. As Wanner's body came closer to Han Sen, her gold color faded much faster. When he saw that Wanner wasn't resisting, Han Sen pulled her into his arms. When their bodies were in physical contact, Wanner's golden power vanished completely. Her eyes looked fully cognizant for the first time. Good brother, it's so nice to have you here, Wanner mumbled against Han Sen's chest. She was lying forward against him, and she slowly closed her eyes. After she spoke, Wanner's body went soft. Her consciousness drifted away as it had before. Han Sen frowned and looked at the girl in his arms. Her life force was weaker than it had been the previous time, when she was in a coma. Now, her life force was like that of a dying old woman. She no longer had the vitality of a teenage lady. Does this mean that using the golden power costs her the strength of her life force? Han Sen looked at the lady thoughtfully as a variety of emotions shifted across her expression. This girl was the only person Han Sen had ever encountered who could threaten him in his super god spirit body mode. It might have been a good idea to get rid of her, but there were so many unknowns about the girl. A lot of questions had been raised by her existence, and she did seem to harbor some sort of connection to Han Senator. He really needed to figure out what was going on here. As long as she is next to me, she can't make use of that scary power. So, I suppose I don't have to be too afraid. I need to figure out what she is before I do anything drastic. Han Sen sighed, set the girl down, and then looked across the hall. The hall had only been home to the statue, and Han Sen looked around for a while, but he didn't find anything useful there, and the materials that composed the hall were too tough to be broken through, so Han Sen couldn't search any further. Han Sen did find a piece of red crystal that was around the size of his hand, though it was inside the remains of the red eyeball. He put it in his pocket, then went back the way he had come. Now that the statue has been destroyed, I wonder if the red eye condition is still in effect. Han Sen went back the way he had come to take a look. But when he reached the place that he had left Miss Mirror, he didn't see her there. Did she go back to camp? That really isn't her style. Han Sen frowned, then began walking a little faster. Even if the red eye power infecting Miss Mirror had vanished, she wouldn't simply go home. She would have stayed where she was and waited for Han Sen to return, so she could grill him thoroughly over what had happened. Plus, the pieces of the shattered tree egg were still lying around. If Miss Mirror had decided to leave, she would have at least taken the pieces of the tree egg with her. They were a valuable treasure. It's good that she is gone, then. That means all of these tree egg shards are mine. Han Sen picked up a piece and started to put it away. As he did, he noticed how nice the chunk of egg smelled. But there didn't seem to be any life force within the pieces of egg. And furthermore, there was no semblance of power. This definitely wasn't what Han Sen had expected. No wonder Miss Mirror left these behind. They're already useless. Did Wanner absorb the powers of the tree egg while she was inside it? Han Sen guessed. He couldn't think of any other explanations. Han Sen kept walking back the way he had come. He didn't encounter any more trouble. Wanner was still in her coma, and her body was so weak that it looked like the final tether of her life would break at any second. Han-san didn't know why the girl had been reduced to such a condition. If this continued, she wouldn't last long. Strangely, though, Han-sen found no evidence of the wall of pictures on his return trip. The wall seemed to have just vanished into thin air, without a trace. Han-sen continued walking back toward camp, and when the first statue came into view, he froze. Miss Mirror was lying in front of the statue, and a woman was kneeling beside her. The woman was praying to the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It was one of the four kings. It was Red Cloud. The scene before him was the same as the sixth picture depicted on the screen's mural. It gave Han-sen a chill. What is going on? Han-sen was confused. He looked at Red Cloud and Miss Mirror, unsure what was happening. Miss Mirror's presence was still there. She wasn't dead, but she seemed to be badly wounded as she lay on the ground. She obviously wasn't doing well. Red Cloud knelt before the statue like a sincere believer. Her eyes were closed and her hands were folded as she prayed. No way! Red Cloud never saw the statue. And didn't Miss Mirror tell her to watch over the base? Why is she here? Did the red-eye power become contagious? That means Bauer and Ning Yu are in danger. Anxiety grew in the pit of Han-sen's stomach, and he started jogging forward. Before Han-sen reached the statue, Red Cloud opened her eyes. Her eyes were the color of blood, and they contained 2 pupils each. That was the look people had when they were stricken with the power of the blood-eye evil god. Upon seeing Han-sen, Red Cloud looked murderous. She picked up the broken sword, but instead of striking Han-sen, she turned and thrust the broken blade into Miss Mirror's chest. Han-sen's heart jumped, and he used his jade skin area to freeze Red Cloud. Red Cloud was only king class, so she was unable to defeat Han's senator. The red-eye powers were running through her too strongly for her to know what she was doing. She couldn't block Han-sen's power, and so she ended up frozen. Han-sen walked up to Miss Mirror. He crouched, looked at her, and smiled. Miss Mirror, why are you lying around at a time like this? Use your sword to break the statue, Miss Mirror said quietly through gritted teeth. Her eyes were still a deep red. Han-sen could feel that the statue still had that red-eye power, but it wasn't as strong as the statue Wanner had destroyed earlier. It didn't make him want to run deep into the city. It just wanted him to go to the statue itself. Clearly, although the blood-eye evil god had been killed, this statue still had some of that blood-eye evil god power. Han-sen pulled the broken sword out of Red Cloud's hand and swung it across the face of the statue. A deep furrow was gouged into the statue's face, and blood started to leak from it. The statue didn't move, however. The statue wasn't as hard as Han-sen had expected, though. After a few more of those strikes, the stone statue's head fell off. The severed neck of the statue gushed blood. But it was just a statue. Where the blood came from, Han-sen had no idea. Strangely, once Han-sen cut off the head of the statue, it didn't behave like the blood-eye evil god had upon being decapitated. Instead of getting stronger or fighting back, it simply died. Han-sen examined the statue again to confirm what he thought he saw. The statue was dying. It dried up like a withered plant. It looked somewhat like a bergamot flower. The stalk and its flowers were dark red. The stone head that had been lopped off was the plant's largest blossom. It is a plant, Han-sen remarked in surprise. He didn't hear any killing announcement, which made him doubt that the plant was actually a creature. After the flower died, Miss Mirror's red eyes started to fade. It looked like the red-eye powers were finally gone. Miss Mirror, however, was too injured to rejoice. She remained on the ground, unable to rise. Han-sen put an arm around her back and helped her sit up. What happened? Why is Red Cloud here? Why are you hurt? Miss Mirror opened her mouth but struggled to speak. Something happened back at base camp. We need to go back now. When Han-sen heard that, his face turned gray. Without asking any further questions, he simply picked up Miss Mirror. With her in one arm and Lady Wanner in the other, he sprinted back to the stone fields. When they reached what was left of the base, their hearts sank. What Han-sen saw sickened him. The base had become a ruin and been painted red with the blood and gore of its inhabitants. No one was left alive. Miss Mirror looked terrible. A third of Spring Rain's members had been brought there, and now they were all gone. Furthermore, one of the 4 kings was dead, and Red Cloud had been reduced to a king-class soldier. Miss Mirror had lost so much. Han Sen's face looked awfully glum, too. He feared Ning Yu and Bauer might have been killed in the carnage. Dad! Han Sen turned to begin searching through the rubble of the ruin, but all of a sudden, Bauer emerged over the top of one heap. It was like a mountaintop. She jumped onto Han Sen's chest and wrapped her small arms tightly around his neck. Bauer! Bauer was okay, and as she clung to his neck, Ningyu and Falling Leaf came over the rubble, too. Han Sen was so overjoyed that he dropped Miss Mirror to wrap his arms around Bauer. Arg! Miss Mirror was too injured to catch herself, and she hit the ground hard. She coughed up some blood and looked rather angered at being suddenly dropped. Miss Mirror! Falling Leaf ran over to pick Miss Mirror up. She imbued her superior with some of her healing powers. Don't bother, I am too injured for that. I won't heal quickly regardless, so just tell me what happened, Miss Mirror said abruptly, wiping some of the blood from her mouth. Falling Leaf told her everything that had transpired, but for some reason, she left out the part with the white-haired man and the conversation he had shared with Bauer. She also left out the bit regarding the little bird becoming a fiery phoenix. She only said that, after the white-haired man appeared, the people of the base went crazy. They all started killing each other until none of them remained. But for some reason, a few of them had been unaffected. They were able to escape amidst the chaos. That white-haired man, where did he come from? Miss Mirror asked with a frown. I don't know. When we first saw him, he was already walking around the base and everyone was going insane, Falling Leaf said with a shake of her head. Miss Mirror suddenly had a thought, and she turned her gaze back to Falling Leaf. That stone. Go and see if the stone is still there. We've already looked, Falling Leaf answered. The stone is gone. Miss Mirror sighed and said, Go find Red Cloud and bring her back here. We will have to wait for reinforcements to arrive. Han Sen handed the broken sword to Falling Leaf. She went to the stone fields and brought the frozen Red Cloud back. Although the red-eye power had vanished from the rest of them, Red Cloud was still crazed, and her eyes were still clouded with that shade of red. After she was released, she again tried to attack everyone around. Han Sen had to freeze her once more. When the reinforcements came, he was going to let them deal with it. As for Miss Mirror, Han Sen knew why she had been injured so badly. Han Sen had taken too long, and Miss Mirror had been reaching the limits of her ability to withstand the red-eye power. Then the feelings of addiction had suddenly vanished. Miss Mirror thought Han Sen had sorted out the red-eye problem, and so she felt relieved. But just as she was starting to relax, that addicted feeling washed over her again, and this time it was a few hundred times stronger. The attraction drew Miss Mirror back toward the original statue, and Miss Mirror could no longer resist it. Miss Mirror's mind was still quite clear, but her will was no longer strong enough to control the urge. When she approached the statue, she noticed that Red Cloud had come there, too. Miss Mirror was thrilled for a moment, as she thought Red Cloud might be able to use the broken sword to break the statue. But Red Cloud was crazy, and she attacked Miss Mirror as soon as she saw her. Miss Mirror couldn't control her own body well enough to fight Red Cloud, and so Red Cloud beat her to the brink of death. Miss Mirror had been left lying on the ground, struggling to remain conscious. What happened next chilled Miss Mirror's blood, though. Red Cloud bowed before the statue and began praying. From what Miss Mirror could understand, Red Cloud wanted to use her as some sort of offering. Han Sen had come in time, thank God. If he hadn't, Miss Mirror would have been killed. Han Sen thought this was very suspicious, too. He didn't fully understand what was going on. Han Sen kept Wanner close. If she was any distance at all from Han Sen, her eyes and hair would start to turn gold. The further away from him she was, the faster she would turn. Han Sen experimented with it a little. Wanner couldn't be 10 meters away from him. Otherwise, even in her coma-like state, her hair would turn gold. And when Wanner was within 10 meters of Han Sen, His ability to use his super god spirit power was greatly diminished. The power would begin to fade as soon as he summoned it. The closer to Wanner he was, the faster it faded. Clearly, the two of them had a dramatic effect on each other. Luckily, though, the effect only limited Han Sen's super god spirit body. His other powers remained intact. Han Sen asked Miss Mirror not to say anything about Wanner. Han Sen didn't think Miss Mirror would agree to his request, so it was a surprise for him when she actually assented. She did, however, have a condition of her own regarding the secret. What? You want me to be an offering? Han Sen looked at Miss Mirror with wide eyes. As far as the Extreme King are concerned, I brought you here to dig up the ruin of a god's battleground. By doing so, I wanted you to fade from the vision of the royal children, Miss Mirror said calmly. She was reclining on the bed where they had placed her. This is the only reason your pretense of being Prince 16 has lasted this long. But now, this catastrophe with the statues has killed all my people and left you alive. I don't think I will be able to buy you a lot of time. My brother will throw all his resources into investigating you, and you have nowhere to turn. The only thing we can do to keep you alive is to perform a sacrifice. Enter the holy temple to become a devotee. Once you gain the blessing of the Extreme King, your survival will be ensured. I'm going to the holy temple? What does that mean, exactly? Hansen frowned. The holy temple is where the Extreme King makes sacrifices to their god. Every generation must have a sacrificed king. They offer themselves to the god and become a devotee. They serve the god inside the holy temple forever. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, only someone with the blood of the Extreme King can earn the blessing of the god. Therefore, a crystallizer shouldn't be capable of becoming a devotee. If you can, though, that will prove you really are Prince 16. At that point, no one will be able to dispel your lie. Even if someone was suspicious, not even King Bai could randomly waltz in and do whatever he pleased. No one would be able to investigate you. So I'd be practically sentenced to life in jail? Hansen frowned. Which would you prefer? Incarceration or death? Even if you left now, where would you go? Do you really think Isha or Kong Fei can protect you? Let me tell you this now. This universe is big, but if it is confirmed that you killed Prince 16, there is nowhere you can go to escape the wrath that will be set upon you. In order to survive, you would have to be stronger than the leagues of deifieds that belong to the Extreme King. And I will be one of them, Miss Mirror said emotionlessly. Even if I want to go to the Extreme King's holy temple, I don't have the blood of the Extreme King. How would I even gain the approval of this god? Hansen said, it should be possible with the help of my mirror spirit eye ring. Plus, you do have the original Water King body that you got from Bai Yi. Getting the god's approval shouldn't be too difficult. Miss Mirror paused and said, furthermore, going to the holy temple isn't entirely like being sent to jail. While you may not be able to exit the temple, you can still visit the core area. With the resources you earn in the core area, you can definitely become half-deified. Miss Mirror then hesitated. After a while, she went on to say, also, there are benefits to becoming a devotee. Although you can never leave the holy temple, you will have the opportunity to bathe in the temple's god light. Your genes will be strengthened, and you will have an easier time becoming deified. Is this my only chance of surviving? Hansen asked quietly. Unless you want a universe-wide APB issued by the Extreme King, yes. This is pretty much the only option. Once you become a devotee, the other royal children won't be hostile to you. And so you'll have less trouble, Miss Mirror said. Even if I wanted to try entering the temple, what are they going to do? Hansen pointed at Bauer and the unconscious Wanner, who were a little further away. The holy temple isn't a place just anyone can go. Even the royal children must meet certain qualifications before they can become devotees. I can help you get qualified, but in regards to them, they will have to stay on planet Water Zone. After pausing, Miss Mirror said, the best thing for them is to disappear. Otherwise, they may face scrutiny and fall under investigation themselves. Through them, things could unravel. Of course, if you insist on them staying, I can think of a way or two to help them. When Hansen heard this, he frowned. Bauer and Ning you could go back to planet Eclipse. They had the little red bird to protect them, after all. But there was no way that Warner could leave Han's senator if she woke up. She'd become a blonde time bomb. Warner's life force was super weak right now. If she went on a rampage again, she would die. Han-san wanted to ask her many things, so he needed her alive until he could talk to her. Let me think about it. Han-san knew Miss Mirror would continue trying to convince him, so he continued on to say, do you think the statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes in Do-God City and that prophetic screen are connected to the missing rock we first dug up? Han-sen had already gotten the full scoop on the white-haired man from Bauer and Ningyu, but Bauer claimed she didn't know who he was. I don't know. Everything in Do-God City is a mystery, and everything we find seems to tie back to yet another myth. My brother will probably send someone else here to continue excavation efforts. I believe answers will one day come, Miss Mirror said. Han-sen went silent. As a king, he was simply too weak. If he became deified, then he'd be qualified to fully explore Do-God City. It was a very scary place, and he was just too weak to be there in his current state. Make a decision soon. You are running out of time, Miss Mirror said. Then she stopped talking. She was trying to convince Han-sen, not because Han-sen had the mirror spirit ring, but because he had selected to let her live after their fight in the cave. He had the chance to kill her, but he showed her mercy. And on top of that, he saved her from Red Cloud. Otherwise, she never would have done all this for Han-sen. Helping Han-sen enter the Holy Temple as a devotee would break basically every law that her people had. Plus, she was the investigator King Bai had specifically chosen to examine Han-sen. Thanks. Han-sen walked over to Warner. He looked down at the girl, wondering what he should do with her. Going to the Holy Temple was clearly the safest choice, but that meant he would be giving up on the girl's secrets. Maybe Warner would wake up before backup arrived? Warner seemed too weak for that, though. Han-sen tried many different tricks and powers to reinforce her life force, or to get her to wake up, but nothing seemed to work. Han-sen didn't dare use more than a trickle of his power. He didn't want to accidentally kill Warner. Her body was too weak, so using any significant force on her could be deadly. Ugh. This is giving me a headache. If I don't enter the Holy Temple, I'll have to go on the run. Then it won't just be the Extreme King after me. Any race related to the Extreme King or seeking their favor will be hunting me. Escaping on my own will be way too hard. Han-sen thought with a frown. If Han-sen escaped, he wouldn't just be affecting himself. It would affect the lives of his friends on planet Eclipse, and it might even blow back on Isha. If I was to leave, would you help me? Han-sen looked at Miss Mirror. I am an Extreme King, Miss Mirror said icily. Han-sen laughed and asked, if I left now, would it affect Isha? That is a question you should ask Isha. It would be her decision. Miss Mirror's eyes flicked down. She seemed to know Han-sen's true decision. Han-sen asked Miss Mirror to contact Isha. He wouldn't use his own phone because, if he decided to run, all of his conversations after this day would be thoroughly examined. Han-sen explained his situation to Isha completely, and Isha listened intently. She didn't say a word until Han-sen finished telling her the entire story. When Isha spoke, all she said were 4 words. Go to Sky Palace. Isha then immediately hung up. With that, Han-sen was able to make up his mind. He handed the phone back to Miss Mirror, smiled and said, Thank you for taking care of me all this time, my lady. I hope we can meet again someday. I'm afraid that won't be possible, but if you die, I will light a candle in your honor, Miss Mirror said emotionlessly. If my death earns a lit candle from you, I will consider myself eternally blessed, Han-sen said. He looked at Miss Mirror and said, I actually still have one more request to make. I was hoping that my lady would take care of my blood Kirin. If you are willing to, you can use it for yourself. I will remember the kindness you have done me. That blood Kirin is quite an angry beast. I don't think it will follow the commands if another, Miss Mirror said. Controlling it isn't difficult. You just need to use this item to find him, and then he will listen to you. Han-sen brought something out for Miss Mirror. I guess I won't refuse the service of a half-deified. Miss Mirror accepted the item, looked at Han-sen, and asked, You really have made the decision to flee? You need to think about this carefully. Even if Sky Palace was willing to defy the Extreme King and take you in, your journey there would be a hellish one. You might not even get there alive. This is my life. I could go to the Holy Temple and survive, but I would spend my life in a prison. For someone like me, that existence would be worse than death. I would rather take a gamble that still leaves me a small chance of freedom, Han Sen said. Although his words weren't entirely honest, Han Sen was explaining one of his primary reasons for refusing to go to the Holy Temple. Then you should go. I hope you survive a few more days. If my guess is correct, reinforcements will arrive here in 40 hours. And I will have to report your situation to my supervisor. Miss Mirror didn't pretend that she would support Han Sen more than she really would just because she was weaker than him now. That just wasn't her personality. Goodbye, my lady. Please report that I'm going to Sky Palace. Han Sen bowed. He picked up the unconscious Wanner and took Bauer with him as he departed. Seeing Han Sen flee the xenogenic space with Bauer, a strange expression crossed Falling Leaf's face. Miss Mirror, has he really chosen to depart the Extreme King? It is very surprising, but it doesn't surprise me that a brave man like him has made such a choice. Despite Miss Mirror's words, her face looked conflicted. Falling Leaf hesitated for a moment, but ultimately asked, "Can he escape this?" "No, he cannot," Miss Mirror answered with certainty, for that was what she believed. Han Sen was smart, but no matter how smart he was just a first-tier king. Even if he was deified, the furious hordes of Extreme King would still bring him down. It was only a matter of time. Isha wanted Han Sen to go to Sky Palace because the sky had the backing of the very high. If they were willing to protect Han Sen, then the Extreme King wouldn't simply be able to enter Sky Palace and kill whomever they pleased. But Sky Palace might not protect Han Senator, and even if they agreed to take him in, the trip to get to Sky Palace would be very dangerous for him. After an hour, Miss Mirror called King Bai's phone. "Brother, I have confirmed that he is indeed Han Senator. He has fled the xenogenic space, and he is headed for Sky Palace." After he left the xenogenic space, Han Sen waved his hand and sent a white crystal flying out in front of him. It expanded until it became a giant white whale. It was a technological marvel of the ancient crystallizers. It was as powerful as a deified treasure, and it was Han Sen's primary hope of escaping his predicament. With the white whale, he would be able to travel through space for a long time without needing to stop on any other planets along the way. "Han Sen, are we really going to escape? We should go and reason with them. Perhaps they will forgive us." Ningyu was going to cry. "A man never looks back." Han Sen drove the white whale forward. He looked excited and wholly unafraid. "A man never looks back," Bauer repeated in excitement, pumping her fists. "I'm not a big man. I'm a small woman. Let me out. I will beg them for their forgiveness. They will forgive me. They will forgive me because I am a pitiful woman." Ningyu sobbed as she banged on the hatch. Then, she sat with her back to the door. She started to cry hopelessly. Her little green sword remained silently at her waist. Han Sen and Bauer ignored him. Ningyu had been affected by that little green sword way too much. He had become a woman with remarkably fragile emotions. Han Sen didn't dare to get too close to Ningyu or his little green sword. Han Sen was afraid of being affected by the little green sword and turning into what Ningyu had become. He would rather die before that happened. "Bauer, my first officer, you take over the wheel." Han Sen stood up and allowed Bauer to take the command chair. "Yes, Daddy Captain." Bauer gladly sat down and accepted control of the white whale. Once he didn't have to pilot the whale, Han Sen turned his attention to a map of the galaxy. Going to Sky Palace would be very difficult. If they took the normal route to Sky Palace, their chances of arriving safely were practically zero. "It looks like the Tianxia system is the only way we can go. If we do that, we can then head through the systems of chaos to get to Sky Palace." Han Sen muttered to himself as he stared intently at the galactic map. The route he proposed was the most dangerous path they could take, which also made it the safest, as far as the threat of the Extreme King was concerned. That was the only route the Extreme King didn't have total control over. But the systems of chaos were even dangerous for deified elites. When Han Sen first followed the Ice Blue Knights through the systems of chaos, he was a first-hand witness to how frighteningly scary that place could be. The Tianxia system was a very dangerous system as well. It was a giant xenogeneic space, but it was different from ordinary xenogeneic spaces. There were no stars, no seas, and no land. It was just an endless, foggy space that was choked by clouds. All sorts of tools were rendered useless there due to the magnetic storms that existed within the vapor. Ordinary ships were unable to travel through the Tianxia system. Plus, that endless space of clouds was known to host many terrifying xenogeneics. Many deified creatures lived all throughout Tianxia system. For an ordinary deified, making the trip would be very difficult. But this was the reason Han Sen had chosen to journey through the Tianxia system. The Extreme King wouldn't expect him to go that way. Overnight, Han Sen's name spread across the entire Geno universe. Before that day, not many creatures of the universe knew who Han Sen was. But when the Extreme King put out a universal APB for Han Sen, races all across the universe learned or remembered his name. Of course, what they remembered more than anything was the very high bounty on him. The reward being offered for Han Sen was enough to tempt any deified. Mr. Quinn, why are we not going to the White River system? We seem to be headed for Tianxia system instead. An Extreme King Knight looked Bao Quinn with confusion. The White River system is currently in turmoil. Interstellar pirates are everywhere there. It might seem easy for Han Sen to slip through the chaos, but it is a very populated place. Han Sen has a bold personality, so it most likely compelled him to go to the Tianxia system. Bao Quinn deduced tonelessly. But he is just a king. Tianxia system isn't a feasible route for someone of his level, the knight said after a moment of thought. Before he was exposed, no one would have believed he had the gall to disguise himself as a prince of the Extreme King. Bao Quinn responded, his eyes hard. Slow down. Bauer was pushing the white whale through the clouds at an insane speed. Although their transport could move very quickly, it was supposed to be a whale, not a fighter jet. Ningyu was lying on the floor, clutching a chair while bawling her eyes out. Her face was covered in tears and snot. Han Sen peered out at the endless clouds, and he couldn't help but frown. Although he already knew that the Tianxia system was dangerous, seeing the system with his own eyes had still taken him aback. Tianxia system's clouds extended in all directions like an ocean, making it hard for Han Sen to keep his sense of direction. The endless clouds were colorful, as if the white whale was surrounded by countless fluffy rainbows. The clouds were opaque enough that it was difficult to see beyond the closest layer. Now, Han Sen and his companions were traveling through blue clouds. They were endless, and they were scarier than the depths of the sea. In between the moving clouds, Han Sen could occasionally see cloud beasts dancing. Those crane-like cloud beasts were in flocks of several thousand. They flew together like a cloud of their own, all moving quickly in tandem. Inside the blue clouds, they would sometimes see the flash of magnetic storms. Typically, tools and gadgets were rendered useless by such storms. But fortunately, the big white whale of the crystallizers wasn't affected by powerful magnetic interference. The turbulence of the storms had no effect on the white whale, which was why Han Sen wasn't afraid to go through the Tianxia system. The white whale was like a deified creature, but it had no life force. Because of that, it didn't send out a life force for others to sniff out. Ordinary xenogeneics wouldn't attack it, and Han Sen had indeed seen many xenogeneics along the way. But most of them completely ignored the white whale. Some of the meaner ones tried to attack the white whale, but they couldn't really damage the hull of the ship. Aside from the cloud beasts, they rarely saw other elites in the system. Even those of the higher races rarely came to hunt here. It was way too dangerous, and it was almost never worth the risk. Pang! As the white whale blazed along, an explosion sounded off to the side. The clouds rumbled and rolled, sort of like a tsunami. It felt as if some terrifying creatures were in the middle of a war somewhere in the fog. Han Sen told Bauer to go past whatever it was. After all, they were running for their lives, not going on a safari. It was best not to attract the attention of anything, and so they should focus on getting through the fog as fast as possible. But before Bauer turned the white whale, a few people flew out of the big clouds. Terror was written across their faces, and they appeared to be running for their lives. Their worries meant nothing to Han's senator. He didn't have time to worry about people who were running for their lives. But when he got close enough to see their faces, Han's son jerked back in surprise. Amidst the shadows, there were two pretty women that looked like twins. One was Gu Qingqing, and the other was Elysian Moon. Han Sen couldn't just ignore them. He had Bauer drive the white whale over to Gu Qingqing. When the people saw the white whale heading toward them, they turned in another direction, trying desperately to get away from this new threat as well. But soon after, they saw the mouth of the white whale open. Someone emerged through the gap. Qingqing, why are you here? Han Sen asked, looking at Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon. Gu Qingqing saw Han Sen, and so she flew towards him with Elysian Moon. When the others saw that Gu Qingqing and Han Sen seemed to know each other, they looked relieved. They flew over to the white whale as well. There are deified creatures ahead. We should leave this place, Gu Qingqing said to Han Sen after flying over there. Follow me. Han Sen led the way. He invited Gu Qingqing and Elysian Moon into the white whale. The other people followed Gu Qingqing, entering the white whale as well. Seeing that Gu Qingqing knew them, Han Sen made no effort to stop their entry. This is a battleship? And it can sail through the Tianxia system? This is so weird, said a 20-year-old man. He was one of the demon, and he had deep purple horns. He looked around the big white whale with great curiosity. Han Sen told Bauer to drive the white whale away from the deified creatures. Then he looked at the people who had followed Gu Qingqing aboard and asked, "Who are they?" There were a dozen of them, and they were all from different races. They were mostly dukes and kings. Gu Qingqing pointed at one of the young feather men. He hired Elysian Moon and me to protect him inside Tianxia system. Han Sen looked at the feather man. The man seemed very young, and his life force wasn't that strong. He was a marquis or duke at best. My name is Qing Yu. Thank you for saving me. What is your name? The feather man asked politely. Senior Han Sen had no plans of hiding his identity. You are the student of the newly deified Knife Queen? I have heard your name before, Fang Qingyu said, glancing curiously over Han Sen. Surprisingly, Fang Qingyu wasn't like the other feathers. All of the rest of the feathers hated Han Sen. When Han Sen saw that they had no reaction to his name, he figured that they hadn't heard that he was wanted by the Extreme King. It made sense. Equipment didn't work inside the Tianxia system, so contacting the outside world would have been impossible. They didn't know what had happened out there. Han Sen looked outside and noticed there were no more crazy clouds. They must be far away from the deified Xenogeniac now. This place should be safe. You can leave, Han Sen said, turning to Fang Qingyu. Fang Qingyu quietly responded, Brother Han, I would like you to take me all the way through the Tianxia system. What would require in trade for such a request? Sorry, I'm not here to play games, and I'm not interested in a business deal. Please get off my ship, Han Sen said firmly. He was on the lam. He wasn't interested in spending any more time with these people. He had only saved them because Gu Qingqing was there. Brother Han, please consider it. Tell me how much you want, and I will gladly play you, Fang Qingyu said. Sorry, I am a little busy. I cannot take you guys, Han Sen said. Listen, buddy, you're going to end up embarrassing yourself. One of the destroyed stepped forward from behind Fang Qingyu. He glared at Han Sen as he spoke. Other dukes and kings slowly surrounded them, too. What are you doing? Step back. Don't be rude to Brother Han, Fang Qingyu shouted, his face contorted in displeasure. But the other men didn't seem willing to stop. The destroyed leader laughed and said, Mr. Fang, we are doing this for your own good. Our ride, Wind Cloud Bird, was consumed by that deified Xenogeniac. Without a ship, we cannot travel through the Tianxia system. And now that there is a ship right here, we cannot deny that this is obviously the help of God. If you guys try this, then you are no better than pirates, Fang Qingyu said, not sounding happy at all. Ha, Mr. Fang, you are right. We are pirates. Who else do you think would dare to escort you through a zone like the Tianxia system? The people swapped glances with each other and laughed. Once they were in the Tianxia system, they had been planning to rob Fang Qingyu and kidnap Gu Qinchang and Elysian Moon. They didn't have much luck, though. They entered the Tianxia system, and mere minutes before they planned to execute their sordid little scheme, they encountered a deified xenogeniac. You guys... Fang Qingyu's face changed. He was too furious to say anything. With that revelation, the situation made a little more sense to Han's senator. It would have been unusual for normal mercenaries to agree to escort Fang Qingyu into such a dangerous place. Entering the Tianxia system was way too risky. If someone was willing to go there, they were most likely interstellar pirates, or they were on the lam like Han Sen. You're referring to us as you guys? Haven't you heard of the pirate? We are true pirates, so if you know who I am, then show some respect. I only want money. If I don't get it... The destroyed king laughed threateningly as his sentence trailed off. Hearing the man's claim, Han Sen didn't know what to say. The guy was bluffing. The pirates were a powerful faction, and there were many of them. They robbed the amazingly rich and powerful, often entering high-race xenogenic spaces to attack their prey. They wouldn't behave like these guys, stealing from the weak in such a sneaky way. Many of the pirates started to approach Han. Senator Gu Qingqing frowned and started to draw her sword, but Han Sen stopped her. Han Sen looked at the pirates and smiled. It is good that you aren't leaving. We need people here. We need men that are willing to tidy, clean, and make food. If you want to stay here, you may remain to do such things. When the pirates heard that, they laughed until their eyes watered. The demon man looked extra cocky, and he said, "The rebate and knife queen might be famous, but we don't care. Plus, you are only knife queen's student. How dare you propose that we become your deckhands? Stop talking to him. As it is his wish, we'll flip the offer around and make him the one who does the washing, cleaning, and cooking for us," one of the pirates said. They were fearless. They had seen the battleship from one end to the other. The ship was host to Han Sen, a little girl, and a very frightened woman. Aside from them, there was only a little red bird. "Let me do it," the demon man said with a smile. He unleashed his area. He went over to Han Sen while saying, "Do you want to get out? Or do you want me to help you? If you want me to help, you will." Before he could finish, Han Sen punched the man in the face. "Damn you!" The demon man suddenly looked terrifying. He lifted his fist and threw a punch at Han Sen that was imbued with sky demon powers. Very few demons could make use of those powers, and the few that could were mostly of a pure demon blood lineage. The fact that the demon could make use of sky demon powers surprised Han Sen. But the sky demon powers, even at full charge, was useless against Han Sen. That demon man was stunned when Han Sen's fist collided with his own. He had put all of his power into that strike, and Han Sen had blocked it. The demon man had shock written all over his face. His entire body stopped moving, and then a block of ice encased him. The other pirates were shocked, too. The demon man wasn't a top king, but his sky demon power was nothing to trifle with. Han Sen had blocked that sky demon power and froze him in a single punch. That surprised them all. Many of the pirates pulled out their knives. Han Sen's hands closed into fists, and then he rushed into them. He threw punches that wrecked each of their king areas and their powers. He froze the pirates one by one, leaving them standing on the deck, motionless and confused. The pirates were dumbfounded. They were just a group of outlaws who weren't really connected to the pirate, and they had never witnessed a king with such impressive strength. "Don't! Stay back. If you come any closer, I'll kill her." The destroyed king had the quickest reaction. Upon seeing all his men frozen, he stumbled back toward Bauer and put a knife to her neck. Han Sen had already frozen all the other pirates. When he turned to see the frightened destroyed king holding a knife to Bauer's throat, he laughed and didn't approach. The destroyed king looked at his men in disbelief. The demon and two others had been kings, but Han Sen had dealt with them as easily as he had the dukes. They had all been frozen by Han Sen's punches. The entire group only lasted a few seconds. Han Sen grinned at the destroyed king. He didn't come any closer. "Don't take another step. If you do, what happens then is on you." The destroyed king's heart began to pound as Han Sen gazed at him. The destroyed pulled Bauer closer to himself, wanting to retreat with her as a hostage. For now, all he wanted was to leave. The further away he could get, the better. "Uncle," said a very young voice from the destroyed king's arms. When he lowered his head, he found that it was the little girl he was using as a hostage. The little girl had a knife to her neck, but she didn't look scared like most little girls would, however. She smiled at him, looking so happy. She even started to laugh. "Stop laughing!" The destroyed king shouted angrily at the little girl, feeling insulted. Before he could come up with another threat, though, the destroyed king's eyes widened in surprise and terror. The little red bird upon the girl's shoulder jumped into the air, and red flames began to spread from its flapping wings. It was like a volcano erupting. Under the incredible heat, the destroyed king-class knife suddenly melted into molten juice. But the fire in the bird's eyes didn't lessen. In fact, the bird seemed to grow even more enraged. The pirates all stood in a line, still chilled and shivering. They stood meekly before Bauer, listening attentively as she scolded them. "From now on, you guys are the deckhands of the White Whale. You'll be a cleaner, and you a servant." Bauer gave them jobs, and the pirates all nodded as they were given assignments. They had been tamed, and none of them dared to refuse to do as they were told. Their eyes sometimes wandered to the little red bird sitting atop Bauer's shoulder, and the sight of it would send another involuntary shiver through them. 10 minutes before, the little bird had burned a 6-tier destroyed king to nothing more than charcoal. There was too little of him left to even be considered cooked meat. "Brother Fong, you should really leave now. Following me will only put you in more danger," Han Sen said to Fong Qingyu. Fong Qingyu shook his head. "Brother Han, the Tianxia system isn't a place a marquis can make a living. How long do you think I could survive out there?" After that, Fong Qingyu pulled something out of his pocket. He set it down in front of Han's senator with a slight smile. He said, "Brother Han, do you remember this?" After Han Sen got a good look at what Fong Qingyu was holding, he was confused. He didn't recognize the item. The item looked like a common, 3x3, 6-sided Rubik's Cube. 9 squares occupied each face. But unlike a normal Rubik's Cube, each square on this cube contained a strange image. Each image was like a small painting of a place that Han Sen had never been before. Some of them showed starscapes, whereas others showed mountains and rivers. Others simply showed off rooms or palatial halls. When Fong Qingyu looked at Han Sen's face, he realized that Han Sen didn't recognize it. He smiled and said, "This is the Wuxia Rubik's Cube. It is a xenogenic treasure from the 1,000 treasures. Everyone who has a Wuxia Rubik's Cube can contact others with a Wuxia Rubik's Cube. You can even use video. To simplify this for you, the Wuxia Rubik's Cube is like a phone. But it is a xenogenic treasure, so you don't need a signal. You can communicate through space without being affected by magnetic storms. This is a powerful tool. If you have a treasure like this, you can ask your family or friends to come pick you up. Right?" Han Sen said. Fong Qingyu smiled wryly. "Brother Han, I'm not showing this to you so that I can leave. I am a member of the 1,000 Treasures Alliance. Although the Alliance isn't considered a part of the 1,000 Treasures race, we have the same level of authority as the 1,000 Treasures. My Wuxia Rubik's Cube can connect to other members of the 1,000 Treasures. They can see everything I see." "What does that mean?" Han Sen frowned. Fong Qingyu quickly waved his hand and said, "Don't misunderstand me, Brother Han. The Wuxia Rubik's Cubes need to be activated for others to see my image. Right now, it is not open, and so no one will know anything about what is going on here." After pausing, Fong Qingyu went on to say, "Your battleship is incredible. It can even travel through the Tianxia system unimpeded. The 1,000 Treasures want every treasure, including rare items in dangerous places like the Tianxia system. There are so many items in this system that most people couldn't tell what is valuable and what isn't. But with the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, we could send images back to the 1,000 Treasures. They could identify what is worth taking and what isn't. If they see something that they want, they will pay a high price for the items you bring back to them." Han Sen smiled and said, "Brother Fong, I'm afraid you don't know my situation. I know you are Knife Queen's student. Fang Qingyu looked at Han Sen with a modicum of confusion. Han Sen waved his hand to interrupt him. He smiled and said, "You can use your Wanjie Rubik's Cube to contact your 1,000 Treasures friends, and perhaps they might let you know a thing or two about me as well." Fang Qingyu looked confused, and so he turned on his Wanjie Rubik's Cube. In one of the squares, another member of the 1,000 Treasures appeared. Fang Qingyu spoke to him, and his expression became increasingly apprehensive as the conversation went on. When the conversation was over, Fang Qingyu turned and stared toward Han Sen for a long moment. A while later, he muttered, "Brother Han, are you not afraid that I will expose your location? What is there to be afraid of? The Extreme King must already be in the Tianxia system by now, so it doesn't really matter," Han Sen said with a shrug. "Now you should understand why I don't want to bring you along. I cannot do the things you want me to, like stopping and collecting treasures along the way." Fang Qingyu's eyes brightened as he looked at Han Sr. "If that is true, you should definitely take me with you." "Why?" Han Sen asked in surprise. "Brother Han, I know you only want me off the ship so I don't get pulled into this, which was a kind thought. Also, I'm carrying a Wanjie Rubik's Cube. You probably think that if I go with you, I might expose your location, and the Extreme King might have an easier time following you," Fang Qingyu said. "I'm glad that you understand," Han Sen said. Fang Qingyu shook his head. "But I also think you are wrong." "How so?" Han Sen looked at Fang Qingyu with interest. "My presence might expose information about your escape, but that sort of exposure isn't necessarily a bad thing," Fang Qingyu said seriously. There was no humor in his expression. "What does that mean? I really don't understand," Han Sen replied. Fang Qingyu set the Wanjie Rubik's Cube in front of Han Sr. "You can take the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, and you can decide whether you want to turn it on or off, or you could just throw me off the ship. But I must tell you that if you allow me to stay, I will expose your location with the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, and I will take loads of photos." "Fang Qingyu, are you tired of living? Others might be afraid of the 1,000 treasures, but do you think a guy who disguised himself as a prince of the Extreme King would care about the life of some snot-nosed 1,000 Treasures member?" Elysian Moon snorted in derision. "Keep talking." Han Sen remained focused on Fang Qingyu, and he didn't seem upset. "Calm down, Elysian Moon. What I have said makes sense. I'm not selling Brother Han out." Fang Qingyu paused. He looked at Han Sen and said, "Brother Han, you are escaping to Sky Palace, yes?" "Yes," Han Sen answered immediately. He had never planned to hide the fact that Sky Palace was his destination. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Miss Mirror know where he was going. In fact, he wanted everyone to know he was going to Sky Palace. "If I'm understanding the situation correctly, Brother Han, you are going through the Tianxia system to reach the systems of chaos in order to get to Sky Palace?" Fang Qingyu asked. "That is correct." Han Sen nodded. "In that case, you should let me film this, and do it in HD quality." Fang Qingyu sounded really excited. "Talk me through your idea," Han Sen said to Fang Qingyu. He was beginning to think that this young man was a very interesting person. "The path you have selected isn't bad. You have taken a road that the Extreme King have no control over. Plus, you have a pretty amazing ship in the shape of a big whale. It is a fair assessment that the Extreme King won't catch up to you very quickly. But the road you have selected is also very dangerous. Even if the Extreme King don't catch you, your path is full of risks. Both the Tianxia system and the systems of chaos have innumerable dangers, many of which are impossible to predict or anticipate. And the Extreme King have 3 teams of knights in the systems of chaos. They will probably be your greatest opposition. But if I send them a video of you at the proper time, we might actually be able to put them to use." Fang Qingyu's excitement took on a mischievous edge. A giant black beetle soared through the clouds, and upon the back of the black beetle rested a stone castle. Many Extreme King were moving about the castle as they fulfilled their various duties. "Mr. Bao Qin! Mr. Bao Qin!" An old member of the Extreme King raced over to the floating garden, where Bao Qin was drinking tea. "Old butler, what's the rush?" Bao Qin asked the butler, taking a sip of tea and putting down the cup. The old butler looked very excited. He stepped over to Bao Qing's chair and said, "We found him. We have found where Han Sen is." "Oh, where is he?" Bao Qing jerked his head up in surprise. The investigators themselves hadn't brought him this news, so he wasn't sure how the butler had received word. "Here." The old butler brought out a Wuxia Rubik's Cube. He set it in front of Bao Qing and pressed one of the squares to show the video. A boat appeared, traveling through a sea of blue clouds. A man sat on the small boat, appearing relaxed and comfortable as he paged through a book. At the front of the boat, a line of creatures were using their power to pull the ship forward. The creatures were from a dozen different races, and there was even a demon amongst them. They were like huskies pulling a sleigh as they struggled to drag the boat forward. If they slowed down for a second, the man atop the boat would wave his hand and whip the creatures. The blows broke their armor and flesh, and they screamed with every strike. The man, meanwhile, never even looked up from his book. One of the creatures pulling the boat, a feather man, was covered in wounds. It looked as if he had received numerous beatings. His head was lowered, but he had secretly activated the Rubik's Cube. He looked very angry. "Save me. If anyone can get me out of here, I will give them all the treasure I have in the Thousand Treasures Alliance." "No, I will give 70%, said the man's voice. Bao Qing stared at the Rubik's Cube on the table in front of him. "What is going on?" Bao Qing looked at the man on the boat, and then realized it was Han Sen, the very man they were after. The old butler was almost vibrating with excitement. "The feather man pulling the boat is Fang Qingyu. He is a member of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. He hired a group to help him explore the Tianxia system. While there, his group encountered Senator Han Sen, captured them, and set them all to pulling his boat. He appears to be trying to escape the Tianxia system. Fang Qingyu is a feather, but Han Sen doesn't know he is a member of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. Fang Qingyu has a Wuxia Rubik's Cube that he's using to send out a call for help, hoping that someone will rescue him." The old butler sounded so excited. "Now that Fang Qingyu is sending messages through the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, we know where Han Sen is. All we must do is give chase." "Who is this Fang Qingyu?" Bao Qing asked the old butler. Rather than seeming happy, his face had turned down into a frown. The old butler quickly said, "I have checked. Fang Qingyu is a feather, but he is an orphan. He was taken in by an elder of the Thousand Treasures Alliance. He has nothing to do with the feathers, and he has nothing to do with Han Senator. That elder from the Thousand Treasures Alliance has already sent people to the Tianxia system in order to save him." "Good." Bao Qing nodded. He looked at the video on the Wuxia Rubik's Cube. "Can you tell where he is within the Tianxia system?" The old butler laughed. "The blue sea clouds. There are hundreds of them across the Tianxia system, but the clouds in different areas all have unique identifying aspects. Judging from the information we've gleaned from the video and the direction the boat appears to be proceeding, we have deduced they are located in sea cloud number 75. We're in purple sea cloud number 86, which isn't too far from Han Sen's position. Keep an eye on them, and turn us to an intercept course," Bao Qing said. "Yes, Han Sen can't outrun us this time, no matter what," the old butler said. Then he sent the order to turn the giant black beetle toward Han Sen. As they began traveling through clouds that Han Sen had already passed through, the old butler frowned. "Weird. When they went through here, they must have left some trace of their passage, even if it was only a single hair. Why can I not sense anything? Did we go the wrong way?" Bao Qing smiled and said, "If we found obvious evidence of their passage, then we'd know that we weren't on Han Sen's trail. He's too good to leave behind obvious signs of his presence. Go faster. We must be going the right way." "Yes," the old butler answered, and the black beetle accelerated. They didn't discover any signs of Han Sen's presence, but based on the video of Fang Qingyu's Wuxia Rubik's Cube, they knew they were headed in the right direction. Han Sen's little boat wasn't moving nearly as fast as the black beetle. By the old butler's estimation, they would catch up to Han Sen in another 18 hours. At that moment, they glanced at the video on the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and saw that Han Sen's boat was coming to a stop. A group of cloud beasts appeared in front of the boat, then turned aggressively and attacked. Chaos ensued. Fong Qingyu was trying to fight off the Xenogeneics. He couldn't use the Wuxia Rubik's Cube at the same time, so the video was switched off. Oh no! It is a bunch of high-level cloud beasts. A few of them are king-class cloud apes. If Fong Qingyu is killed, we'll lose track of Han Sen, the old butler said, looking glum. Go full speed. Find them before they finish fighting the cloud beasts. Bao Qin commanded, his face grim. The giant black beetle flew at high speed toward the last location shown in the video. When they arrived, they found many cloud beasts in the midst of battle. But because they were surrounded by so many clouds, they could only catch occasional glimpses of the battleground. Bao Qin ordered the black beetle to be brought to a stop, then turned back to the old butler. Let's not get too close to the battleground. Before we enter, we should send someone in to scout. Before the old butler could agree, a huge white whale appeared out of the clouds and headed straight toward them. Following the white whale was a group of cloud beasts. They seemed very angry. Ready yourselves to fight, Bao Qin shouted, frowning as the white whale approached. The Black Beetle's extreme king knights quickly assembled into battle formations. The big white whale approached at high speed, but instead of ramming the Black Beetle as they expected, the whale dove and went right under their ship. Bao Qin and the extreme king knights wondered why the white whale had decided to simply pass them by, but they didn't have much time to think about it. The cloud beasts that had been chasing the whale surged over them in a wave. A king-class group of giant cloud dragons were flying behind the cloud beasts, but even they seemed weak and unthreatening compared to what followed. The giant cloud dragons were hitched to a rainbow-colored carriage made of cloud stone. Despite their incredible power and ferocity, the cloud dragons were being used as mere beasts of burden. Damn it! It's the sea demon's carriage. We have to get out of here. Bao Qin's face paled slightly, and his words were rushed. But it was already too late. The sea beasts were upon them, and the giant cloud dragons dragging the stone carriage arrived before the black beetle. The white whale had vanished at some point, and the giant black beetle was now surrounded by monsters of the clouds. The extreme king knights engaged the cloud beasts in combat. Good job, everyone, Han Sen said to Fong Qingyu and the others as he admired the extreme king, who were now fighting the cloud beasts. It is our honor to work for the captain and the little captain, one of the pirates said, bowing deeply. An ingratiating smile covered his face. The captain and the little captain are the smartest people in the whole universe. Those extreme king aren't even fit to lick your boots. The captain is so handsome. The little captain is so beautiful. You both hold the universe in your hands, and every decision you make is a turning point in history. Long live the big captain and small captain. Long live the big captain and small captain. Han Sen looked at all the pirates who were gushing praises for him and Bauer, and he couldn't help but admit that it felt pretty good. Bauer was loving it. No wonder everyone wants to become a tyrant with an evil right-hand man. This is great, Han Sen thought happily. Luckily, Han Sen hadn't deluded himself into thinking that this was actually his idea. Fong Qingyu had come up with the plan, and Han Sen was only reaping the advantages of its employment. It was just as Fong Qingyu had said. The Tianxia system was way too dangerous, and getting through it safely might have been little more than wishful thinking. They hadn't been planning to encounter the scary cloud dragons, after all. Han Sen didn't dare to fight the cloud dragons. He piloted the white whale away from them as he tried to escape. Then, he allowed Fong Qingyu to create a scenario that would draw in the Extreme King search party. Once the Extreme King arrived, they had earned the ire of the monsters within minutes. The cloud dragons weren't happy to have intruders in their territory. Han Sen didn't know what the stone carriage behind the cloud dragons was, but after Fong Qingyu used the Wuxia Rubik's Cube to contact his 1,000-treasure stepfather, they learned that it was the legendary sea demon carriage. If not for the 1,000 treasures, Han Sen might not have fled from the carriage in time. It would have certainly been a nasty fight. That 1,000 treasures elder used the Rubik's Cube to tell Han Sen that the sea demon carriage was the most mysterious and scary Xenogeneics in the Tianxia system. The legend said that the giant cloud dragons pulled the Tianxia system's leader in that carriage. Not many people had ever glimpsed what was inside that carriage, though. When the sea demon carriage opened, anyone who saw it usually died shortly thereafter. The white whale hovered some distance from the battlefield. They hid amidst the clouds, and Feng Qingyu looked very excited. He filmed the fight between the Extreme King and the Cloud Beasts intently, streaming the video to his Thousand Treasures stepfather. Feng Qingyu took special care to capture the sea demon carriage on video. He would never miss an opportunity to film that. He wanted the chance to film the being inside the sea demon car. He wanted a first-hand account of this fight. That information might be the most valuable thing he had ever possessed. Of course, it wasn't just the information that would fetch a high price. The video itself would be worth a lot. Feng Qingyu's stepfather had already started working on it. The Thousand Treasures was the best organization in the universe when it came to making money, and a video like that would be a money-making machine. The video would require some editing before it was released, though. Han Sen really admired the business acumen of the Thousand Treasures. Plus, with Feng Qingyu remaining in constant contact with his stepfather, the Thousand Treasures could give them information about any creatures they encountered in the Tianxia system. Han Sen could avoid many potential dangers and pitfalls, and they wouldn't have to go up against a creature that might be too much for them. They could even detour around areas with a particularly high death toll. "It's out!" Feng Qingyu shouted very excitedly. Han Sen looked back to the battleground. The cloud dragons were cringing away from the open door of the carriage, and after a few long seconds, something stepped through the open door. All eyes were drawn to the newly emerged monster. Han Sen had never seen a living creature like it before. Its body was like a black cloud, with a black demonic form standing somewhere in the middle. It was impossible to see exactly what the creature looked like, but it possessed a dark humanoid shape. But the being seemed to have a shadowy tail, and its hair was like fire. A pair of eyes could be seen through the dark cloud, burning with a red and purple flame. Only its disturbing eyes could be seen clearly, as everything else about its form was murky and indistinct. Bao Qin stood atop the castle, watching the scary creature emerge from the stone carriage. "Demon spirit, we of the Extreme King have never offended you. We were pursuing someone else along this path." But that scary creature didn't answer. Its eyes glowed evilly, and it threw a punch toward Bao Qin. Boom! Han San and the others didn't see the punch land, but they could see the enormous black beetle explode under the force of the shockwave. Blood rained everywhere, dyeing the blue clouds scarlet around it. Some Extreme King Knights hadn't been able to get clear of the black beetle, and so the hit destroyed their King Knight bodies. They disintegrated, becoming a part of that red mist. Bao Qin hung in the air, and the ghostly demon spirit teleported directly in front of him. "It has started." Han Sen's eyes brightened with anticipation. There was going to be a deified fight. If the two fighters ended up badly injured, he could take advantage of the situation and claim them both. Han Sen watched the battle in the hopes of finding an opportunity to score some easy kills. But something soon happened that made him rethink his plans. Music wafted into Han Sen's ears. Upon hearing the first note, Han Sen's mind seemed to buzz, like the vibration that would be left behind if someone struck him on the head with a hammer. Han Sen only found the sensation to be slightly uncomfortable, but the Duke-class pirates began to fall over, coughing up blood as they curled into fetal position. They clawed at their ears, screaming in agony. They were bleeding from all 7 of their holes. "Oh no! A deified Extreme King has used a sonic attack. The white whale is tough, but it is weak against sonic attacks. We have to go." Han Sen turned the white whale and piloted it far away. The white whale was just a piece of technology, so it couldn't adapt to everything that was thrown at it. Feng Qingyu was the weakest person on board, and so he was doing far worse than all the others. Luckily, Han Sen released a king area that subdued most of the acoustic effect. If he hadn't done that, the sonic powers would have liquefied Feng Qingyu's brain. The white whale traveled through the clouds at full speed. After tens of thousands of miles, the effectiveness of the sonic powers started to subside. But Han Sen's crew still suffered from the scary shockwaves of the battle. After what had just happened, Han Sen was no longer interested in trying to kill the fighters once they were injured. He just wanted to leave the area, and that was that. Don't go. If you leave now, we won't film the fight. And if we don't film the fight, everything we've invested will be wasted. I have to go back and keep filming. Fang Qingyu shouted at Han Sen, as soon as he was feeling better. You're crazier than I am. You're willing to die for money. Han Sen looked at Fang Qingyu with utter shock. This man really did care about money above all else. The Thousand Treasures Alliance cannot invest in a venture that loses money. I have to go back, Fang Qingyu said with obvious difficulty. Seeing that Fang Qingyu wasn't kidding, Gu Qingqing said, It won't matter how much money you make if you're dead, will it? Fang Qingyu shook his head with a wry smile. You guys don't understand. This isn't only about me. My team invested a lot into this. If you don't follow the plan we made, I won't be the only one getting screwed. My whole team will be. They invested all their money into this. That means they will all go bankrupt, and that might result in them all committing suicide. Give me your Wuxia Rubik's code, and I will film it for you, Han Sen said after a moment. Han Sen hadn't wanted to leave so abruptly. But Bauer, Ningyu, and Gu Qingcheng were all on board the ship. He didn't want to put their lives at risk. If he went back there alone, there wouldn't be as much to worry about. I don't know if... Fang Qingyu was shocked. It'll be fine. Han Sen took the Wuxia Rubik's Cube out of Fang Qingyu's hands. Then he spoke to Bauer. Bauer, take them farther away. I will catch up. After that, he took the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and exited the White Whale. He headed straight back for the battlefield. With Bauer guiding them away and the little red bird protecting them, they should be able to survive an encounter with even a deified xenogeneic. Han Sen wasn't too worried about their safety, and in regards to Han Sen himself, he knew he would be able to survive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone back alone. The clouds were rumbling. The music sounded eerie and demonic. Under the force of the sonic power, a big blue cloud was roiling and rolling away like an ocean wave. Many xenogeneics and cloud beasts, which commonly lived inside such clouds, were all scrambling away as they fled desperately for their lives. But some of the smaller cloud beasts and xenogeneics didn't have enough time to escape. They were killed by the sonic sounds. They died before they could leave the clouds, and their corpses were tossed along with the rolling clouds like flotsam caught by the tide. Han Sen used his Dongxian area and Jadeskin. He summoned all of his strength to fight back that sonic power. But even still, he could barely withstand it as he drew near to the battlefield. He felt like his head was going to get ripped open by that soul piano note. Han Sen's heart leaped in his chest, and he summoned a beast soul. It was an eyeball-shaped beast soul with a red pupil. It was the deified class Blood Eye Evil God Beast Soul Han Sen had managed to retrieve from Do God City. The Blood Eye Evil God's body was the eyeball Han Sen had managed to kill as it tried to escape. The statue of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes had merely some sort of host or shell that the creature inhabited. Mutant deified class Beast Soul Blood Eye Evil God. I-type. The beast soul flew into Han Sen's left eye. It grew incredibly thin and formed itself into a half-sphere. Then it fitted itself onto Han Sen's left eyeball like a contact lens. Han Sen's left eye was veiled in red. His entire eyeball gleamed crimson, and a bloody light seemed to swirl within the orb. The purple eye butterfly's power lay in its ability to analyze and rewind the history of an object. The power of the Blood Eye Evil God Beast Soul was different. As the bloody color deepened within Han Sen's left eye, the red light of his pupil seemed to swirl restlessly. Suddenly, the red light poured out of Han Sen's eye. The blood light wrapped around Han Sen's entire body, turning him into a bloody shadow. His face was no longer visible, and he seemed more like an unsettling absence than anything tangible. But his entire body, or what could be seen of it, was blood red. When Han Sen became this blood shadow, everything in his vision changed. Han Sen saw a giant cloud dragon flying far away. He could see the creature's eyes, and he saw himself reflected in those eyes. The next second, Han Sen's heart jumped. He leaped into those eyes. Han Sen found himself hiding somewhere within the creature's vision. as if he had slipped behind the reflective surface of the cloud dragon's eyes. Han-san would be safe and invisible inside that space unless the eye's reflective surface was broken. That was the only way someone could hurt him now. Han-sen hid within the giant cloud dragon's eye, and he turned, realizing that he could see what the dragon saw, as well. When this giant cloud dragon's eyes met those of another dragon, Han-sen moved. He traveled into the eyes of the second dragon. This movement was similar to jumping from mirror to mirror. He didn't have teleportation abilities, but he couldn't be attacked. And furthermore, no one could see his body. It was like Han-sen could look into a mirror, then trade places with his own reflection. Han-sen's entire body could teleport into the eyes of whoever he saw. Rather than just assuming their vision, he was actually physically transporting himself. But when Han-sen moved into the eyes of another being, the creature's pupils would turn blood red. It was an obvious indicator of his presence, and it would be easy for others to spot where he was. After doing a few more jumps, a giant cloud dragon's eyes turned to meet Bao Qin's eyes. Han-sen immediately teleported into the deified Extreme King's eyes. Han-sen's vision became Bao Qin's vision. Being in the man's eyes allowed Han-sen to see what he saw. I jumped straight into a deified elite's eyes? Han-sen was ecstatic. Not even a deified elite could stop the powers of the blood-eye evil god beast soul. This surprised him quite a bit. Taking out the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, he used it in accordance with the instructions given to him by Fang Qinyu. He made contact with Fang Qinyu's stepfather and streamed the video over to him. Treasure Identifier Elder. Mr. Qinyu's signal is off. What do we do? The video we have is about to run out, and every station is waiting for more. If there is no more content, we won't earn a penny. Our money will be gone, and we will have to pay fines for breaking the contract. Cold sweat was gathering on Kevin's forehead. Looking like an ant being held over boiling water, he looked over to the Treasure Identifier Elder. This plan was secret. They couldn't reveal the content. They signed a contract with different media platforms of the various high races, purchasing airtime for their video footage. Those media sources had rigid requirements for the content they put out, however. If the Thousand Treasures group couldn't put out the content in time, they were going to lose money. The Treasure Identifier Elder's phone was ringing constantly. There was no need for him to look at it because he already knew that it was his business partners that were calling. The plan had failed. He would lose his savings, which was an acceptable loss, but there were many other people that were going to go bankrupt with him. And that wasn't even what he was worried about the most. Qinyu must know how important it is to keep the video running, but the communication has come to an end. Is he? The Treasure Identifier Elder's face was shifting through a variety of emotions. Suddenly, the Wuxia Rubik's Cube lit up. A new video was being streamed from Fang Qinyu's Rubik's Cube. There he is, and there's the fight. Quick! Record all of this footage and get it processed immediately. Kevin was so excited that he was screaming the instructions. This video is... How is he filming from that perspective? The Treasure Identifier Elder stared at the video with wide eyes. The video showed the fight with the demon spirit, but it seemed to be filmed from a first-person perspective. It was like the person filming was the same person who was fighting the demon spirit. Every detail was crystal clear. Normal people couldn't have made any sense of the raw footage. To them, it would only have looked like blurring shapes and blinding flashes of light. The video stream of the Wuxia Rubik's Cube was recorded by special equipment, and the Thousand Treasures team edited it carefully before releasing it through their media sources. They slowed it down by an order of magnitude. Otherwise, most people wouldn't have had any idea what was going on. Only someone like the Treasure Identifier Elder himself could watch the raw footage and understand what was actually happening. That Han-sen has bad luck. He hid inside the Tianxia system and kidnapped a few people to pull his boat. Then, he met a guy with a Wuxia Rubik's Cube. Now, the Extreme King know where he is, and he won't be able to escape. Huh! They ran into a group of cloud beasts. Why did the video shut off? It's back now. What the hell? The Extreme King are fighting the cloud beasts. Holy shit. That's the Sea Demon car. The Sea Demon car is opening. Oh damn. Why is it gone? All the media channels were playing the videos the treasure identifier elder was producing, all at the same time. The display drew the attention of many viewers. Because equipment inside the Tianxia system was usually affected by the magnetic storms, most films that came from the system were basically unwatchable. Capturing the sea demon car on film would be even more difficult. Every race was drawn by this new showcase, and viewership figures skyrocketed. Many different races populated the Geno universe, and most races had at least 1 billion members. Some of the bigger races had tens of billions. The viewership figures ascended to a frightening sum in a very short amount of time. But the moment that the sea demon car opened, the video went dark. All of the viewers watching became furious at the tease, and it made them want to smash their viewing devices. Because the video had been cut off before, though, they hoped it would come back and they could continue to watch. But then, some words appeared on the blank screen. This content is now only accessible on a paid channel. Please enter the paid channel to view the secrets of the Sea Demon Car and the fate of the Extreme King. This is being streamed live from a massive battle in the Tianxia system. And this program is brought to you by the Hammer. Use the xenogenic treasures of the Hammer to live a good life. Motherfucking Hammer. Those money-hungry bastards. Everyone across the Geno universe was upset about being baited into purchasing a paid channel, but still, many nobles accepted it. They paid to watch the video and immediately switched to the new channel. They didn't want to miss a single second of the action. This was the first time the Sea Demon Car had been shown in such clarity and detail. Many people would have spent vast amounts of money for any scrap of information they could find on the elusive xenogenic, but now they only had to spend a small amount for an entire video focused on the creature. It was worth it. It was way too worth it. Real elites couldn't care less about the cost of a single inexpensive video. Even ordinary people could afford to watch. The paid channel cost about as much as a pack of cigarettes. When they entered the paid mode, they saw the demon spirit exit the Sea Demon Car. Then the creature blew up the Black Beetle ship and engaged Bao Qin directly. Holy shit! The demon spirit is strong. Overwhelming. It is scary. So that's what the creature inside the Sea Demon Car looks like. It isn't very physically large, but it's still quite scary to watch. Huh? What's going on? This perspective makes it look like someone is filming and fighting the demon spirit at the same time. Is Bao Qin filming this? It must be Bao Qin. Who else could film from such a perspective? Are the Extreme King in some sort of economic crisis? He is a deified elite of the Extreme King, and he needs to earn money by streaming? And he added some motherfucking sponsor and advert. How desperately do they want to earn money? Don't say that. It isn't easy to become a deified elite. While they are strong, they still require resources. Conversations about the video raged everywhere, and most people seemed to be complaining about Bao Qin's behavior. The Extreme King themselves were quite shocked, and they weren't sure about what was going on, either. They didn't know why Bao Qin would stream this video of a battle and allow the media of all the different races to broadcast it. A first-person perspective fight was incredibly exciting for viewers. Their blood boiled as they watched. This was a deified fight, which wasn't something that usually allowed spectators. If they had been anywhere near this fight in real life, they would have run away. They wouldn't have the guts to stay and watch two godly beings fight. And even if they were ballsy enough to stay and watch, they wouldn't have been able to see much anyway. These videos had been edited by professionals, allowing ordinary people to understand what was going on. It also let them see just how powerful deified beings could be. Han Sen was watching the fight through Bao Qin's eyes, and to him it looked even crazier. The demon spirit was like dust on the wind. Its body was very light, and even Bao Qin's eyes and speed could barely keep track of the xenogenic. Bao Qin struck repeatedly, but he only hit the places where the demon spirit had just been. If not for the harp in Bao Qin's hand, he would have already been killed by the demon spirit's fist. Luckily for him, his harp was able to weaken the demon spirit's speed and power. Bao Qin's long fingers strummed the harp in his hands, and the notes he played were like waves of substance chains. They spread out through the clouds, and the sea of blue clouds moved and vibrated with the rhythm of the harp's music. The clouds weren't the only things responding to the music either. Every substance, including sets of armor, weaponry, and xenogenic treasures, began to physically twist and warp under the spell of the harp's song. They became as limp as cooked noodles, waving along with the melody of the harp. The large bodies of the giant cloud dragons were deformed by the music, and with every new, twisting note, more of their bones shattered. Before long, the great dragons had been reduced to boneless meat sticks. The sight made Han Sen's scalp prickle. He didn't know what sort of sonic substance chain power Bao Qin was wielding, but it was crushing every single thing in sight. It was way too scary. Even with that power, Bao Qin was far from having the upper hand. That black form of the demon spirit kept flashing between the sonic forces. Han Sen couldn't see what sort of area it had employed, but the creature's power seemed to be protecting it against Bao Qin's deforming power. However, Bao Qin's attacks were slowly reducing the demon spirit's speed and power. The demon spirit's eyes were like those of a ghost, and they stared unblinkingly at Bao Qin. Bao Qin met the gaze of the demon spirit many times, but Han Sen didn't dare use his new beast soul to jump into the demon spirit's eyes. Han Sen didn't know how strong the blood-eye evil god's power truly was, and he didn't know what sort of powers were able to restrict it. That demon spirit had demonstrated frightening abilities so far, and so Han Sen gave up on the idea of entering its eyes. As the fight went on, Han Sen quickly realized something depressing. Bao Qin wasn't the demon spirit's equal. The monster was slowly boxing him in. Bao Qin made many attempts to escape, but try as he might, he couldn't shake off the demon spirit. The situation was growing increasingly dangerous for the Extreme King. Han Sen was hoping that Bao Qin and the demon spirit would end up injuring each other equally, so that Han Sen could swoop in and finish them both. But it had become evident that there was too much of a power gap between the two fighters. Bao Qin didn't stand a chance of even injuring the demon spirit. If Bao Qin was killed, the protection that his eyes offered Han Sen would be destroyed. Han Sen would have to make a getaway. When that happened, the demon spirit would probably target him. Even if Han Sen wanted to make an escape now, his opportunities to do so had mostly disappeared. All the cloud beast xenogenics had either died or run away. Bao Qin wasn't going to be meeting the eyes of another creature anytime soon, and so Han Sen couldn't escape using his blood-eye evil god beast soul. That beast soul could only interact with the eyes of others. It didn't have mirror powers like the ones that Miss Mirror used. If Han Sen wanted to escape unseen, he needed his host to make eye contact with another. Pang! The demon spirit landed a blow across Bao Qin's chest, tearing his armor. The godly muscles of Bao Qin's jade-like chest were shredded, and blood welled within the wound. But the godly blood didn't spill out. The blood became black, smoky dust that rose like steam. It billowed up into a small, rather unsettling cloud. Seeing the smoky, dust-like god blood, the demon spirit licked its lips hungrily and teleported over to Bao Qin. Ding! One of the strings of Bao Qin's harp broke, and a new burst of blood turned into smoke and opened like a flower amidst the clouds. Bao Qin isn't going to survive this. Han Sen made his decision. He turned off the Wanjie Rubik's Cube, and when the injured Bao Qin met the gaze of the demon spirit, he jumped into the demon spirit's eyes. Please let this work, Han Sen prayed desperately. The eyes of the demon spirit were like the soulless eyes of a shark. They were red like fire. They looked rather transparent. Han Sen didn't know if the blood-eye evil god beast soul could find refuge within them. In the next second, Han Sen realized that his vision had indeed changed. When he realized that he was looking directly at the injured Bao Qin, happiness and relief flooded through him. He knew he was now residing inside the eyes of the demon spirit. Looking out from the demon spirit's eyes was different than Han Sen had initially imagined it would be. Because the demon's eyes were so red, Han Sen had thought that looking through them would provide a view that was tinted and murky. But instead, the view from the demon's eyes was actually entirely black and white. Everything Han Sen could see was a blur of various shades of gray. It took Han Sen only a moment to realize that his eyes couldn't keep up with the eyes of the demon spirit. He used his purple eye butterfly to lessen the disparity between his vision and the demon spirit's, and the images before him quickly resolved. Unless he had the purple eye butterfly active, it was like looking out of a high-speed train with an extremely narrow field of view. Everything he saw on the outside zoomed by at incredible speed, and objects became blurry and difficult to make out. With the purple eye butterfly, though, Han Sen could see everything. The demon spirit hovered in front of Bao Qin. Every string on the man's harp was broken, and the demon spirit's ghost-like hands then went through the harp to pierce right into Bao Qin's chest. The smoke from Bao Qin's deified blood was spreading. Bao Qin gritted his teeth, and his body released a very bright light. The man's fingers reached for the stringless harp. Then some invisible strings appeared beneath his fingers. Every string released a weird sonic power that tore through space to create a giant space vortex. The vortex pulled in the nearby clouds, and then it began to pull on the demon spirit and Bao Qin himself. In order to resist the force of the vortex, the demon spirit had to teleport away. Bao Qin's body, on the other hand, was sucked into the space vortex. After a short amount of time, the space vortex disappeared. The demon spirit grunted coldly. It turned around and returned to its sea demon car. The giant cloud dragons were all dead, so the carriage was simply hanging in place. The demon spirit waved its hand, and the cloud sea began to roll. The clouds became tornadoes that drew in and consumed even more clouds. Soon, the tornadoes transformed into new cloud dragons that flew over to the sea demon car. Han Sen was frozen. The powers and techniques of this demon spirit were crazy. It was difficult for Han Sen to comprehend the power it must have taken to summon so many cloud dragons so quickly. I cannot let him find me. Even blinding him wouldn't be enough to let me escape successfully, Han Sen believed. The demon spirit was back inside the sea demon car. The carriage turned and headed for the deep sea of the clouds. The xenogeniacs and cloud beasts all around were now dead. All that remained was the carriage that the demon spirit traveled in. The sea demon car had remained undamaged through the entire fight. Han Sen couldn't imagine what material it must have been made of. Han Sen wanted to use the eyes of the cloud dragons to leave, but the cloud dragons didn't dare to look directly at the demon spirit. The demon spirit didn't look at them either, and so Han Sen couldn't find the opportunity he needed. There is no need to worry. As long as the demon spirit doesn't notice me, he will eventually look into the eyes of another creature. Sooner or later, I will be able to escape. As the demon spirit continued to remain oblivious to Han Sen's presence, Han Sen finally began to relax. Inside the stone carriage, the demon spirit stared forward without closing its eyes. Perhaps the creature's eyes simply couldn't be closed. As he looked through the eyes of the demon spirit, Han Sen could see the interior of the stone carriage. Words were written across the stone walls. Because the demon spirit's vision was completely black and white, Han Sen couldn't tell what the true colors of the words were. Most things that Han Sen looked at were represented by gray tones. The words had been written in a tiny script, and each letter was no bigger than a fly. But when Han Sen looked closer, he realized that the words were all ancient and strong. It was like there was an infinite, amazing universe residing within them. Han Sen was happy. He assumed it was some high-class Geno art, but it was written in the common language of the universe. Since it was written in a language he knew, it would be easy for him to remember. But when he looked a little closer, he realized the words weren't a Geno art. In fact, their content was confusing, almost nonsensical. Han Sen couldn't see where the writing began. The writing seemed to run across multiple walls of the carriage, but because the demon spirit was turning his head, Han Sen could only see the wall that was directly in front of him. Getting my wish by using your love. I'm so sorry. I could then make the wish again to bring love back to life, but I would accept grand suffering. That is the reason I turned into a demon, and I was unable to continue with the relationship. I want to end this life, but it is very difficult. Han Sen read it all out, stopping when he reached the end of what he could see. Did the person who wrote this down make a wish to a god, then regret that wish? Who is the person making wishes? I cannot believe he tried to make a wish twice. Normal people only make one wish and suffer as a result, but this guy made two wishes. A wish to become a demon. Is the demon spirit the one who wrote this? Han Sen was confused. It was almost unthinkable, but based on what Han Sen knew, it seemed most likely that the demon spirit had been the one who wrote on the walls. Who else could have written something on the interior of the sea demon car? It's a shame I cannot see the full contents. If I could, I would be able to understand the cause and the consequences. If this demon spirit really is the person that the text mentions, then he must have been someone awesome before he became the demon that he is today. As Han Sen kept thinking to himself, the demon spirit's vision moved. The demon spirit glanced to his left, and Han Sen followed its gaze. There was something carved on that wall as well, but the demon spirit's vision didn't linger on the words. It looked away quickly, and Han Sen didn't have time to read the words. When the demon spirit turned in a different direction, though, Han Sen made out the image of a woman. The picture was very simple. It was only a few lines, but it was enough to draw out the figure of a long-haired woman. There was no face, but the figure alone was enough to let Han Sen know that she had been beautiful. The demon spirit looked upon the image of the woman carved into the stone. He slowly reached out and touched the stone, but his hands were like dust. When he touched the stone, his fingers spread out like smoke. The demon spirit continued to reach for the woman's image, but every time he touched it, his hand disappeared in a puff of dust. And when he pulled his hands away from the stone tablet, his dust-scattered hands coalesced again. For some reason, Han Sen felt a knot form in his throat. The scene moved him more than he had expected. The demon spirit reached out many times, trying in vain to brush his fingers over the picture, but he eventually gave up. Instead, he just stared at the picture of the woman on the stone wall. He spaced out looking at it. Han Sen could see there were a few small words next to that picture of a woman. When he focused, he could read what was written. I will not age for 300 million years, but even so, I will never be able to touch your face again. As Han Sen read that line of words, the sickening feeling sank deeper and deeper in his stomach. He wasn't a fan of tragedies, but just seeing those words allowed him to understand what sort of tragedy he was looking at. The demon spirit tipped his head to the side so he could just stare at the woman's picture. He didn't move, and time flowed by unnoticed. At least an hour passed in this motionless state, and the sea demon car continued to more steadily forward the whole time, pulled by the giant cloud dragons that the demon spirit had summoned from the clouds. Even if Han Sen wanted to escape, there was no way he could right now. He had no choice but to wait. Fortunately, I sent the little red bird with Bauer. If the little red bird was trapped here with me, Bauer would be in danger. Han Sen thought to himself. Han Sen didn't know when the demon spirit would exit the sea demon car again. Han Sen noticed that nothing he did in the demon spirit's eyes seemed to draw its attention. So he summoned Wanner, who he had placed inside Destiny's tower. Wanner had been in a coma all this time, and she hadn't woken up. Han Sen couldn't hold her in his arms all day every day, and so, he had placed her inside Destiny's tower. Han Sen's Sea of Soul hosted Destiny's tower, and Wanner hadn't turned blonde the entire time she was inside. If I cannot find a chance to escape, I might need Wanner's power. Han Sen checked her status, and he noticed that she had recovered somewhat. Although her body was still rather weak, it wasn't abhorrently faint like it had been. There was no chance of her suddenly giving up the ghost. It really was the blonde hair mode that brought her so close to death. She recovers as long as her hair stays black, but she's healing so slowly. If this keeps going, who knows how long it might take for her to return to normal again. Han Sen tried to send his power into her, but it didn't seem to work. He could put his power into Wanner's body, but her body didn't absorb the energy. It was like pouring water into a cup full of holes. No matter how much power he put in, it would just leak out. There was nothing he could do, so he put Wanner back inside Destiny's tower. He used the Wuxia Rubik's Cube to contact the Treasure Identifier Elder. When the video transmission stopped for the final time, it hadn't affected the Treasure Identifier Elder too much. They had already earned the money they needed to. Their profits might not have been maximized, but their earnings were still substantial. Many creatures had wanted the video to keep going, but the Treasure Identifier Elder had no more footage, so they had stopped the stream. When Han Sen contacted the Treasure Identifier Elder again, The treasure identifier elder was alone in his room. When the old man saw that it wasn't Feng Qingyu contacting him via the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, he frowned and asked, "Where's Qingyu?" "Don't worry, treasure identifier elder. Qingyu is fine, but I was separated from him. Is there a way for me to contact him and the others?" This was why Han Sen was contacting the treasure identifier elder. The Wuxia Rubik's Cube is an important possession of the 1,000 treasures. Only elder members are allowed to have them. Qingyu's Wuxia Rubik's Cube is mine, and he only has one. If you have the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, there is no way to contact them while they remain in the Tianxia system. The treasure identifier elder paused and asked, "Do you know where they are? I can send people to the Tianxia system to extract them." Han Sen didn't say anything. If he had been with Feng Qingyu, he would have given their location to the treasure identifier elder. But Bauer and the others were with him, and Han Sen didn't trust this man with their safety. The treasure identifier elder was smart. He knew what Han Sen was worried about. After a moment of thought, he said, "Actually, even if we went out to find them, I doubt that we could. The Extreme King elites and many others wish to capture you and haul you back to the Extreme King. They should be in the Tianxia system already. It is too late for a traditional search and rescue party. If you want your friends and Qingyu to be saved, there is one other way." "You're saying that I should use the Wuxia Rubik's Cube to leak my location?" Han Sen immediately understood what the treasure identifier elder was implying. The treasure identifier elder nodded and said, "Yes, the Extreme King have come looking for you, not your companions. If you keep letting them know where you are, they won't have any reason to conduct a general search that might endanger Qingyu and the others." "I'll think about it." Han Sen turned off the Wuxia Rubik's Cube. What would be the point of using the Rubik's Cube now? He was inside the eyes of the spirit demon. If he began streaming video, people would only see the interior of the stone carriage. That wouldn't be very helpful for anyone. Han Sen needed to wait for a moment when a video stream would tell the Extreme King exactly where he was. Only then would it be worth turning the Rubik's Cube back on. "I really hope that the demon spirit is planning to leave the sea demon car soon. If he decides to stay in here for a few hundred years, that will be bad," Han Sen thought morosely. Luckily, Han Sen's worries didn't jinx his situation. Despite the time he spent envisioning the worst-case scenario, it didn't come to pass. After another half-day of travel, the sea demon car came to a stop. The spirit demon finally turned its eyes away from the wall of the carriage. The creature pushed the door open and slid out. "He's finally out." Han Sen was filled with happiness. But when he saw what was outside the carriage, he froze. Before he entered the Tianxia system, Han Sen had done a lot of research about the place. He had learned that the system was filled with clouds and fog, but no planets were known to exist within it. But as the demon spirit moved out of the carriage, Han Sen saw a giant island hanging in the clouds. The clouds surrounding them were pure white now, unlike the blue clouds that Han Sen had seen last. These fluffy white clouds looked like they belonged in an ordinary sky. The demon spirit dropped onto the grass of the island. The fresh green grass turned to dust the moment that the demon spirit touched it. The dust rose and danced around the feet of the spirit demon, like ashes rising from a disturbed grave. When he fought, the demon spirit moved so quickly that it looked like he was teleporting. In this place, though, he walked forward as slowly as a normal person would, heading for a mountain at the center of the island. The small mountain wasn't high, probably only reaching 400 meters at its peak. Han Sen could have jumped over such a small mountain in a single leap. The demon spirit could probably have done the same with only a thought. But instead, the demon spirit was walking up the mountain, step by step. He moved patiently, almost methodically. What is he trying to do? Han Sen wondered curiously. Although he wanted to flee, there were no creatures whose eyes he could jump into. The island was covered in grass and dotted with strange flowers, but there were no creatures to be seen. The demon spirit left the sea demon car behind without so much as a backward glance at the cloud dragons. Because of that, Han Sen couldn't even escape by jumping into the eyes of a cloud dragon. Since he couldn't run, Han Sen spent his time trying to guess what the demon spirit would do on the mountain. He had too little information to come up with any truly plausible theories, though. When the demon spirit reached the mountain's peak, Han Sen realized that the mountaintop was flat. It was about the size of a basketball court, and there was a building standing at its center. The building had 2 floors, and it appeared to have been constructed out of a beautiful variety of wood. The building was surrounded by ornately fenced gardens. The gardens were full of greenery, but they weren't beautiful or well-kept. They were quite ugly, and only the walls that enclosed them were nice. A wooden gate provided an opening in the fence. As they approached the gate, Han Sen saw a plank of wood stuck in the earth. 3 words were written down on it. No love house. No love house? What does that mean? Han Sen wondered. The demon spirit drifted to a stop just outside the fence. The wooden door wasn't locked, but he seemed to have decided against going into the yard. He stood outside the fence, looking toward the window on the 2nd floor. Han Sen thought the demon spirit might do something interesting, but he just stood there for about an hour. He didn't move an inch. Purple Fight, what are you doing here? I don't want to see you, said a woman's voice from the 2nd floor. Her tone was hard and distant. The demon spirit stayed where he was. He didn't move, and his eyes remained locked on the 2nd floor window. The woman inside the wooden house pushed open the window and looked at the demon spirit angrily. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Either grant me that wish or just kill me." Han Sen, hearing the name Purple Fight, thought it sounded very familiar. After he searched his memory, he placed the name. His eyes and mouth opened wide in shock. This name is like a clap of thunder in my ear. One of the 10 generals of Sacred was the invincible General Purple Fight. Han Sen had spent a lot of time researching Sacred. After his fight with the Purple-Eye Butterfly, he carefully researched each of the 10 generals. Ultimately, however, he wasn't able to learn much about them. But from the little information he had gathered, this General Purple Fight had struck him as being quite impressive. He was invincible even when fighting alone, which earned him the nickname, the Invincible Solo. The name perfectly captured how frightening General Purple Fight was. There was a legend that said before Purple Fight became a general, he was an enemy of Sacred Leader. At one point, Sacred Leader himself lost in a one-on-one fight against Purple Fight. That was why Purple Fight earned the title Invincible Solo. After that, Sacred Leader used some sort of trick to beat Purple Fight and claim ownership over him. Purple Fight became the strongest of Sacred's 10 generals. Is this demon spirit General Purple Fight? Han Sen found it hard to believe. Out of the 10 generals, General Ghostbone was the best when it came to leading armies, and Purple-Eye Butterfly was the leader of intelligence gathering. But when it came to fighting alone, Purple Fight was the greatest. In a one-on-one deathmatch, the leaders of the 3 highest races of the universe couldn't defeat him. The demon spirit saw the woman looking down on him, but he didn't say a word. He merely returned her gaze. Han Sen hesitated. He didn't know if he should stay in the demon spirit's eyes or make the jump into the woman's eyes. The woman continued to send a string of blistering invectives and insults toward Purple Fight. But the demon spirit merely looked at her without moving. He didn't react to her words, and it was almost as if he wasn't getting scolded at all. That made Han Sen wonder if the demon spirit wasn't actually the Purple Fight the woman mentioned. When that woman grew tired of yelling, the demon spirit brought out an item. It appeared in the demon spirit's shadowy hand out of nowhere, and he carried it to the gate. He didn't touch the wood or the fence. When Han Sen saw the item that the demon spirit had set on the ground, his eyes brightened. It was a book. The book was made of stone, and there were 7 words written upon the cover. Shocking World Record of the Extreme King. Holy shit, that is the Extreme King's exclusive Geno art. How did the demon spirit get a hold of it? Right, he must have gotten it from Bao Qin. Bao Qin must have had it somewhere on his person when he fought the demon spirit, Han Sen thought. When the woman saw the shocking world record of the Extreme King, she looked even more distraught. She screamed, "Purple Fight! What is the point of you bringing me all the Geno arts in the world? They are meaningless to me. Either kill me or let me go." Han Sen was hesitant. He didn't know if he should stay in the demon spirit's eyes or jump to the eyes of this woman. From what the woman had said, he could guess that she had been imprisoned in this house by the demon spirit. If Han-sen leaped into her eyes, even if she never discovered his presence, there was a chance he might never leave that place. But if he stayed inside the eyes of the demon spirit, who knew how long he would have to remain inside the sea demon car? Twiddling his thumbs in the sea demon car for a few hundred years would be a pretty miserable fate. The woman should be easier to deal with than the demon spirit. Even if I'm discovered, it won't be as difficult to escape. Han-sen could feel that the demon spirit was on the precipice of leaving. Putting away his hesitation, Han-sen reflected himself into the eyes of the woman before the demon spirit had a chance to break eye contact. With the woman's curses still echoing around him, the demon spirit walked back down the hill away from the house. As he watched the demon spirits receding back, Han-sen felt rather glum. Finally, back to normal. With the woman's vision, Han-sen could finally see colors again. It was a relief to have normal vision after being stuck in the monochromatic eyes of the demon spirit. When the woman saw that the demon spirit had finally left, she stopped swearing. Then, she turned away from the window. The woman glanced around, and as she did, Han-sen followed her gaze. The interior of the house was packed with bookshelves, and the bookshelves were all lined with books. The woman's eyes moved too quickly, however, which kept Han-sen from being able to read the titles on the books. The woman walked downstairs and left the house. Despite her earlier anger, the woman walked over to the book that the demon spirit had left on the grass and picked it up. When she returned to the house, the woman threw the shocking world record of the Extreme King on the floor. She stomped on it many times, discharging some of her leftover anger. A while later, the woman picked up the shocking world record of the Extreme King. She used a cloth to clean it, then placed it on a bookshelf. The woman grew restless after that. She stood up and moved back to that same bookshelf, repositioning the shocking world record slightly. Does this woman have OCD? Han-sen thought that the woman was a bit weird. There were no other creatures on this mountain. Only this one woman living alone in a wooden house. Han-sen wanted to escape her eyes, but it appeared as if doing so would be impossible. I don't know what this woman is capable of. If her power is average, I can just wait until I'm sure that the demon spirit is gone. Then I can race out of her eyes to make an escape. In preparation for that eventuality, Han-sen paid careful attention to the woman. The woman was definitely strange. When she was done fiddling with the book, she went to sit at the window and peer outside. Han-sen realized that the clouds outside the island weren't white anymore. They were light yellow like butter. Han-sen was happy. He brought out his Wuxia Rubik's Cube and filmed what could be seen from the window. He then sent it to the treasure identifier elder. Didn't you want to capture me and claim the bounty on my head? Come and try it, Han-sen said to the Rubik's Cube after he made the film. After the treasure identifier elder received the footage from Han-sen, he edited the clip and began streaming it. Han-sen didn't know what effect this play might have, but for now, it was all he could do. Thankfully, the wooden house didn't have any mirrors or swords. Otherwise, if she looked into a mirror and noticed that her left eye was red, she'd realize there was a problem. The woman sat in front of the window for a long time. Han-sen didn't know what she was thinking about, and he was starting to believe that she'd never move again. But after a while, the woman finally moved. The woman sighed deeply. She stood up and moved toward a desk. The desk was laden with stacks of books and documents. There were no tools that required electricity, but perhaps that was due to the magnetic storms that plagued the Tianxia system. Electric instruments probably wouldn't work here anyway. The woman's room was organized with the same fastidious attention to detail as the rest of the house. The items on the table were arranged tidily, and her books and notebooks were all lined up perfectly. All the pens were in the pen cup. The woman had serious OCD issues. When she sat down in front of the desk, she picked up the top notebook. She opened the notebook and flipped to an empty page. After a moment of thought, the woman wrote something down on the empty book. She assembled words, numbers, and symbols into a variety of formulas that Han-sen was unable to comprehend. Han-sen didn't know what the woman was doing. The woman wrote with repeated breaks for thought. Before long, she picked up a book from the bookshelf. She flipped through it quickly, apparently trying to find something specific. Phenomenon? Isn't that the Geno art that is similar to Sky Palace's textless book? Hansen thought in surprise. Phenomenon was a secret skill of Sky Palace as well. What happened next surprised Hansen even more. The woman kept pulling down and perusing different books, and those books were of the top Geno arts exclusive to a variety of different races. Many of them were guarded with the utmost secrecy. Hansen saw the Destroyed's Geno art 3 bodies in 1 destroyed Chaos Godlight and the dragon's Evil Breaker Dragon presence. Many other famous Geno arts that were known across the Geno universe were there as well. There were also many names that Hansen had never even heard before. Who is this woman? And why does she have so many secret Geno arts here? Surely the spirit demon didn't steal them all just for her, right? That should be impossible. Those races wouldn't hand out their secrets for free. How many elites would really bring their secret Geno arts to Tianxia system just to get mugged? Hansen couldn't make sense of the situation. But as he watched, Hansen soon realized what she was doing. She was obviously researching the Geno arts. Because he didn't know what she was writing, though he couldn't understand the research she was doing. It was like when normal people made use of computer software. Although people might use a program every single day, if they saw a coder working on that same program, they wouldn't have a clue what they were seeing. Unless Hansen could see the Geno arts she was researching, he wouldn't have a single clue to figure out what he was seeing. The symbols and formulas weren't enough for him to tell what she was working on. No, this won't work. If I keep it complete, no creature will be able to reach the required fitness level. Lowering the fitness requirements will dismantle the skill, so that would be useless. How do I keep it complete and also lower the fitness requirements for practice? The woman mumbled to herself. She was putting an almost painful level of focus into the problem, but she couldn't seem to come up with any solutions. She grappled with the problem for a while longer, but she still couldn't figure it out. She walked over to the bookshelf, pulled down the Shocking World Record, and began reading through it. The Shocking World Record of the Extreme King. In the beginning of the Extreme King, the sky and ground welcomed this race, the woman said, reading the prologue in a smooth voice. She broke off, and a scornful chuckle rolled out of her throat. Very presumptuous. He was just a slave of Sacred Leader, so how dare he say that? It seems as if this woman is connected to the Sacred Leader somehow. It also looks like the Extreme King's alpha once belonged to Sacred, maybe as a low-level servant. Hansen thought in surprise. The woman continued to read the Shocking World Record, and after a while, she started to look annoyed. I thought this would be something special, but it's just a half-assed version of Sacred Leader's blood spirit body. And this guy has the nerve to call it a king body? Very funny. Hansen's eyes widened even further. No way. The Extreme King's king bodies were invented by the Sacred Leader. The woman looked at the book in her hands with distaste, but she continued to read it all the way through. As her eyes moved along the pages, Hansen read the entirety of the Shocking World Record with her. Although this manuscript wasn't the original copy, it still had the exact same contents as the original Shocking World Record. It was a very powerful and multifaceted Geno art. It had everything a person could want in it. If a member of the Extreme King had a king body of their own, they could find a skill to learn within the Shocking World Record. This slave stole my Geno World speech. He was kind of smart, honestly. He combined the Geno World speech with a blood spirit body. But the Geno World speech and the blood spirit body were each only half finished. No matter how they are combined, they won't reach the final stage. The woman had lost her interest in the Shocking World Record of the Extreme King. She placed it back on the shelf. Hansen was frozen, and he thought, this woman doesn't look too old, but she speaks as if she was alive in Sacred Leader's day. Is such a thing possible? How has she survived for such a long time? Can't blame the slave, the woman said with a sigh. He couldn't bring himself up to the super gene level. Even the Sacred Leader and I failed continually, and he was just a slave with a slightly abnormal amount of intelligence. His achievements were respectable, all things considered. She proceeded to sit down on a chair. Hansen's heart shook. What the hell? Is the super gene she mentioned related to the sanctuaries somehow? The woman glanced through her notebook in boredom. She closed it and put it back. Then she sighed again. There are no clues to follow. I can't figure out why the story of genes can't be practiced, but lowering the practice requirements will make it impossible to generate a super gene. What am I supposed to do? Han Sen's throat had tightened into a knot, and he wanted to scream. The story of genes. She's researching the story of genes? Who is this woman? Maybe the sacred leader was correct. It's simply impossible to determine the faults in some genoarts. We need to find a way for creatures' genes to evolve more quickly. If we can hasten the speed at which genes evolve. But in that case, why would we need the story of genes? That way won't work. The woman shook her head tiredly. Han Sen's heart was like a sea tossed by a violent storm. It was full of scary waves and rattling winds. If what the woman said was true, she might have been the person who actually created the story of genes. She might have had a direct connection to the sacred leader, and maybe she even knew him personally. Han Sen wanted to run far away from this terrifying woman, but he wanted to find out her secrets even more. But he couldn't tell what level the woman might have been. If Han Sen could, he would have liked to tie the woman up and interrogate her until he had extracted every last bit of info she had to give. But considering that the woman might have hailed from the same era as the sacred leader, he shoved that thought away before it led him into doing something rash. There were too many unknowns here, but the bits and pieces he was putting together told him that if he challenged this woman, he could be in grave danger. If she had conducted research alongside sacred leader and considered the extreme king as little more than servants, her power had to be substantial. Perhaps she wasn't as strong as Purple Fight, but there was a high chance of her being a top-class deified. Han Sen wasn't confident that he could take on someone like that. If he revealed himself, he might be the one getting interrogated. Han Sen had to be patient. If the woman continued to talk to herself, she might reveal more secrets out loud. But she didn't talk to herself every day. Sometimes, she wouldn't say a single word. But whenever the demon spirit paid a visit, she seemed to blow a fuse. After screaming and cursing at the demon spirit until he left, she would talk to herself for the rest of the day while she cooled off. But she didn't voice any more secrets. The woman spent most of her time researching the story of genes. She used any geno-art she was able to get her hands on to test and modify it. She tried many different methods, but none of them seemed to stick. As the woman worked in her notebook, Han Sen could see the story of genes. After a brief examination, he confirmed that it was truly the same geno-art that he possessed. There were some differences, though, because this woman's The Story of Genes had some modifications. Some parts of the geno-art were more advanced than Han Sen's version. But there weren't many differences. Clearly, The Story of Genes had been completed a long time ago. But since practicing The Story of Genes in its original form was simply unfeasible, modifications had been required. In addition to the original version, the woman had experimented with hundreds of altered variants of the geno-art. The woman had made each version unique in some way, hoping to find a new form of the geno-art that was superior to the original. None of the attempts succeeded, though. All the variants were, at the end of the day, failed experiments. Han Sen himself had practiced The Story of Genes. When he first started attempting to use the geno-art, his fitness level had been far too low to actually practice the skill. But with the help of the black crystal armor, he was eventually able to perform The Story of Genes. Han Sen had spoken to Professor Bai Ishan about the geno-art. No ordinary being could practice with The Story of Genes because the fitness requirements were too dizzying to comprehend. The only way it could be learned, supposedly, was to have a body as perfect as a god's. Normal people had flaws in their bodies, and even minuscule flaws would make the geno-art unlearnable. Han Sen watched the woman conduct research every day. Although she wasn't making any progress, Han Sen started to gain a much deeper understanding of The Story of Genes. There were many things he had never fully understood in the past, but now they had become clear. While Han Sen was enjoying his newfound knowledge, the woman walked out of the wooden house. She went to a pool in the garden. She crouched down, and it appeared as if she was going to take a sip of the water. But when she saw her reflection, she froze. Oh no! Hansen got a shock suddenly. The woman looked into her reflection in the pool. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. She can see me. Hansen knew this was very bad, but he had already considered this eventuality. If the being Hansen inhabited was close to a reflective surface, Hansen knew his presence would be exposed sooner or later. So he didn't panic. When the woman saw the strange appearance of her eye, she didn't panic either. She smiled and said, "Interesting. You dared to use an eye trick on someone like me? You are brave." After that, the woman released a burning golden light in her eyes. It started in her pupils and spread across her irises, slowly fighting back the red and transforming it into gold. Hansen's chest tightened. He didn't know what sort of power that woman had employed, but after the gold light consumed her eyes, the woman put away her power. As soon as she released her power, the gold color extinguished and the red reappeared. "Ha! My golden eye didn't work. This is tricky," the woman said with a pleased smile. The color of her eye changed again. This time, a deep black swept over her irises. The black rolled over the entirety of her eyeballs, overwhelming the red. Once her eyes had fallen completely into darkness, the woman stopped feeding power into the technique she had used. Once again, as soon as she released the technique, the red returned to her eyes. Darkness eye didn't work either. Fascinating. The woman proceeded to try many different eye talents as she attempted to expunge Hansen, but they only succeeded in making his vision go funny. Nothing seemed to affect the power of the blood eye evil god beast soul, though. Hansen was delighted with the performance of his beast soul. So this is the power of a mutant deified beast soul. Even this woman cannot do anything against me. How interesting. The woman was now smiling widely. Rather than being upset at her repeated failures, she looked thrilled. After that, the woman didn't use any more eye skills. She raised her fingertips and gathered up some sort of light. Wisps of spiritual light rose from her fingertips, turning into a mirror that hovered before her face. The mirror hung before the woman's eye, but there was no human reflection inside it. A weird light swirled around the surface of the silver mirror, and eventually, it turned a deep red color and began to coil in tighter and tighter swirls. In moments, the red color had changed to depict the face of the blood eye evil god. Ah, it is blood eye evil god. No wonder my eye skills didn't work. When the woman saw the image of blood eye evil god, she smiled in sudden understanding. She raised her finger and pressed it to her forehead just above her eyes. More spiritual light went into her. The woman's eyes shattered like glass. The shadowy space that Hansen inhabited collapsed, and he was forced to come out. He fell onto the ground and immediately tried to leap away from the house. "What's this? That isn't blood eye evil god," the woman murmured in surprise. Her eyes healed immediately, and her hands never stopped moving. She raised one hand, and a crystal ball flew toward Hansen to trap him. Hansen moved to evade the crystal ball, but the woman shifted the position of her hand and cast a few lights that struck Hansen with pinpoint precision. Hansen's body became much heavier, and his speed dropped drastically. A deep ache sank into his back, and he felt as if he had ejaculated prematurely and then become impotent. He was suddenly struck with the pain of a woman's period, and his eyesight became blurry. Pain and nausea swept through him. God only knew how many Geno arts the woman had cast to give him such a wretched series of debilitations. Hansen used his jade skin area, which transformed his body into jade-like ice. The woman's debilitating Geno arts no longer worked on Hansen, allowing him to dodge the second crystal attack. Then he leaped out the window. The woman's face looked like the face of a cat in pursuit of a mouse. It was as if she had made a fascinating discovery. She ran out of the wooden house, too. Hansen wanted to fly away and escape the island, but as soon as he moved, he saw the crystal ball racing toward him. Hansen evaded it, but the crystal ball exploded. It transformed into a giant crystal net that covered the entire island. Hansen had nowhere to run. Hansen's fingers wriggled like mad, casting sword silks as he attempted to lift the net of crystal. He kept the net from falling on him, and his mind raced to find a way out of this predicament. After a few of her attacks, though, Han Sen noticed that the woman wasn't as strong as he initially believed her to be. She had the power of a king-class being at the most, he wagered. But she possessed such a variety of geno arts that she could do almost anything. She had an infinite supply of surprises up her sleeve. That was for sure. When she saw that her crystal net couldn't trap Han Sen, the woman changed her approach. Her fingers became like blades, and she used all sorts of geno arts to attack. Han Sen had a hard time dealing with her. Han Sen had encountered many powerful opponents in his time, and some of them had learned many skills, but this woman could use literally anything. She could fuse a dozen skills into a single attack. He had never seen anything like this before. Her attack might start out as fire powers, but when they got close to Han Sen, they might transform into gold or water powers. An attack might rage toward him, but then become as soft as a kiss when it landed. Her fingers, palms, knives, and swords didn't allow Han Sen a moment to breathe. This wasn't a fight. It was like the woman was conducting an artistic performance of many tricks. Han Sen fought to defend himself, but he couldn't win. And with the crystal net in place over the island, Han Sen knew that he couldn't escape. The woman looked shocked too, though. Han Sen's attacks were very familiar to her in some ways, but they were also quite different than she expected. Sky Palace's textless book isn't completely the same, but it is just, and the breaking power is not the same. Fascinating. The woman was captivated by Han Sen's skills. The woman knew too many geno arts. Han Sen used skills that he thought would take advantage of the woman's weaknesses. But she always used another unexpected geno art to escape every crisis. And Han Sen found himself fighting for his life instead. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. I came here purely by happenstance. I mean you no harm, so please forgive me," Han Sen pleaded, as he continued to fight. "Use a few more geno arts. I have seen these before," the woman commanded, not actually responding to Han Sen's plight. Han Sen knew many geno arts, but he didn't think that this situation called for them. Instead, he stuck with skills that he knew could counter her attacks. The woman, seeing that Han Sen was only using a few skills to break all of her geno arts, looked profoundly annoyed. "Down!" The woman waved her hand, and the crystal net snapped Han Sen's sword silks and fell toward him. Many substance chains now writhed within the crystal net. "She's deified." Han Sen realized that the woman had been playing with him. She hadn't used her real powers up until now. Han Sen had the strong urge to use his super god spirit power to escape the falling net, but ultimately he chose not to. Instead, he allowed himself to be captured by the crystal net. "Who are you? How are you using abilities that should belong only to the blood-eye evil god?" the woman asked Han Sen, who was now trapped on the ground like a fish in a net. "I am Prince 16 of the Extreme King. My name is Bai Yi. I gained the blood evil eye powers by accident." Before Han Sen could finish, the woman's face hardened. She tightened the crystal net that snared him, dragging Han Sen up into the air. "How dare you lie to me? You are a crystallizer that has disguised themselves as one of the Extreme King. Blood evil eye is blood eye evil god's geno art. It should be impossible to wield unless you have the blood eye evil god's genes. Do you think I'm stupid?" the woman demanded. She gestured furiously at Han Sen. A substance chain appeared, and it lashed Han's senator. The whip cut so deeply into Han Sen's flesh that bone was visible through the wound. "If you already knew I was a crystallizer, why didn't you just say so?" Han Sen thought, grinding his teeth. Out loud, he said, "I'm a crystallizer, but I'm a mixed breed. My body has a little of the Extreme King's blood in it, and I also have some of the blood-eye evil god's blood." Whoosh! Before Han Sen could finish, the woman lashed him again. Her eyes looked like they were trying to bore holes into Han Sr. Mixed. "My ass. Is being a crystallizer not good enough for you? Why would you submit yourself to that slave race? And blood-eye evil god's blood? Tell me, how did that work out?" The woman was so angry that she kept whipping Han Sen's body. Han Sen swore to himself that he would never provoke another female researcher. Her temper was really bad. But Han Sen realized something. When he saw how angry the woman had become because he pretended to be an extreme king, he hastily said, "Lady, you are a crystallizer too, yes? Do you know Left Crazy? Left Crazy and I are best friends." "You know Left Crazy?" The woman was both surprised and confused, and both emotions showed clearly on her face. "I know him, and we are very close. I learned a Geno art from him," Han-san said hurriedly when he confirmed that Left Crazy's name carried some weight with this woman. The woman wasn't interested in what Han-san was saying, though. She looked at him with disdain. "Left Crazy is too nice. You are a crystallizer. Even if you were his enemy, he would still be willing to teach you if you were willing to learn. Learning Geno arts from him doesn't mean that you're actually close to him." Although she said that, the woman still relented and put away her crystal net. She freed Han-san from his bindings. "What is your name, lady? Do you know Left Crazy as well?" Han-san asked the woman as he stood up and brushed the dust off of himself. The woman really was a crystallizer, which surprised Han Senator according to what Han-san had learned thus far. The crystallizers appeared sometime after Sacred had been destroyed. The crystallizers never had a deified in their ranks, either. That woman had conducted research alongside Sacred Leader, though. That must have meant she was a powerful figure in the era of Sacred's reign. The woman ignored Han-sen's inquiry. She looked at him and said, "You are of the crystallizer blood, but how are your body's genes able to evolve so fast?" "My genes are fast?" Han-sen asked, feigning ignorance. The woman looked at Han-sen with a frown. She said to herself, "This shouldn't be. My crystallizers finished their tests as a failure. Their fitness was weak, and only their intelligence was at a passable level. How could this one have evolved so fast?" When Han-sen heard that, he was surprised. He looked at the woman and asked, "You created the crystallizers?" The woman shook her head. "Not exactly. The crystallizers already existed, but I used Sacred's resources to modify the genes of the crystallizers. I sped up the progress of their evolution. It was not much of a success, but it worked out better than I had expected. Their fitness and evolution progress were bad, but they were very intelligent. They made perfect assistants for my work, and Left Crazy was one of them." After that, the woman walked back toward the wooden house. Because the woman had stopped threatening Han-sen, he no longer wanted to leave. He wanted to learn as many secrets as he could, straight from this horse's mouth. Based on the woman's story, it was clear she had once been a prestigious person in Sacred. She must have been the head of a research department or something like that. She must have known a lot. "That means you created the story of genes?" Han-sen asked as he reached the door. "Half of it. Sacred Leader and I built the story of genes together, but it failed." The woman looked at Han-sen and went on to say, "Left Crazy showed you the story of genes?" Han-sen nodded, but he didn't tell her that he practiced the story of genes. If she found out that he had studied the story of genes, he was worried that she might decide she needed to dissect him and analyze the pieces. "Stop there," the woman said sternly as Han-san was about to step into the house. "You stand outside. Don't track dirt into my house," the woman continued, sending a cold glance toward Han-sen. Han-sen knew that the woman meant no harm. She was just a very hygienic woman with a bad case of OCD. He didn't mind her brusqueness. He stood outside the door and said, "What did you do during your time researching the story of genes with Sacred Leader?" "I have heard that it is related to super gene." The woman went into the house and grabbed a shovel. She came out and started to fix the ground where Han-san had disturbed the grass while fighting. "You, start floating. Don't touch anything here," the woman said. She then sprayed Han-san with a perfume. Han-san made himself float as the woman commanded. He wanted to learn about the relationship between the story of genes and supergene, and also their relation to the sanctuaries. The woman kept cleaning where Han-san had walked, and she said, "We researched the story of genes so that creatures could learn to use supergene. Did Left Crazy not teach you that?" "No. He only told me that the requirements of the story of genes hadn't been fulfilled, and thus, there were limits to what he could investigate." Han-sen kept trying to get her to tell him more. The woman really didn't mind the bean spilling, so she went on to say, I cannot believe Left Crazy is still researching the story of genes. He was right, though. There are requirements for the story of genes that were never fulfilled. Even now, it is a failed research project. What is supergene? What is supergene used for? Han Sen asked, trying not to let his voice betray how badly he wanted this answer. The woman looked at Han Sen with an odd expression. As she stared, she asked, "Do you believe God exists?" Why am I being asked this crappy question again? Han Sen wondered, annoyed. This was a question he couldn't care less about answering. Han Sen sighed and said, "I've met a couple of guys who called themselves gods, but I don't know if they were real gods." "Those gods you met, did they claim to be able to fulfill your wishes?" The woman squinted at Han Sen. Han Sen's heart jumped. He had gotten to the crux of the issue already, and so he quickly answered, "Yes." The woman quirked her lips into a smile. Running her hand through her hair, she said, "Becoming supergene means killing these guys who call themselves God. Why are you trying to do that?" Han Sen was shocked. He knew how scary those beings were, but luckily, they couldn't directly attack the beings of the universe. Their powers were much stronger than any creature within the Geno universe. Not even deified beings could be compared to them. The woman and sacred leader had wanted to kill these self-proclaimed gods, and Han Sen shared their insane desire. He just wasn't strong enough right now, so he didn't know how he would eventually bring the gods down. Because of this, Han Sen had no plans to kill a god just yet. When he had been inside Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King, he had only seen the statue of a god. If the black crystal armor hadn't helped him, he would have been incapable of defeating the thing. He couldn't imagine how scary things might have been if he faced a real god. "I don't know why Sacred Leader was pursuing this goal, but I know I had my reasons." The woman obviously not wanting to share her actual reason. "Having a super gene can allow a person to kill those gods?" Han Sen asked. "According to my research, yes. That is correct." The woman nodded, speaking with certainty. But then the woman shook her head, smiling wryly. "But our research still failed. We discovered a method that could turn a body into a super gene, but there was no creature in this universe that could use this method. It was like we were holding a candle, and we knew we could light it, but we didn't have a single match to do so. We were so close to dispelling the darkness, but we couldn't. That was the difficulty we faced. The thing that we lacked to complete the story of genes seemed like an insurmountable barrier. It made all of our efforts seem fairly pointless. Is the story of genes that difficult to practice? There really wasn't anyone across the entire universe who could use it. Han Sen asked in confusion. After all, he had already learned the story of genes. The woman thought for a moment, then said, "This problem is very complicated, and explaining it fully would take some time. Let me use an analogy instead. A horse needs to eat plants for energy so it can stay alive and run. However, a car requires fuel in order to operate. You cannot give the horse fuel and you cannot give the car grass." This description isn't perfect, but it sort of gets across what I mean. The story of genes has many requirements, and there is no creature in the universe that can satisfy every one of them. You cannot lack in any department. Han Sen pretended to understand, but he actually rather confused. He started to ask another question, but he just didn't know how to explain what he didn't understand. Who are those people that call themselves gods? Why can only those with a super gene kill them? Han Sen returned the conversation to the initial question. That question is also complicated. To put it simply, these gods are creatures, but they exist in a different way than we do. It's like the difference between corporeal life forms and spirits. But the reality is more complicated, especially when one tries to understand how they interact with our universe. The woman paused and then she went on to say, "And you asked why those with a super gene can kill those who claim to be gods? It all began with a test conducted by the sacred leader." "What test?" Han Sen asked. The woman didn't answer Han Senator. She stood up and said, "Okay, the garden's clean now. Don't you dare make this place dirty again. If you do, I'll turn you into a pig." Han Sen still hung in the air, not daring to touch the ground. He was worried she really would do what she claimed. Considering the woman's power, she probably had a stronger gene-altering skill than Burning Lamp Alpha did. You still haven't told me what sort of test the sacred leader conducted, Han Sen said to the woman as he hovered in the air. The woman turned around and looked at Han Sr. Why do I have to tell you? Han Sen didn't know how to respond. She had no connection to him, and she didn't owe him anything. There really was no reason for her to tell him. Pang. While Han Sen's mind raced for an answer, the woman returned to the house and slammed the door. Should I tell this woman I have practiced the story of genes? If I tell her, I might learn more secrets from her. But she also might catch me and use me as some sort of lab rat. That would be bad. Han Sen found it to be quite the dilemma, and he was torn on what to do. The woman had said Han Sen wasn't allowed to touch her stuff. Han Sen didn't want to upset her cleanliness and OCD. So he flew over the fence and landed on the ground outside. He sat there, looking up at the yellow clouds. He pulled out the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and sent a video to the Treasure Identifier Elder. When the Treasure Identifier Elder had played Han Sen last video, it had drawn the focus of all the other races. That light yellow clouds became the focus of many elites. When this new video came out, many factions were able to confirm Han Sen's location based on the changes in the cloud patterns. But because the demon spirit was probably close by, no one dared to go. The Extreme King wasn't very concerned about it, though. Bao Qin had retreated after he was injured, but the Extreme King had hurriedly sent out more deified elites to prowl through the Tianxia system. Han Sen sat on the island for hours, trying to decide whether or not he should tell the woman that he had practiced the story of genes. Suddenly, the sea of clouds rumbled. Many giant cloud dragons came roaring out of the veil, pulling the sea demon car to the island. The demon spirit is here. Han Sen was shocked, and he hastily decided to run. The woman hadn't killed him, but that didn't mean that the demon spirit would spare him. You come in, said the woman. He looked up to see her head poking out a window. Han Sen answered by running into the garden. Feet. The woman frowned. Han Sen quickly jumped into the air. He flew through the garden, then floated into the house, being careful not to touch anything. He hung in the center of the building, as far away from all of the house's contents as he could get. Don't say anything and don't make a noise, the woman advised him with a frown. Han Sen nodded but made no further answer. Good boy. The woman smiled, pleased with Han Sen's performance. Just like the previous 2 times that Han Sen had seen, the demon spirit stood outside the fence and stared up at the window. The woman ignored him for half the day, becoming grumpier with every second that passed. In the end, she couldn't help but open the window and shout at him. When the woman grew tired of yelling and subsided into silence, the demon spirit left. It was as if he had come there just so the woman could shout at him. Whatever was going on between the two of them, they obviously had a lot of history. Han Sen was curious about the relationship between the woman and the demon spirit, but he knew it would be best not to ask the woman just yet. He could see the anger and scorn still etched deeply into her face. Do you want to know who that is? The woman asked. She turned around, her intense eyes landing on Han Sen like physical weights. No, Han Sen shook his head without thinking. He felt fear when she asked him, and he knew nothing good would come from that particular answer. The woman was shocked, but she laughed. She narrowed her eyes slightly as she examined Han Sr. Do you want to know what sort of test Sacred Leader conducted? Han Sen looked at the woman, his expression carefully veiled. He wanted to know, but the woman obviously wanted something in return. He would need to know what she wanted before he agreed to some sort of bargain. The woman smiled at him. I will tell you, but you will have to help me with something first. Do it, and I will explain everything. You are so strong. If there's something that you can't do yourself, how will I be able to accomplish it? Han Sen asked hesitantly. The woman smiled and said, Don't worry. The task isn't dangerous. I simply can't leave this island, so I need your help to get it done. Han Sen remained silent, but he didn't think this would be a trivial task. The woman paused, then pointed in a particular direction. Once you leave this island, keep going that way. Before long you will see some light. You must follow that light. Then, you will find an island that is identical to this one. That island doesn't have a wooden house on it, though. You must go and cut off the top of that mountain just like this. That is all you have to do. Is there a creature over there or something? Hansen asked. The woman shook her head. No, but you must remember one thing. Once you see the light, you cannot speak. As long as you don't talk, you should be fine. If you say anything, even if it is just a single word, you will be dead. What is the light? Hansen asked. I don't know what it is, but it is still up to you if you want to go or not. I won't force you to go if you don't want to, the woman said. Then, she turned away from Hansen and carried on with her research. Can I see those Geno arts? Hansen pointed to the books lined up on the shelves. They were the best Geno arts of all the races. Even if Hansen didn't practice them, it would be useful for him to be able to remember them all. If you are willing to go, you can read as much as you like. Okay, you can leave my house now, the woman said, without raising her head. Hansen flew out the window, and he landed outside the yard. The woman was way too clean, and she had a serious case of OCD. If Hansen wasn't working for her, she would never agree to let him touch her things. Hansen decided to go to the place the woman had described to him. The woman had nothing to gain by hiding any dangers in the task. If Hansen died halfway through the task, then sending him would have been pointless. Even if it is dangerous, I can only suppose the danger will arise after completing the mission. Hansen knew that the woman probably wanted him to free her from her prison. Hansen turned and looked back through the window. I'm willing to go. But first, can you tell me what kind of test the sacred leader conducted? Hansen asked. I will tell you when you get back. The woman's voice responded from someplace inside the wooden house. I'm afraid that when I get back, you will not be here, Hansen said. The woman went silent for a while, and Hansen wasn't sure what that meant. When he was just about to say something more, something flew out the window. Hansen caught the item, and he noticed it was a stone book. He tried to open it, but it seemed to have been sealed by some sort of power. Everything you need to know is within that book. When you have finished what I've asked you to do, the locks on that book will be removed. Now, it is again up to you to decide if you want to go or not, the woman said. Hansen looked at the stone book. He wasn't sure if what the woman was saying was true, but he was out of options. He had no choice but to believe her. Otherwise, he'd never know the truth. Damn! Still holding the stone book, Hansen gnashed his teeth and asked, in the legends, Sacred had a xenogenic space called the Sanctuaries. Do you know that place? That is the place Sacred Leader researched the immortal spirits. I've never been there myself, though. So, I don't know, the woman said. The fact that the woman didn't know about the sanctuaries was quite disappointing to Hansen. Hansen wanted to know the answers to a few more questions, but the woman said, I will not answer any more questions of yours if you aren't going. You have to tell me what the light looks like, Hansen said. You will know it when you see it, the woman said coldly. Hansen shrugged and then flew in the direction that the woman had told him to go. As he was surrounded by the yellow clouds, there was a limit to how much Hansen could see. So, he made use of his Dongshan area to try to detect nearby objects and energies. There was nothing notable about the direction in which he was flying. As far as he could tell, there were just more clouds. One thing that might have been different from other places within the Tianxia system, however, was the distinct lack of xenogenics. Hansen continued flying in the direction the woman had instructed him to go, and he didn't deviate. And lo and behold, after 3 or 4 hours he saw a light ahead. The light was like the sun in the twilight hours. It was a deep red, and it looked like a big lantern on the horizon. Just as the woman said, he knew it when he saw it. When Hansen found the light, it was as if the light had found him, too. It flew over towards Hansen, enveloping him in its glow. Hansen remembered what the woman said, and he didn't make a peep. The light spun around him for a while but eventually lost interest. A few minutes later, it flew away. Hansen felt some modicum of relief. He caught up to the light, though, and he followed it from behind. The light was pretty slow, but it also drifted back and forth. It didn't stick to a fixed trajectory or direction. It went left, right, forward, and back. Han-sen was confused, but he still followed it. Luckily, the wandering light didn't seem to be leading him into danger. As he flew, he still didn't notice any nearby xenogenics. After following the light for half a day, he suddenly saw a giant shadow ahead. When he peered at it a little more intently, he noticed that the shadow was actually another island. That made him happy. When Han-sen got a bit closer, he noticed that the island was indeed the same as the woman's island. Even all the plant life was identical. The light went to the island and settled down upon the grass like it was sleeping. Han-sen came down to the island as well. As he came close, the heavy gravity dragged him down to the surface. He certainly couldn't fly on this version of the island. That mattered little to Han-sen, though. He walked towards the mountain at the island's center, and it wasn't long before he came before its foothills. There were some stone stairs carved into the familiar rocks, and so Han-sen walked all the way up them. There was no wooden house or garden on the small peak. A weird black symbol was carved into the side of the peak. He couldn't tell what it was. Han-sen guessed that might have been the restriction of the island. If he destroyed it, then the woman might be freed. Han-sen had no reason to hesitate. The Geno universe was messy enough, and the woman was just one of the many beings that lived there. It didn't matter if she was good or bad. Han-sen pulled out his ghost teeth knife and used it to swipe the mountaintop. He wanted to cut through it. But when the teeth power hit the mountain, that symbol glowed with a deep light. The teeth power vanished. The blade of the ghost teeth knife still struck the mountain, however, carving a mark across the stone. Han-sen slashed a few more times, and aside from the physical strikes of the weapon, no other powers could damage the stone. The symbol carved into the mountain seemed to just consume any powers that came against it. If I have to keep slashing and slashing like this, how long is this going to take? Han-sen thought gloomily. He tried to cut through the symbol on the mountain first to see if he could remove it. But when he tried to strike the symbol, it seemed to sink down into the stone, rather than remaining on the surface. He couldn't tell how deep it might have sunk beneath the surface. Han-sen didn't know what to do, so he just kept striking the peak of the mountain. Luckily, no dangerous creatures had appeared to harass him. Despite all the loud noises ringing from the stone mountain, no hidden xenogenics were waking up from their slumber to come and see the commotion. The light was still resting on the grass, too. It didn't seem to care what Han-sen did. Han-sen kept digging, and before long he became really sweaty. He felt like a senile old man as he hacked away at the side of the mountain. Luckily, the peak was pretty small. Han-sen guessed it might take another 2 days for him to cut all the way through it. After digging for 10 hours straight, Han-sen's hard work had opened the peak a little. Nothing happened, though, which reinforced Han-sen's feeling of security. Dong! Han-sen struck again, but when he raised his knife, he saw that blood was leaking from the stone where his knife had just landed. What? Why is the mountain bleeding? Han-sen's heart jumped. He took a step back and fell into a defensive position himself. Han-sen didn't like the fact that the mountain was bleeding, especially after his time in Do-God City. That place had made him afraid of bleeding rocks. Han-sen wasn't afraid of having a real fight, but he was unsettled by tricky monsters that messed with people's heads. Ning Yu's little green sword had come from a bleeding rock. Han-sen still wouldn't dare go close to that terrible thing. As he watched the blood trickle from the rock, Han-sen's scalp felt numb. He wasn't frightened, exactly, but he felt very uncomfortable. Han-sen waited a while, and he noted that only a small volume of blood had trickled out, and no other weird things seemed to be happening. He waved his hand and brushed the blood away from the wall to look at the knife mark. What he saw next chilled him. In the deepest part of the knife mark, Han-sen could see flesh. He didn't know what creature this might have been, but he had cut a wound into it that was a few centimeters long. The blood had been coming out of that wound. Han-sen looked at the wound that had now stopped bleeding. His lips pressed into a tight, bloodless line. He didn't know what the creature inside the mountain was. If it had been dead, it shouldn't have been bleeding. If it was alive, how could that be? It had been buried under an entire mountain. Just the mere thought of that was scary. The wound he had cut into the creature was the only place that Han Sen could see its flesh. He hesitated a bit, but he eventually decided to resume digging. He had already come this far, so he couldn't just give up now. That wasn't his style. Even if the creature was still alive, that didn't matter to him. If it couldn't get out of a mountain, it couldn't have been too horrifyingly strong. Han Sen used his knife to keep digging around the flesh. If he could dig away the rocks that covered it, he might be able to get a better view of the creature. Han Sen dug for a while more, and slowly, the excavation site expanded. Eventually, he uncovered a scrap of yellow cloth. The body part Han Sen had wounded was actually a leg. Han Sen could tell that the leg belonged to a woman. The pants certainly appeared girly. Han Sen frowned and he kept on digging. More and more parts of the being were starting to be revealed. And soon, Han Sen was able to confirm that it was indeed a woman. He carved carefully into the rock, revealing the woman's white feet. She was wearing yellow pants and she had very long legs. Her upper body was still inside the mountain, so he couldn't yet tell what she looked like. But he couldn't detect a life force from her body. She was like a corpse. But when Han Sen checked out the wound on her leg again, the cut appeared to have closed. And earlier, she had been bleeding. At this point, Han Sen had no idea if the woman was alive or dead. Han Sen had a sudden and disturbing thought. He used all his strength to dig away the rest of the mountain. More and more parts of the woman became visible. When Han Sen dug her head out and got a look at her face, his eyes opened wide. This woman looked exactly the same as the woman in the wooden house. Even a twin wouldn't look this similar. What's going on? Why is this woman buried here? If this woman is alive, then who is that woman in the wooden house? Han Sen shivered as he thought of all this. But when Han Sen removed the last of the rock that had held the woman in place, she showed no sign of moving. It really did look like she was dead. She wasn't breathing, and she had no heartbeat. But when he glanced at her face, she looked more at peace than anything. She looked as if she was softly asleep. Han Sen examined the woman, but she didn't look sick. She just didn't seem to have a life force. Han Sen placed his power into her, but that quickly proved pointless. He couldn't kickstart her life force. The locks on the stone book were still present as well. So Han Sen set the woman aside and resumed digging. Han Sen dug steadily through the stone, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through. His hands were getting pretty sore, and he could hardly hold his knife anymore. Xie King is far better suited for this sort of work. With his power and him yelling "Alu, Alu, Alu," it would get done much faster. Han Sen thought as he continued digging. Han Sen. Suddenly, Han Sen heard someone call his name. He was about to answer, but when he opened his mouth, his face paled slightly. He quickly closed it. The woman told him that if he spoke a word, he would die. There was no one here anyway, so who could have possibly called him? Is it the body of the woman? Still keeping his jaw firmly shut, Han Sen turned around to observe that woman's body. When he was halfway through his turn, he froze. The woman's body had vanished. Han Sen. The voice called out Han Sen's name again. This time it was right next to his ear, too. He even felt a soft wind tickle his cheek. Han Sen didn't speak. He quickly turned around and activated his area. Han Sen caught his breath. The woman was standing not too far behind Han Sen, and she was smiling. Her life force was very strong now, and as far as he could tell, it was identical to that of the woman in the wooden house. He could barely believe that this was the body that had been lying on the ground only moments before. What? We parted ways such a short time ago, and you've already forgotten me? The woman smiled. Han Sen opened his mouth to ask if the woman before him was a human or a ghost. But then he remembered that the other woman had told him that under no circumstances should he speak. He still didn't understand what was up with this other woman. But he didn't talk. He simply looked at her. The woman laughed and said, "You were being careful. I told you that you couldn't talk when you were in the presence of the light. But now that I'm free, you can go ahead and speak." Han Sen still didn't say a word. He just stared at the woman, stunned by how similar the two were. Aside from wearing different clothes, they looked precisely the same. Han Sen really wanted to ask her what was going on, but he didn't dare speak. He thought about it some more, and he decided to write down some words with his ghost teeth knife. "Why are you here? You are being very careful." The woman chuckled darkly. "This is my real body. It was trapped here. What you met earlier was just a doll with my spirit inside it. How else do you think I have managed to live so long? Not many beings from the era of sacred are still alive. Anyone that has survived this long is most likely making use of forbidden skills." Hansen carved more words into the ground. "You suppressed your body here?" The woman lifted her lips. "I didn't want to hurt myself, so why would I bind myself here? Someone else did this to me, and so my real body was trapped here. But because of that suppression, my body didn't age. It still looks the same as it did back then. Why didn't you find anyone else to dig up your body before me?" Hansen asked by carving more words. "Are you done yet? If you don't want to go, that's fine." "But I'm leaving," the woman said. She proceeded to walk down the mountain, ignoring Hansen. Hansen had almost broken through the entire mountaintop, but the woman was descending quickly from the mountain. She obviously intended to leave the island. He didn't know if he should finish digging or chase after her. Hansen gritted his teeth and ignored the woman who was leaving the island. He continued digging into the mountain. That woman walked toward the light, and when she reached out to it, the light flew into her hands. Grabbing that light, the woman moved away from the island. Hansen was shocked. The light had brought him here, and if the woman left with the light, Hansen didn't know if he would still be able to leave. Hansen wasn't a saint, and he wasn't close to the woman in the wooden house. He wouldn't give his life up for her. Gritting his teeth, Hansen went after the departing woman. Hansen shook his head but didn't speak. He looked at the woman's hand, and he saw that she was still holding the light she had stolen. Hansen moved a bit closer, and he noticed that the light was actually a red lantern. The woman held the red lantern before her as she traveled through the clouds. She was wearing yellow clothing, but her feet were bare. With the red light shining across her as she flew, she looked very weird. Hansen followed her from behind, but still he didn't speak. The woman clutched the lantern, continuing to move forward. She was moving much more smoothly than Hansen. But just as Hansen was wondering if the woman knew where they were going, something bright appeared in front of him. They moved out of the clouds and approached an island. Since he couldn't see the peak, Hansen didn't know which island he was seeing. So he didn't speak. The woman made her way up the mountain, and Hansen followed her silently. When they were halfway up, Hansen could feel that the mountain would have no peak. He felt as if there would be a wooden house and a garden. "Are we really back here?" Hansen thought to himself. He walked all the way to the mountaintop and confirmed his suspicion. The woman walked into the garden, heading for the wooden house. Hansen followed the woman into the house. Hansen thought something was amiss. The woman in the wooden house loved to clean, and she had a severe case of OCD. He wasn't allowed to walk in her garden, let alone her house. But Hansen had followed this woman all the way into the wooden house. She hadn't said a word, and that made Hansen suspicious. Is she really not that woman? Is this a fake version of the island? Then, Hansen frowned as he looked around the wooden house. From the first floor to the second floor, there was no one else except for the woman holding the lantern. Hansen picked up a pen and wrote on a piece of paper. "Where is your clone doll?" He watched her intently to see what her reaction might suggest. Hansen didn't really need an answer to this question, but he wanted to see her reaction to him messing with her things. The woman looked at the paper and said, "My real self is free, so my clone is now gone." That sounds untrue, Hansen thought. The woman hadn't been bothered by Hansen's use of her pen and paper. That made him really suspicious. Hansen looked at the stone book and found that it was still locked tightly shut. He hesitated to do so, but he held the book out in front of her. He wrote on the paper, "Can you take a look at this book and help me break these bindings?" "Why would I want to help you?" the woman asked with a raised eyebrow. She didn't accept the book. Hansen now knew that this version of the woman was fake. The woman had personally given him the stone book. If this woman wearing yellow clothes was real, she would have recognized this book, and she wouldn't have said something like that. What to do? Han Sen frowned. He knew that this woman was fake, but the wooden house was the same. Han Sen wasn't sure how to proceed. Han Sen didn't really care who this woman was. Real or fake, it didn't matter to him. But he didn't want to just leave things like this. There were secrets right in front of his nose, and yet he couldn't uncover them. As Han Sen tried to figure out what to do, he suddenly heard the roar of a big dragon. A giant purple dragon soared through the sky above the island. Atop the giant dragon was a man from the Extreme King. This is really the place. The dragon was too big to land on the island, so it circled overhead. The Extreme King man stood atop the head of the dragon, peering down at the island. Han Sen was shocked, and he thought to himself, "The Extreme King have gotten here so quickly?" Han Sen didn't recognize this Extreme King man, but he immediately identified the giant dragon beneath the man's feet. Han Sen had never seen it before, but he knew its name. It was the famous Extreme Purple Demon Dragon. It was deified, and it was a mount for the king's brother Meng Lai. Meng Lai was King Bai's biological brother, and he had become deified a long time ago. He was one of the top 10 elites of the Extreme King. If even the likes of Meng Lai had come to the Tianxia system to hunt down Han Sen, that showed just how much they wanted him dead. But Han Sen couldn't blame the Extreme King. The king's son had been murdered. If Han Sen didn't pay for what he had done, then the dignity and pride of the Extreme King and King Bai would be forever tarnished. "Han Sen, I know you are here. Do you want to come out by your own volition? Or do you want me to come down there and drag you out?" Meng Lai boomed from the air, staring down at the wooden house. Han Sen's heart began to pound. He knew the Extreme King would come after he sent the video, but he hadn't thought they would arrive so quickly. Han Sen had expected the demon spirit to be nearby when the Extreme King arrived, so they would have to deal with him before they could focus on Han Senator, but in a surprising turn of events, the demon spirit had yet to appear. "Two deifieds have come looking for you. It seems as if you're in over your head." The woman looked at Han Sen with interest. Before Han Sen could answer, the Extreme Purple Demon Dragon beneath Meng Lai gathered up a sphere of dragon power. It turned itself into a being of purple fire. It was going to smite the island and turn it to ash. The woman's face hardened, and the light of the red lantern she was holding grew brighter. The red light covered the whole island, intercepting the purple fireball. The dragon's attack was unable to penetrate the light. The purple fire burned fiercely and the red light wavered, but it still managed to shield the island from the power of the fire. The purple fire was incredibly wild, but it couldn't make it past the shield. The Extreme Purple Demon Dragon became incredibly angry. It spat out more of that purple fire, but try as it might, it couldn't displace the red light. The woman was unshaken. She raised her lantern and put her hand inside it. When she pulled her hand back out of it, Han Sen saw there was a little flame flickering atop her fingers. The woman flicked it at the Extreme Purple Demon Dragon that hovered in the sky. That small flame shot upward, rising until it hit the dragon. Boom! Han Sen watched what looked like a nuclear bomb going off. The giant body of the Extreme Purple Demon Dragon was engulfed by a bright red sea of fire. The monster was transformed into a big, burning fireball. It squealed in pain, and its wings flapped madly as it tried to put out the fire that was ravaging it. But the more it flapped, the more the fire burned. Han Sen was frozen. As a fire-aligned deified xenogeniac, the Extreme Purple Demon Dragon should have been able to eat fire for breakfast. Instead, it was burning in intense pain. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying that tiny flame must have been. The woman stood as calmly as if nothing spectacular had happened. She continued to hold the big red lantern, and she stood in front of the window, looking up at the Extreme Purple Demon Dragon and Meng Lai. Suddenly, Han Sen saw Meng Lai roll up his sleeves. Then it was like the man turned into a black hole. The red fire on the Extreme Purple Demon Dragon was sucked into that black hole, and it all disappeared. There wasn't even a whiff of smoke remaining. Meng Lai is very powerful, Han Sen thought to himself. Who are you? Why are you protecting a fugitive like Han Sen? Meng Lai stood atop the head of the extreme purple demon dragon's head, looking down at the woman near the window. He frowned. "This is my house," the woman said simply. "You cannot just come here and attempt to burn it down, killing as you please." Meng Lai looked at the woman in the same way. "Han Sen has a deep grudge with the Extreme King. The Extreme King will make him pay with his blood. If you would grant me access to your abode, we will greatly appreciate it." "And what if I don't?" The woman wasn't pleased by Meng Lai's tone. Meng Lai had asked her to stay out of the way, but it had sounded more like a command. There was no room for maneuvering or negotiation. "Then I will forge my own path. The Extreme King are here now, and no one can stop me," Meng Lai said imperiously. Hearing Meng Lai say that, Han Sen almost burst out laughing. The Extreme King had enough power to suppress many races, and all of the top 10 deifieds of the Extreme King were a serious threat. But Meng Lai had just condescended to the wrong person. This woman had come from the era of the sacred leader. The Extreme King's alpha had been merely a servant to a woman like this, once upon a time. And now, an heir of the Extreme King was talking down to her in such a manner. Han Sen knew what she was going to do, just judging from the man's disrespectful tone of voice. The Extreme King must be really powerful. I am keen to see how you, a scion of the Extreme King, will build a path that cuts right through me, the woman said, her voice dripping with contempt. Meng Lai frowned. The Extreme King were one of the most famous races in the universe, and they had been for a very long time. Furthermore, Meng Lai was the brother of the king. Aside from those of the very high or the ancient god, no one ever dared to speak to them in such a way. Humph! Meng Lai flipped his hands out and started to push toward the island. The hand became a big print that suddenly covered the whole shield. A hellish godlight burned from the print. It turned into an old word that read king, and it was infused with powers for crushing the sky and the ground. The clouds of the Tianxia system shook because of that word. The clouds nearby were all rolling, and space was tearing and coming undone under the force of the large print. The whole area had become a dangerous maelstrom of destructive power. In Han Sen's eyes, it was like the whole world was being flattened by that unstoppable word. The island was going to get crushed like an egg. "You stole the world print, and now you have the gall to show it off here?" The woman looked up with disdain. She raised her hands, and a small print appeared on her fingers. She threw it at the big print that was coming down toward the island. The small print and the big print collided. Weird symbols flashed across the smaller print. Han Sen couldn't tell what the symbols meant, but the sight of them was disconcerting. It was like the universe's destiny now resided in that little print. Boom! The small print hit the big print. Then the scary big print shattered. Couldn't repel the small print. How is that possible? Meng Lai's face changed. His king print could suppress the sky and earth, and no race should have been able to stop it. But now, a much smaller print had been able to crush it. It was a sight that beggared belief. Han Sen had used his purple eye butterfly to observe the conflict. The woman's small print had a similar structure to the big print, but the smaller variant's power was much denser. They looked roughly the same, but when they ran into each other, it was like refined steel going up against baked clay. The world-shocking king print shattered. Couldn't compare to the woman's world print. The small print broke the world-shocking king print. And after that, it continued on its course towards Meng Lai. The print didn't become any bigger, but it did seem like the world was becoming smaller instead, shrinking under the twisted power of the print. The influence of the print seemed to spread over everything around them. Meng Lai's jaw tightened. Several gold substance chains flew from his body, assembling themselves into a big hand that was poised to strike back against the little print. But the big hand broke when it came into contact with that print. All the substance chains snapped, too. It was impossible to repel the power of that small print. Seeing that the little print was about to suppress him, Meng Lai shouted. Golden light burst from him. His body turned gold as his muscles expanded, and his armor buckled and broke as his body grew too large for it to contain. In the next second, Meng Lai's hand gripped the extreme purple demon dragon's head. The gold of his body affected the extreme purple demon dragon, and the dragon began turning gold as well. Meng Lai roared. He was holding the extreme purple demon dragon up. He lifted it, like a dancing ant holding up an elephant. Meng Lai heaved the dragon toward the small world print that was headed his way, and when the dragon left his hands, it became a draconic lance. It struck the small world print, and it managed to knock the small world print away. Han Sen was shocked by this, and he wondered, what kind of power is this? A deified xenogeneic turned into a lance. The woman looked at Meng Lai in surprise. The weapon part of Geno world speech used in conjunction with bloodline spirit body metal element. They can be combined? It looks like these slaves have something decent in them after all. What are you talking about? This is my Extreme King's Golden Soldier King body. Geno world speech? You are full of crap? Meng Lai snarled. Then he swung the gold dragon lance at the woman. The gold dragon lance was burning with purple dragon fire. The dragon lance's metal slid forward, ripping the fabric of space as it appeared in front of the woman. The woman looked at the gold dragon lance with interest. She summoned a small world print in front of her to block the gold dragon lance. The print was small, but as far as the lance was concerned, the print might as well have been as big as a planet. No matter how scary the lance's dragon fire was, it was drawn magnetically to the print. The attack couldn't go past the woman's shield. Meng Lai kept his grip on the heart of the gold dragon. He continued to roar and sprint forward with the gold dragon lance, thrusting it into the little world print. The lance's dragon firepower kept being driven into the small print spell. Get lost! When Meng Lai roared, the gold dragon lance finally pierced through the small print. It exploded and then space cracked. The gold dragon lance roared with Meng Lai, and it shot forward toward the woman's eyebrow. The woman looked shocked, and she didn't move. The raging dragon fire of the gold lance punched a hole straight through her skull. But her body simply exploded. And then, the body of another woman appeared behind Meng Lai. Moon doppelganger and teleportation? Han Sen was frozen by the sight. This was the first time he had seen another person fight like this. The woman's moon doppelganger was a little different from Han Sen's, but it was based on the same concept. However, the woman's moon doppelganger was clearer, and her teleportation didn't cause a ripple in space. It wasn't like when Han Sen used his dragon wings and gathered up power. The woman's enemies would have no warning that she was about to teleport. Not until she appeared behind them, at least. What a scary woman. If I could teleport like that, I would have a much higher chance of success when fighting strong enemies. It had been a long time since Han Sen had made use of break space flash with his dragon wings. It was still teleportation, but its range was too short and it took too long to cast. It wasn't suitable for king-class fights. After all, the dragon wings were a mutant Marquis xenogeneic gene. Couldn't keep up with the needs of a king-class battle. Meng Lai reacted quickly. He flipped the gold dragon lance, and the lance fire was like a roaring gold dragon as it headed for the woman behind him. Pang! The woman's body broke again, but she appeared next to Meng Lai, muttering to herself, I underestimated this race of slaves. This gold soldier king body is quite interesting. Meng Lai's eyes were on fire. He couldn't bear listening to her. He looked like some deranged demon god as he swung the gold dragon lance. Anything the lance touched was incinerated by the fire it carried. The sea of clouds was vaporized, and substance chains of gold dragon fire roared across the sky. These deified elites are too strong. Meng Lai is forcing another deified creature to be his weapon. He's wielding it like any other weapon. And the woman is practically fighting two deified elites. Han Sen felt lust rise inside him as he watched the display of power. If he could gain that power and a group of deified creatures at his disposal, no one could defeat him. Against the rampaging gold dragon lance, the woman could only use clones and her ability of teleportation to fight. But Han Sen could still tell that the woman had some extra tricks up her sleeve. She wasn't trying to escape. More than anything, it looked as if she was admiring his gold soldier king body. Meng Lai noticed this too. In his fury, he sped up his attacks even more. The The substance chains were like dragon fire chewing up the sky and the daytime. He wanted to grind the woman into dust. But his efforts were futile. The woman's teleportation capabilities were so good, it was like she had a frameshift drive installed. She shifted position so fast that it seemed like she was everywhere at once. It didn't matter how strong Meng Lai was because he couldn't touch a single hair upon her head. Meng Lai was unable to touch the woman. His eyes opened wide, and he began thrusting the gold dragon lance toward the island. The lance fire became a roaring gold dragon that came for the island. It looked like one bite was all it would take to devour the entire island. The lantern was still on the island, and it was glowing red. It protected the island, but the red light couldn't withstand the lance's power forever. The lance's fire broke the red light, and the dragon fire covered the sky and the earth. Han Sen suddenly felt very anxious. This was the power of two deified beings doing battle. Perhaps the island could withstand it, but Han Sen and the wooden house wouldn't be able to. The wooden house held many Geno arts, too, and they were at risk of being destroyed. Han Sen wasn't overly concerned about them, though. Having a bunch of great Geno arts would be useless if he died. He turned around and started to leave the house, but the dragon fire suddenly disappeared. He raised his head. The gold dragon lance had stopped moving. It was hanging over the island, and the woman's bare, pale feet rested lightly atop the weapon. Nice timing. Meng Lai had been unable to hit the woman, and so he had decided to strike the island instead. Now that the woman was where he wished her to be, the gold substance chains danced. The gold dragon lance was imbued with gold fire. It roared like a giant dragon, and it prepared to lash out at her. Gold soldier king body, huh? Now I understand. The woman still stood upon the lance. She smiled faintly. As the lance's gold dragon fire exploded, a white light surrounded her feet. The light was contagious, and it infected the gold dragon lance. The gold dragon lance changed color, transforming into a white metal dragon lance. Pang! The woman's bare feet stood firmly upon the lance, and then, the white dragon lance exploded with a dragon light. It blasted Meng Lai and he let go of the weapon. The white dragon lance flew away from him, then spun and landed in the woman's hands. Impossible! How do you have the gold soldier king body? Meng Lai stared at the woman who was holding the dragon lance. It was like he had seen a ghost. The woman held the white dragon lance loosely in one hand. She swung it almost casually, sending it to strike Meng Lai. The dragon fire of the lance was just like the fire Meng Lai himself had been employing. Meng Lai's face paled. He didn't dare fight the wrathful power of that dragon lance. He stumbled back and cast some gold substance chains, creating a gold shield in front of himself. But the power of that dragon lance was too scary. It pierced right through the shield, and it was headed for Meng Lai. Han Sen wasn't surprised that the woman could use these abilities, though. He had heard about this before when he saw the woman read the shocking world record of the Extreme King. The Extreme King had stolen her Geno world speech and combined portions of it with the Blood Pulse spirit body. Even the Extreme King's basic shocking world record had been stolen from the woman. It was not weird that she was able to employ the Gold Soldier King body. But the proficiency with which the woman wielded the extreme purple demon dragon was intimidating. Meng Lai was considered quite strong among the deified elites, but upon meeting a monster like this woman, he lost his cool. After losing his lance, he stopped fighting. When he found a chance to flee, he took it. He didn't dare to continue fighting the woman. He wasn't going to get the extreme purple demon dragon back, either. Why did you let him run? Han Sen asked quickly when he saw that the woman hadn't stopped Meng Lai from escaping. As soon as the words left his mouth, he clamped his jaw shut. He had been watching the fight so intently, he had forgotten about the fact that he wasn't supposed to be talking. But nothing bad happened after Han Sen spoke. The woman landed in the garden and she said smoothly, "My body has just been freed, and I'm still very weak. If he kept fighting, I doubt I would have been able to kill him. So, this is you in a weak state?" Han Sen was frozen. Weird. I spoke out loud, and yet nothing has happened. Is this the real woman? Why didn't she recognize the stone book? And what happened to her OCD? Han Sen looked at the woman. Try as he might, he couldn't determine if she was real or fake. There was something else Han Sen was wondering about, too. The fight had been conducted on a mind-blowing scale, and Han Sen was still feeling the aftershocks. But despite that, the demon spirit hadn't appeared. Why didn't it show up? The woman returned to the wooden house and placed a crystal shield over it. Han Sen had seen the woman use this skill several times, but as he watched her use it now, he realized that he had underestimated its utility. The crystal shield enveloped the wooden house, and then it became smaller. The wooden house shrank as well. A few seconds later, the crystal had become an egg-sized ball resting in the woman's hand. The wooden house was inside it, safe and sound. "Let's go," the woman said. Lifting her lantern and speaking to Han's senator, she turned to leave the island. Such a ruckus. Why didn't the demon spirit show up? Han Sen asked casually as he followed the woman. I am free. He won't dare show himself to me now, the woman said flatly. Han Sen couldn't be certain if she was telling the truth, so he asked her directly, Why were you freed so easily? Was this the first time you asked someone to help you? The woman's hands moved, and the dragon lance turned into a white dragon boat. She sat on the dragon boat and said, You think Two World Mountain can be accessed by just anyone? I don't know how you gained access, but if other people could do what you did, I would have been released long ago. You don't know how I got here? Han Sen looked at the woman strangely. The woman smiled and said, Is that odd? Two World Mountain is between two worlds. Although the other woman was my clone, I was unable to interact with her while I was bound. I don't have her memories, and when I was freed, she should have become a doll whose strings were cut. I cannot recollect her memories. How did you know it was me who saved you then? As soon as Han Sen asked that, he realized that the question was stupid. The woman still answered, If it wasn't for my clone, how would you have known that you needed to follow my two-world lantern? And how would you have known not to talk on the two-world path? You really would have died otherwise. The two-world mountain restrictions had broken, which was what allowed you and the Extreme King guy to gain access to Two-World Mountain. Han Sen eyed the woman, trying to see if she was telling the truth. Her story did sound rather plausible. He went silent for a while and then he brought out the stone book. Your clone said that if I saved her, the bindings of this stone book would be broken. Why is it still closed? Then, the woman looked at the stone book and said, The book has a world print, so it wouldn't open automatically. Even if the book was destroyed, no one could open it. No one aside from me, that is. Then, can you open it? Han Sen didn't understand what she was saying, but if she knew how to unlock the book, then that would be great. Without speaking, the woman casually cast a small world print. A stamp appeared on the stone book's cover. A mysterious symbol glowed briefly, and then the stone book's invisible power was broken. The book could now be opened. Han Sen couldn't wait to open the stone book. The words inside the book jumped around as if they were alive. They looked like fairies, and they flew towards the woman's forehead. They all vanished into her eyebrows. When the woman saw the fairy-like symbols, she appeared surprised. And then she understood. She sat upon the boat, allowing all the words to flow into her forehead. Oh shit, I have been tricked. Han Sen suddenly understood. After the stone book's words all flew out, the stone book crumbled into sand that slipped through Han Sen's fingers. The woman absorbed all the words and then smiled at Han Sr. Thank you for bringing me my clone's memories. You want to know what test the sacred leader conducted, right? Han Sen nodded. The stone book hadn't contained his answer. It was filled with the memories of the clone. The woman was sitting at the front of the boat. She put a hand under her chin and looked up to the sky. The sacred leader was very powerful, but his lifespan was quite short. He would only live a few hundred years. It couldn't be compared to those that could live for 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, or even 1,000,000,000 years. He tried his hardest to find a way to live forever, even forcing himself through multiple rebirths. But eventually he still reached his life's end. Trying to stay alive, the sacred leader conducted many tests. Then one day, a man who called himself God came to sacred leader. Sacred leader made a wish? Han Sen looked at the woman with shock. The woman shook her head. No. Sacred leader was a very self-confident person. If he wanted to achieve immortality, he would find it by himself. He wouldn't make a wish to another creature. Han Sen didn't speak. He listened to the woman, hanging on every word. After so long spent searching, he was finally touching the center of this mystery. The woman sighed and said, Sacred leader didn't want to make a wish. Instead, he wanted to kill God. But no matter what power he tried to use, he couldn't damage God. He couldn't even ruffle that being's clothing. You can't imagine how shocked Sacred Leader was. He ruled practically the entire universe, and yet, he couldn't deal a speck of damage to this creature claiming to be God. But this self-proclaimed God was also restricted by some sort of power. He couldn't kill Sacred Leader either. But after that encounter, Sacred Leader poured all his strength into finding out what sort of creature that God was. Many things happened, and in the end, Sacred Leader did manage to kill one. What? Sacred Leader killed a god? Han Sen asked, his voice going hoarse as his throat tightened. The woman shook her head. It wasn't really a god. It was more of a statue. It was like a statue that was controlled by God. Han Sen thought about that god inside Destiny's Tower. It was a statue, more of a representation than an actual god like King Jun. After destroying the statue, Sacred Leader conducted some tests. He discovered, to his shock, that his lifespan had increased when he absorbed some power from the statue. Sacred Leader became incredibly excited. And he thought, if killing a statue of God added that much to my lifespan, what would happen if I killed a real one? The woman smiled. And so Sacred Leader continued researching how he might kill God. But after his statue was destroyed, that God hated him and wanted him dead. Sacred Leader was unable to kill God. But God was also unable to kill Sacred Leader. They were fighting indirectly, so to speak. When the time came for Sacred Leader to actually battle God, all of us were incredibly excited. And yet, at the same time, that began the period of our greatest suffering. Saying this, the woman sighed. Not all the members of Sacred shared Sacred Leader's vision. When he fought with God, Sacred Leader's family, friends, subordinates, and even spouses all betrayed him for God. And they put Sacred Leader in a difficult position. Sacred Leader's research of the story of genes was at a dead end. No one could practice the story of genes, so there was no super gene that could threaten God. And by then, Sacred Leader's lifespan had come to an end. And then God destroyed Sacred and killed Sacred Leader? Han Sen asked. The woman shook her head. I don't know. Before that happened, I was already entombed in Two World Mountain. By that time, Sacred Leader had lost everyone. Sacred was unable to hold itself together, so its collapse was only a matter of time. When Han Sen heard this, he sighed. Sacred Leader was so strong, but not even he could defeat God? That isn't quite accurate. But, at the very least, he let us know that God can be resisted, the woman said. Right? So, why were you sealed inside Two World Mountain? Han Sen actually wanted to ask if she had also been tempted by God and made a wish, but he quickly decided not to. The woman's face changed. With a stony face, she said, That's none of your business. I paid my debt in full now. I've told you everything, so you can leave. Han Sen's heart jumped, and he thought, this woman was encased in the stone of Two World Mountain. It must have something to do with the demon spirit. That woman carved into the sea demon car has to be her. Han Sen had these ideas rattling in his head, but he didn't try to confirm them. He told her, I have known you for so long, but I don't know your name. The woman looked at Han Sr. What are you hanging around for? Get lost. There was nothing Han Sen could say to that, so he left the dragon boat. When he turned around to look at the woman, the dragon boat had soared into space and disappeared. Where she went, he had no idea. Even in Sacred Leaders, people were already fighting against these things claiming to be God. But it does seem as if God wins every time. Han Sen closed his eyes and continued to think. When Sacred was destroyed, did Sacred Leader die? The sanctuaries were a place for the Sacred Leader to research immortal spirits. The crystallizers later adopted the realm. Why didn't any other races take over the sanctuaries? Why were the crystallizers the only ones who could? Did the crystallizers know the secrets of the sanctuaries? Maybe. The woman said that the crystallizers were tests and that they were very smart. They must have known a few of sacred secrets, for sure. Hansen thought about this, and then his eyes brightened. That should mean that the crystallizers continued Sacred Leader's research. But what exactly was it that the Sacred Leader researched? Spirits? Beast souls? Xenogenics? The crystallizers didn't seem to know exactly what they were doing. Their bodies were too weak, so they probably wanted to use the sanctuaries to make their bodies stronger. But Sacred Leader's research couldn't have been for such a simple purpose. I have learned so much. I now know the beginning and the end of the story. All I am missing are some of the details regarding the middle. And I also know more about the story of genes now, so that should come in handy for my practice. Hansen felt a lot of relief, and he thought he was close to getting all the answers he needed. Hansen looked around until he figured out where he was, and then he started heading back to the White Whale. He had to get back to Bauer. Hansen soon realized the Tianxia system was way too big. Sticking to one direction was nearly impossible, and there were clouds everywhere he looked. He couldn't even see where he was going. While he was trying to decide which way to head, he saw the shape of a few shadows. Several king-class people were flying through the clouds. Bar! Hansen was shocked when he saw this shadow. It was Bar. But Bar wasn't with Jia Robber this time. There were people of many different races with him. Hansen. When Bar saw Hansen, he looked ecstatic. Everyone sped up to reach Hansen. Seeing their faces, Hansen immediately knew they were coming after him. There was a 90% chance they were after him for the Extreme King's bounty. Hansen hesitated. He activated his Wuxia Rubik's Cube and connected his video stream with the treasure identifier Elder. Hansen. I have been looking for you for so long. Bar rushed towards Hansen, pulled out his knife, and slashed. Although Bar was a hybrid of the Destroyed, his talents were scarier than most of the full-blooded Destroyed. On top of that, he was practically immortal. As long as his cells were not completely eradicated, he could be reborn through his remaining genes. And each time his body was obliterated, he came back stronger. He was sort of like a cockroach that never died. Bar had already killed many half-deified people who were stronger than him on paper. Hansen had battled him once before, but he was unable to finish the maniac off. After the treasure identifier Elder received the video, the stream was distributed across all media stations. He played the video for all to see. It wasn't a live stream, though. It had been modified by treasure identifier Elder and his team before it was played across all the broadcasting networks. There was a bit of a delay so it could be processed, but most people considered it a live stream anyway. Considering the content that the 1,000 Treasures had delivered with their 2 most recent broadcasts, most of the broadcasting networks gave the treasure identifier Elder airtime immediately. There had been amazing viewership numbers for the past 2 broadcasts, so this video didn't need to go through the normal approval process. In moments, the broadcast was playing on screens throughout the Geno universe. Tego Geno Fluid. It makes you strong like the Tego. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first broadcasting station in the Tianxia system. Here is the video of Hansen's capture. The show that was on air suddenly stopped. Many people were angry, but when they saw what was playing now, their eyes widened and locked on the screen. Isn't that Bar from the Destroyed? And Shadow from the Storm? And look, there is Thunder from Thundersnake. They've surrounded Han Sr. He deserves it. He was streaming with the Wuxia Rubik's Cube when he fled. He deserves to die. Bar is going up to him. So powerful. No wonder Bar is so famous. The power in his strikes can destroy small planets. What do you know? That's called the Destroyed Godlight. If you get caught in a beam of that light, you or any other creature would just die. You guys don't know shit. The Destroyed Godlight isn't Bar's strongest move. The amazing thing about Bar is his immortal body. He can't be killed. Even if Hansen does defeat Bar, Bar won't stop coming. Plus, other elites are there as well. Hansen won't get away today. Everyone was watching and discussing the content. Bar was the most famous member of the hunting party, but the other kings were very good too, especially Shadow and Thunder. They belonged to some of the less famous higher races. Still, as individuals they weren't weak. They could easily compete with the best geniuses of most races. Plus, Shadow and Thunder were half deified. That was one step greater than Bar, so in terms of power they exceeded him. While everyone watched this, Bar's bone knife suddenly lunged towards Han Sen's head. A scary destroyed knife light shot forward to strike Han Sen. Han Sen jerked to the side, dodging the thrust of the bone knife and throwing a punch into Bar's chest. "Good hit," Bar shouted. He then threw his left fist collide with Han Sen's. Pang! Two fists struck each other, releasing a powerful shockwave. The clouds rose and washed away, as if they had transformed into a tsunami. Han Sen didn't budge, but Bar was sent flying. When he came to a stop 10 meters away, his face changed. Some sort of ice was spreading over his fist, and it moved up his arms to cover his entire body. Bar opened his mouth to shout, but his body became a block of ice before he had the chance. Inside the ice, Bar was in that angry, roaring position. He could make no noise, though. Han Sen shot past Bar, not even sparing a glance at his frozen opponents. He went after the other kings. Shadow, who was of the storm race, came at Han Sen first. Her body was like a typhoon as she surged toward Han Senator. He couldn't even make out her body within the chaos. A scary storm was coming for Han Sen's body. The wind of that storm was like a flurry of sharp weapons that could shred the fabric of space. Han Sen's body was cut to pieces within seconds. Is that all it took to bring Han Sen down? Shadow emerged from her artificial typhoon, and after seeing Han Sen's body in bloody bits, she laughed darkly. The next second, though, Shadow froze. Han Sen's shattered body disappeared into thin air. Shadow knew that was bad, but the realization came too late. Han Sen's face appeared in front of her, and he threw a punch into her belly. Pang! The punch that slammed into Shadow's stomach sent her soaring through the air. Although she had the protection of wind, she was still frozen solid by Han Sen's ice. Before her descent was complete, she was an ice sculpture. Thunder's jaw went slack when he saw what had happened, but he didn't slow his approach. When he got close enough to Han Sen, he used his king area. Thunder and lightning boomed and struck in the immediate proximity, covering all corners of the area. Han Sen was suddenly surrounded by a furious storm, and his body was drowning amidst the thunder. Pure attacking areas were the easiest to deal with, but they were also the hardest to deal with. Pure physical attacks were easy enough if you could block them, but if they were used against someone who was weak to their element, they could be extremely deadly. There was no middle ground against something like this. Inside the radius of that area, there was nowhere to run. Han Sen could only use his own body to fight back what came his way. That thunder area isn't the strongest I've seen, but Thunder himself is half deified. Han Sen, on the other hand, has only just become a king. He can't have moved beyond the first or second tiers. Han Sen won't last long within an area that powerful, a king said, as he watched the video. After he said that, though, a hole was torn straight through the thunder area. Han Sen came out from that ocean of electricity with lightning snapping and crackling all around him. It didn't touch his body. Han Sen was holding a spike of lightning. He ran in front of Thunder and tried to stab him with the spike. Thunder was holding a spiral of electricity. He lifted the bolt of pure lightning to collide with Han Senator, but when the lightning touched Han Sen, it looked as if the lightning itself had actually been electrified. He almost dropped the lightning spiral. Pang! Han Sen's left hand punched Thunder in the chest. Thunder was immediately sent flying. His body quickly became another icy statue like the others. In minutes, Bar, Shadow, and Thunder, three king elites, had been frozen stiff by Han Senator. They were all shocked. The two other kings who had come after Han Sen were shocked as well. They were 8th or 9th tier kings. They weren't as talented as Bar, or half-deified like Shadow and Thunder. If those three powerful people had already been frozen by Han Sen, they wouldn't dare compound their mistake by trying to fight Han Sen themselves. They turned around to run, But it was too late. Hansen flashed by them. Both of the areas emitted by those kings were broken, and they were turned into ice statues just like Bar and the others. While it might have taken some time to describe, in reality the fight was over in moments. Hansen managed to freeze 2 half-deifieds and 3 kings in a few steps. Am I seeing this right? Thunder and Shadow, both of whom are half-deified, were frozen? Bar is still frozen, too. Are crystallizers really this strong? This is too cool. 1 punch, 1 person. He beat 2 half-deified people and 3 kings. No wonder he was able to murder a prince of the Extreme King. Since when have the bodies of crystallizers evolved with such speed? Weren't the crystallizers heavily reliant on technology? It doesn't seem like a pure, cold power, though. If it was so simple, Bar and Thunder wouldn't be completely sealed in the way they are. The whole universe was shocked by what Hansen had done. Sealing 5 powerful kings in mere moments was an impressive feat. No one had seen that coming. This guy is getting stronger and stronger. I've got to get better myself, Lin Feng said, upon seeing Hansen's fight on his phone. His eyes were sparkling as he walked toward a xenogenic-infested mountain. Wang Yuhang had a Ghana woman in his arms at the time, and he was enjoying himself with scrumptious foods and fine wines. Back during the Geno Scroll fights, he had bet all his money on Dollar being victorious. That gamble had an enormous payoff, so now he was able to afford many of the things he wanted. That really passes me off. Out of all of us, why is Hansen the only one who's so famous? No, I need to do a live stream of myself. I want the rednecks of this Geno universe to see how great I am by comparison, Wang Yuhang said, as he watched Hansen seal Bar and 4 other people. The girls around him were also watching Hansen's fight, screaming in glee with every new attack. It soured Wang Yuhang's mood even further. Not bad. He's almost entered my league. If he keeps on working hard, he might reach 30% of my power, Xie King said. He was wearing dark sunglasses, and he had a bottle of beer in his hand. He was focused on flying his expensive aircraft, but he also had a pen and paper next to him. As he flew, a person's image suddenly appeared on the ship's monitor. It was a worker from the Thousand Treasures Alliance. After seeing Xie King, he smiled and said, "Boss Xie King, did you finish your 3rd comic yet? The whole universe is waiting for the threequel to your overbearing President Love Luov saga." Arg. Hey, Arg. What are you? Oh. The signal is bad. Arg. Magnetic storm. Oh no. Oh no. Xie King said. Then he slammed his phone closed. What kind of artist would hit a deadline and hand their work in on time? Xie King took a sip of his drink and returned to watching Hansen fight. In the Extreme King, a ghost-like body was emerging from an empty mountain. It walked into the underworld, traveled through King's Kingdom, and headed for the Tianxia system. I don't care if you are Bai Yi or Han Senator, I'm going to beat you this time, Bai Wuchang said to himself excitedly as he traversed the depths of space. After Hansen froze Bar and the other 4, he intended to steal any good items they were carrying. A wave of unease washed through him, though. The smile left his face, and he hurled the Wuxia Rubik's Cube away from him. The moment Hansen threw the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, a needle-like blade materialized from the image display of the Wuxia Rubik's Cube. The thin blade flew right past Hansen's cheek. A black shadow followed that blade coming from the Wuxia Rubik's Cube. A person grabbed the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and gave Hansen a toothy grin. "Who are you?" Hansen asked the weird creature that had emerged from the Wuxia Rubik's Cube. A frown furrowed his brow. The creature had the body of a human but the head of a sheep. Bat-like wings spread from his back. He had scales and their black color glistened. "I'm Shadow Ghost," the weird creature said, playing with the Wuxia Rubik's Cube as he spoke. The Wuxia Rubik's Cube was still active, and many of the viewers froze in their seats when they heard Shadow Ghost's name. Shadow Ghost came from the pirates. Although he was only half-deified, his name struck fear into the hearts of many. Even many deified elites were wary of this being. Shadow Ghost came from a rare race, but his talents were deadly enough to strike fear into many people of the higher races. As long as a video was being filmed in a real place, Shadow Ghost could enter that video and travel to wherever it was being filmed. That was what he did when he came out of the recording Wuxia Rubik's Cube. But that wasn't the scariest thing about him. Once Shadow Ghost entered a video, he could reveal himself at any time without warning. Imagine talking to your good friend or flirting with your lover, and then suddenly, a sword came out of the video chat and skewered you. Not many people could react to the threat swiftly enough to save themselves. God only knew how many kings or half-deifieds had been killed in such a way by Shadow Ghost. Many people were never even aware of how they died. It was pretty hard to prevent. Shadow Ghost is onto him. Han Sen is in danger. No way. How did Han Sen react so quickly earlier? He was holding his Wuxia Rubik's Cube close to his body, but he still somehow avoided Shadow Ghost's sneak attack. Yeah, Han Sen just froze 5 powerful enemies. After that, he should have been relaxed and off guard. But he actually avoided the strike. Did he dodge out of instinct? Or did he somehow know what was coming? Either way, it's pretty scary. Shadow Ghost spun the Wuxia Rubik's Cube in his palm. As he stared at Han Senator, he chuckled grimly. There's no grudge between us, and no one has directly hired me to kill you. However, the bounty being offered by the Extreme King is far too tempting. Today, I will have to trouble myself to kill you. Han Sen had never heard of Shadow Ghost, so he didn't know who he was. But seeing him emerge from the video of the Wuxia Rubik's Cube, Han Sen knew what sort of powers he had. You were unable to kill me earlier. What makes you think you can take me on now? Han Sen asked, raising an eyebrow. You think that was all the power I have? Let me show you my real shadow area. After that, Shadow Ghost pulled out another camera with his free hand. There was a loud clicking noise as the camera flashed. Han Sen tried to dodge, but he didn't know where the power was coming from, so he had no idea which direction to move in. After the flash, Han Sen's body simply disappeared. The Shadow Ghost camera displayed an image of Han Sen. But in the picture, Han Sen was able to move and talk. It was like a laptop. The flash had made Han Sen feel as if things were all dreamy, and that he was drifting in space. Everything around him was gray, and there was a shadow in front of him that he could barely see. That shadow was Shadow Ghost. Han Sen, look where you are. Shadow Ghost raised the Wuxia Rubik's Cube that was in his hand. The stream from the Rubik's Cube was still running. Han Sen could see the video, which showed him caught in the screen of Shadow Ghost's camera. Han Sen's heart leaped at the sight, and so he quickly tried to fly out of the camera's frame. He kept an eye on the Rubik's Cube stream as he flew, but he soon realized that no matter what direction he flew, there would be no escape from that place. The video stream showed that he was always dead center of the camera's screen. It is useless. In my shadow area, you are just an image. And if I rip this image, your body will be torn just like it, Shadow Ghost boasted. Then he damaged a corner of the image that showed a bit of Han Sen's hair. The moment the image of Han Sen's hair was damaged, Han Sen's actual hair was given a trim. He didn't know how it had happened, but there was nothing he could do to prevent it. The people that were watching the stream felt a chill. They knew Shadow Ghost could enter virtual images, but they didn't know he had a power like this. Everyone felt a chill. If Shadow Ghost trapped them in a picture, killing them would be as simple as damaging a camera. Some of the deified elites who were watching the video nodded in approval. They were impressed with Shadow Ghost's might. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. Another creepy smile crossed Shadow Ghost's face. You're worth more alive. I'm going to take you with me to the Extreme King. You might be my best chance of becoming deified. Han Sen was looking at Shadow Ghost, who was outside the image, with an expressionless face. He said, Do you really think you can capture me this way? Shadow Ghost replied with confidence, saying, My area has no limiting range. Furthermore, you are just a king. Even if you were deified, you couldn't escape the boundaries of my area. Really? Han Sen said. His left eye then flashed with a red light, and his body turned into a red shadow. Where is he? Shadow Ghost's face changed. Han Sen had disappeared from the picture. Where is he? The people who were watching the stream were shocked, too. They hadn't seen how Han Sen had managed to get out of the picture's frame. Arg! Shadow Ghost's sudden scream drew everyone's attention back to him. One of Shadow Ghost's eyes was bleeding. It seemed as if some scary power had penetrated his eye and sent a jolt of pain straight to his brain. Han Sen was standing behind Shadow Ghost. His Thunder God spike was dripping with blood. Next time you want to kill me, don't talk so much crap. Han Sen swung the Thunder God spike, flicking away the blood. He took the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and flew away without looking back. Shadow Ghost's body fell through the emptiness of space. It appeared like he had been killed. Every noble watching the video stared in mute silence. Shadow Ghost was a nightmarish enemy, but he had been one-hit killed. The viewers were having difficulty wrapping their heads around the idea. Most of the kings, dukes, and nobles were unable to discern just how Han Sen had managed to kill Shadow Ghost, though. That was what scared the audience the most. Someone who had just become a king had managed to kill a half-deified warrior as quickly as they might kill a chicken or a cow. It was hard to believe. The video stream suddenly went black. The spectacle was over. Many of the viewers were still reeling from the shock, though. They hadn't yet figured out how to react. Han Sen turned off the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and flew forward. He wanted to take a look at the items Shadow Ghost and Bar had been carrying, but he didn't have time. A scary presence was coming this way. Han Sen could sense that if it wasn't a deified elite coming for him, then it was a very terrifying half-deified being. It was most likely someone that he couldn't compete with on his own. Of course, not long after Han Sen flew away, a shadow appeared where Han Sen had been. That person looked at the dead Shadow Ghost and the frozen Bar. He waved his hand, bringing out a sword light. He used it to break Han Sen's ice, freeing Bar and the others. Once Bar and Thunder were freed, they caught sight of the new man and began to tremble. Lando! Shadow from the Race of the Storm screamed. He looked frightened. Were you guys fighting Han Sen? The person called Lando asked, his voice stern. Yes, Shadow answered. He was very scared of Lando, but he still answered truthfully. After hearing Shadow's answer, Lando chased after Han Sen, his body moving so fast that the space around him seemed to groan. I can't believe Lando is here. No matter how strong Han Sen is, that is one opponent that he won't be able to escape. Thunder finished his statement with a very long sigh. The traitor that the dragons hate the most. The inverse dragon Lando might not be deified, but he has killed enough of them. And they were deified dragons of all things. A guy like him can't be dealt with by a king. Shadow's mood had mellowed somewhat. There are many elites in this universe, and there are many half-deified elites. But the scariest half-deified in existence has to be Lando, Thunder said. After a moment of thought, he went on to say, although the half-deifieds of the Extreme King are powerful, this guy could fight an entire generation of them. If I had to pick an enemy, I would prefer to choose a half-deified of the Extreme King over Lando. Lando is just too evil. Even Bar looked shaken. He wasn't scared of anything, and he would go anywhere. But aside from deified elites, there were two people he feared. The inverse dragon Lando and Yu Shanshin of Sky Palace. If it was anyone else, he'd chase them down to the ends of the universe. Either that or he'd kill the person right where they were. But after seeing Lando, Bar had yet to say a single word. He just watched Lando go after Han Senator he didn't dare follow. Han Sen is dead, Bar said to himself. Then, he flew out of the Tianxia system. He no longer planned to chase Han Sen. Han Sen flew through the clouds at full speed. He kept changing direction, and he erased his scent and trail as he fled. But still, he couldn't shake the entity chasing him from behind. Han Sen could also feel that whatever was pursuing him was gaining. The gap between them was closing. When Han Sen finally reached the edge of the purple clouds, he saw someone emerge from the clouds behind it. The being was coming his way, and it was coming fast. One of the dragon? Han Sen murmured. The man's dragon horns were particularly large, but he didn't have wings. He looked like a dragon hybrid. Han Sen was unable to shake the dragon's pursuit, so he stopped running. Lando came to a stop directly in front of Han Senator instead of striking. He just looked at Han Sen and asked, "You are the Han Sen that the Extreme King want?" Would you believe me if I said no? Hansen smiled. Lando nodded. Then come with me. I could certainly come with you, but could you at least give me a reason that I should follow you? Hansen said without moving. Lando laughed. I'm Lando. That should be reason enough. You are Lando? Hansen was shocked to hear this name. Because the factions of the Geno universe were so competitive, many people had been bribed by their enemies to betray their race. Some would become proper traitors, whereas others would merely become spies who carried information. Lando was the most famous traitor in the past few decades. When others became traitors, they usually just sold classified information. But Lando had the gall to cut off the head of his master, who was a deified dragon. He gave it to the ruler of the destroyed, who used it as a chair. Inverse Dragon Lando's name was known across the universe. When dragon culture was discussed, his name always came up. His actions were a shameful stain on the honor of the dragons. The dragons had wanted to kill Lando for a long time, but Lando might have been the greatest half-deified to ever exist. And he always worked with extreme caution. The king of the destroyed protected him as well. So far, the dragons hadn't been able to touch him. Knowing this story, Hansen looked at Lando's back. The man had no draconic wings. Lando was a pure dragon, but when he killed his teacher, the dying man had managed to tear off his dragon wings. They had never grown back. Will you come with me now? Lando asked in a gravelly voice. I'm not sure if I believe all the legends about you, but no matter who you are or how strong you are, I have to test your mettle for myself, Hansen said. Right? If I was you, I wouldn't believe the stories about me either. It's a shame that the Extreme King want you alive. If they didn't, I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble, Lando said. And then he moved. He tried to grab Hansen by his head. Hansen didn't retreat. He sent his full power into Jadeskin. His body became like ice, and he threw his own palm against the hand that Lando had extended. The dragon's clutching fingers tore through the fabric of space, but Hansen and Lando's hands were both bounced backward. Jadeskin's ice power hadn't been able to seal Lando. All dragons had a high resistance to every element, and of course Lando was no exception to this rule. The next second, their fists collided once more. The bodies of the two had become deadly weapons. Their fingers, palms, fists, arms, elbows, legs, and knees moved too fast to track. Neither of them would take a step back. Rather than releasing their power, the fighters exchanged blows of raw physical power. Even that was enough to strain and stretch the fabric of space. Catcha! The bones in Hansen's fingers were unable to withstand that next scary hit. They broke. Hansen's eyes widened. His jadeskin made his body very strong, and although it was only at the first tier, his body was as sturdy as a half-deified's. Lando, however, had been able to break his fingers with a random punch. That was a disturbing amount of power. Lando's fists kept coming without reprieve. His eyes were perfectly calm as he unleashed his attacks, but his fists flew like a raging fire. Every punch took Hansen's full attention. Hansen's jadeskin let out a groaning sound. His arm bones cracked under the next hit, and still Lando did not relent. The dragon wasn't attacking Hansen's weak spots, though. He was making sure to only strike Hansen's arms and legs. Is this guy going to break all my limbs to drag me back alive? Hansen looked at Lando's face, and he became certain that he had guessed correctly. Fuck you. You're so cruel. Hansen knew that his jadeskin was too low level. If he had an 8th or 9th tier jadeskin, he might have been able to fight against Lando. But right now he was too weak. If this continued, Lando would completely shatter his arms and legs. The bodies of the dragons are so scary, but their true talent lies in using evil breaker powers, right? Lando is so strong. Perhaps the tales are true. Hansen's chest was growing tight with tension. He used movement abilities to fight with Lando. Guys like Lando, who favored raw aggression and violence, usually didn't develop a very sophisticated movement set. Lando had a very powerful body and amazing strength, and he could usually beat his enemies outright. He wouldn't have to study his enemies before engaging them in combat. But when Han San started to use his movement abilities, he noticed that they didn't benefit him much against Lando. Turned out that Lando could also move pretty well, and in that high-speed magical fight, Han San didn't have a single advantage. He had to fight Lando on even footing. After a few more hits, his arms felt as if they were about to break. Pang! Lando's fists came down on Han Sen's arms like hammers. His jade-covered arms had sustained too much damage, and cracks spread across them. When the final blow landed, they were completely broken. Lando's unstoppable fists flew forward to clobber Han Sen's chest. Han Sen's chest exploded like water, but the splashing water drew itself back together and reformed. His wounds recovered very quickly. The original Water King body wasn't as strong as Jade Skin, but its recovery speed was much better. It was quite useful after all. Lando didn't keep attacking. He looked at Han San and said, "You either come with me now or I turn you into a cripple. You live up to your reputation, Lando, but that doesn't mean I want to go home with you." Han San blinked and said, "How about this? Your body is so strong. Yes? If you can withstand 3 of my blows without falling, I will stop fighting and let you take me back. Even if people come to save me, I will not run." "Sure." Lando agreed to the proposition without a second thought. "You're a very determined man." Han San gave him a thumbs up. "Go ahead then," Lando said coldly. "My 3 hits require some time to prepare, but in the meantime I can't deal with your constant attacks. We have a deal. If you fight me before I finish my 3 attacks, then you lose," Han San said. "Strike," Lando said in an emotionless voice. His face was wholly unmoving. "That means you are agreeing. Take my first hit then," Han San said. Then he gathered up power in his fist. Jade Skin was running at full power, and he used the yin-yang blast method to strike Lando's chest. Lando remained where he was. He didn't dodge and he didn't run. He allowed Han San's punch to fall on his chest. The punch was silent, but Han San had woven his scary ice-sealing power with the yin force. It drilled right into Lando's chest to freeze his organs. 2 more hits, Lando said, plumes of icy air flowing over his lips. He behaved as if nothing had happened at all. "This guy is really scary, but I have only unlocked the first tier of Jade Skin. If I was also half deified, he wouldn't be acting so cocky." Han San took 2 steps back and frowned. After pausing, Han San had an idea. He gathered up power in his fist once more. But this time he didn't punch Lando once. He cast a continuous punch, but the power was unleashed at an extremely slow speed. It was as if it was crawling like a snail. All of a sudden, Han San cast countless punches. The power of each punch was like a wave, and as they swept forward, they gathered together to become a terrifying force. As Han San kept attacking, the waves built up. The scary powers were multiplied. It was like a tsunami was now headed for Lando. The sea of clouds all around was shoved out of the way by Han San's waves. They created a large vacuum zone. The scary power coming for Lando was like the wind blowing through the galaxy. Lando's muscles tightened up. The muscles in his body were moaning with the groans of the dragon. He didn't attempt to avoid it. He simply endured the power unleashed by Han San, power that had been multiplied several times. Pang! Han San's power came down on Lando's body, annihilating his armor. That multiplied force of the attack was mind-blowing. Lando's king-class armor was turned to dust, and the remaining fragments were scattered everywhere. They glittered around him like a cloud of tiny stars. But when the scary power came crashing against Lando's muscles, the blood vessels were highlighted so well that they looked like tattoos. The shockwave-like attack struck Lando's muscles, and the attack crumbled. Lando's body remained uninjured. What a powerful body! Han San looked at Lando in shock. Although Han San hadn't expected to defeat Lando with that hit, he expected it to send the man staggering back. He didn't even twitch, though. That made Han San feel afraid. "You only have 1 strike remaining." Lando's body was completely naked. His strong chest was emblazoned with a tattoo of a dragon. His face was impassive as he spoke. Han San went silent for a bit, and then he pulled out his Thunder God spike. In that case, it's time to bring out the big guns. I hope you don't blame me later for what's about to happen. The Thunder God's spike wasn't a very destructive tool, but its paralytic power was difficult to withstand. Even a deified being would feel a blow from this weapon. No matter how strong Lando was, he couldn't be any stronger than a deified. Thinking of all this, Han Sen placed his power into the Thunder God's spike. Power crackled across the Thunder God's spike, bursting into waving colors like the northern lights. You really aren't going to dodge this thing? Han Sen asked, lifting the Thunder God's spike and looking at Lando. Lando didn't respond, but there was an obvious, albeit unspoken desire for Han Sen to just hurry up and get on with things. Han Sen was fine with that. He lifted his Thunder God's spike, aiming it to strike Lando in the head. He knew he would be unable to crack the man's head open, but the sheer amount of power that the spike could deliver should be enough to make Lando move. Pang! The lightning crackling all around the Thunder God's spike connected with the side of Lando's head, and the streaks of silver power went straight into his skull. Lando's head jerked back. Han Sen was so happy about this, and he thought this was sure to be the one. But Lando only moved his head. His entire body didn't move. Silver light streaked over Lando's head, and white smoke streamed from his hair, but he didn't seem to react to the hit. He straightened his neck out, and while lightning still flashed across the Thunder God's spike, it didn't seem to bother him. Han Sen was frozen. He couldn't summon words to speak. His body was strong too, but even he couldn't have endured the hit he had just dished out. Lando's complete lack of reaction was stunning. Lando used his fingers to touch the Thunder God's spike. He pushed it aside and said, "My body is already destroyed. There is no sensation within me. Pain, numbness, and dizziness don't exist in my body. The numbing effect brought on by lightning is ineffective against someone like me. All that did was give me a tiny buzz of electricity." "I see. No wonder the Thunder God spike didn't work on you," Han Sen said with a wry smile. "Let's go." Lando turned around to leave. Han Sen hesitated a moment, but he did follow. He had no plans to escape. "You planned to keep your promise." Lando looked at Han Sen. "Not really, but I knew trying to escape from you would be futile." Han Sen shrugged his shoulders. "You are an honest man," Lando said with surprise. Han Sen didn't say anything, but inside, he thought to himself, "I can't even tell which direction we are headed. I don't even know where Bauer is. Running around the Tianxia system won't solve anything. There must be many people like Lando after me. It's best to follow him now. If I run into any trouble up ahead, he will protect me. This isn't a bad idea for the time being." Han Sen followed Lando. Since the dragon noticed that Han Sen didn't seem likely to run off, he didn't tie Han Sen up. They flew through the clouds in a direction that Han Sen decided to call up, and after a while, they saw a group of people in front of them. "Lando!" The people screamed upon seeing Lando, and when they saw Han Sen, they were even more shocked. "Lando, why are you with Han Sen?" the king class leader asked Lando. Lando ignored him and kept flying. The king's face reddened with the snub, but he didn't complain to Lando. The people that were in Lando's way all backed off. They formed a path for him, with not one person trying to stand in his way. They knew better than that. But Han Sen wasn't so lucky. He tried to follow Lando, but the people circled around him, blocking his way forward. They clearly intended to take Han Sen down together. "Lando, why are you going so fast? Come and deal with these guys. They're starting to annoy me," Han Sen said with disdain. The people had been preparing to beat Han Sen up, but when they heard him say this, they seemed shocked. They glanced between Han Sen and Lando. Han Sen had just spoken as if Lando was his subordinate. "Don't get in his way," Lando commanded without even turning his head. For the first time, Han Sen started to realize how much fear Lando inspired in the people of the Geno universe. The moment he spoke, all the others backed away from Han Sen. Han Sen just flew by 100 kings. They all just watched him go, not doing anything to him. "What should we do? Why is Han Sen with Lando?" one of the kings asked their leader with confusion. "Ha! No matter how strong Lando is, Is he stronger than a true deified? With all the people that have come to the Tianxia system, there must be someone who is stronger than Lando. If we release this nugget of news, we might be able to take advantage of the ruckus. The leader laughed darkly. Han Sen followed Lando through the sea of clouds. They encountered many elites who had come in search of Han Sen. But whenever those elites saw Lando, they gave him a wide berth. No one would dare to go against Lando, especially face to face. But Han Sen could still feel the weight of many eyes resting on him. And that sensation gradually increased as time went by. Technological gadgets were of no use in the Tianxia system, but that didn't mean that the various bounty hunters had no way of tracking him. Many people with eyes and video powers, especially the kings with such talents, could watch Lando and Han Sen from tens of thousands of miles away. Lando simply flew forward, but he eventually came to a sudden stop. Han Sen could sense something odd ahead of them. As he looked forward, some shadows started to emerge from behind the green clouds. The figures all looked the same. Butterfly wings adorned with luscious patterns spread from their backs. Their bald heads each had 2 antennae dangling from them, and their bodies were clad in a black bug armor. There were 6 of these people. They flapped their wings and flew over to Lando. Han Sen observed the 6 of them, but he couldn't distinguish one from another. They all looked the same, and in their identical armor, they looked like sextuplets. Han Sen wasn't foolish enough to underestimate them based on their odd appearance, however. They were all 8th or 9th tier kings. Some of them might have even been half-deified. It was made obvious that they were uniquely powerful by the way they dared to stand in front of Lando. Ordinary kings wouldn't dare bar his path. "Lando, please do a favor for the 6 brothers." "We would appreciate it," said the strange man leading them. "Who are you guys?" Lando asked lazily, not raising his eyes. "You?" The strange man in front hissed in anger. Fine, Lando. We were going to show respect to the king of the destroyed. But if you really have a death wish, the Butterfly Fairy 6 kings can help you fulfill it." After that, the 6 strange people flapped their wings and flew toward Lando. "You find a safe place and sit tight. Wait for me there a little," Lando said calmly. Han Sen heard the order, and so he flew far away from that portion of the Sea of Clouds. The Butterfly Fairy 6 kings watched Han Sen leave, but they didn't give chase because Lando was watching them. So, they decided to surround Lando and deal with him before going after Han Sen. Han Sen kept flying without looking back. The Butterfly Fairy 6 kings used an area, and the butterfly wings on their backs glowed with 6 different colors. When the 6 areas and 6 colors came together across them all, it became a 6-color area. It locked Lando within its radius. Pang! Lando punched the 6-color area, but his blow had no effect. Han Sen was shocked as he glanced over his shoulder. All 6 of the butterfly fairies were half-deified. There was no longer any doubt about that. Now that the 6 of them had combined their areas into one, the potency of their individual areas must have multiplied by that number as well. If Lando's power wasn't enough to break that area, it was no wonder they had dared to threaten him to capture Han Sen for themselves. From afar, Han Sen heard one of the butterfly fairies say, "Lando, it doesn't matter how strong you are. You have fallen into our Butterfly Fairy 6 King, 6 Fairy area. It will stop you from moving in any direction." Lando ignored their words and just started throwing punches around himself. The 6 Fairy area trembled a little, but it didn't buckle and break. Upon seeing the situation, Han Sen turned and flew even faster. He was thinking to himself, "It looks like Lando might not be able to kill those guys for some time. This is the perfect chance for me to escape. Wait for you? I'm too smart to sit around and wait for you to recapture me." Ignoring the situation behind him, Han Sen focused on trying to escape. He wanted to get as far away from Lando as possible. He had followed Lando for long enough to grasp where he was in the system. Although he could not determine exactly where Bauer was, he had a rough idea of which direction she had probably headed. Han Sen didn't head straight in Bauer's direction, though. He took the scenic route and went the long way around. He wanted to shake the beings that he knew were lurking in the clouds, watching his every move. But despite traveling so fast and so far, Han Sen wasn't stopped by anyone. He switched directions a few times as he made his escape, but still no one tried to stop him. Weird. Why is no one coming after me? Han Sen wondered to himself. Then he finally figured it out. The people watching him were still scared of Lando. Because of that, they weren't going to capture Han Sen until he had escaped far enough from Lando. Upon this realization, Han Sen stopped trying to throw off his tails. Heading in a straight line, he sped up to leave Lando's region. Of course, when Han Sen had gotten a fair distance from Lando, there were some creatures that just couldn't resist the temptation of jumping out to ambush him. There were a few dozen kings that hailed from several different races. They were a very disorganized and eclectic group. None of them thought that they could defeat Han Sen individually, so they had formed a temporary alliance. Han Sen looked at them, and he noticed they weren't the same kings he encountered earlier. The group of kings from earlier were just a few yahoos. They just had numbers around 100 and nothing else. There were only 20 or 30 people in this group. 3 of them were half-deified, and it seemed as if they were the leaders of the temporary alliance. Han Sen, you should just surrender yourself. Don't make us hurt you, one of the half-deified leaders said to Han Sen. Han Sen didn't say a word. Instead, he replied by sending a quick punch toward them. He was thinking to himself, "Who do you think you are? Fucking Lando? You're afraid you might hurt me? First, you need to have what it takes to hurt me." Seeing Han Sen move, the half-deified suddenly shouted, "Boss, there you go." Han Sen felt weird. He didn't know what the guy meant. He stopped moving and looked at another half-deified. This half-deified looked like a black tiger. He heard the call and roared, unleashing a black area. It looked to be attuned with the element of water. Han Sen wasn't afraid of a water element area due to the fact he had the original Water King body. He could use the water to his advantage. The water wouldn't hurt him. Before Han Sen's punch reached the half-deified's face, the black area settled around him. The other 30 kings used their own areas as well. They had all kinds of areas, but when they overlapped the black tiger's area, the black area consumed them. The black area grew darker, and it suddenly made Han Sen feel as if he had fallen into an endless pit. He reached out with his hands, but he could no longer see his fingers. Not a water area? Han Sen was surprised. The dark area consumed the areas of the other kings, and then it became a giant black object that looked like an egg. When the black tiger gathered up its power, that black object shrank, growing smaller and smaller. The darkness within it became thicker and thicker. However, the darkness started to feel like a liquid as it pressed against Han Sen. His body could move through it. But when the darkness became deeper, something started to resist his motion. It was like he was inside cement that was becoming solid. Soon after, his body was stuck and he could no longer move. Under the black tiger's area power, a 3-meter-tall, egg-like object formed and trapped Han Sen. Han Sen tried to deploy his jade skin and break the black area, but he noticed that the darkness encasing him was as solid as it was terrifying. He couldn't move at all. What is this area? Han Sen felt strange, but he wasn't worried. The area seemed to consume the areas of others to empower its own, but it didn't actually deal any damage. All it seemed to do was trap him in the dark. If Han Sen really wanted to leave, he could use his super god spirit body to flee from the darkness. No matter how solid that darkness was, it couldn't bind him permanently. What's wrong, Han Sen? Not so cocky now. The kings all laughed loudly in unison. The dark area might have been solid, but it wasn't insulated against sound. Han Sen could hear what they were saying clearly. This area isn't bad. What is its name? Han Sen asked. The kings heard his question, and the half-deified that Han Sen conversed with earlier said, "This is Big Sky King's Black Big Sky King area. It has consumed 20 of our king area powers to trap you inside. And it doesn't just work on you, either. Even if Lando was here, we'd have shut him in there with you. If that was true, why didn't you try to capture me when Lando was around?" Han Sen asked with amusement. "We didn't want to offend the ruler of the destroyed," the king answered. "We don't need to talk to him. Let's take him to the Extreme King, so we can collect the bounty," another half-deified said, cutting off the conversation. Han Sen felt the darkness start to move. He knew that the kings were moving through the Tianxia system, pulling the dark area along with them. Han Sen tried to use the Dongxian area to get a better view of the dark area. He noticed that the substances composing the dark area were tightly woven, almost like a substance chain. This is a very powerful area. It is showing the signs of creating a substance chain. Maybe this black tiger is on the verge of becoming deified, Han Sen thought to himself. The black area absorbed the areas of others to become very hard. Han Sen used super spank, but he still couldn't break it. He decided to take a bit of a break. He was going to recover his energy before giving it another try. The kings were very excited. They pulled the egg-like area toward the edge of the Tianxia system. But not long after, Han Sen heard a scream from outside his prison. That scream was the half-deified who had conversed with Han Sen earlier. After that scream, Han Sen heard something that sounded like space ripping. And then, everything grew quiet. Han Sen kept listening, but he couldn't hear any other sounds. Aside from that initial scream, there was no other sound to be heard. It was as if all the kings and half-deified people had suddenly run for the hills. Weird. Even if they saw an enemy, they should have said something. Why was there only one scream and then silence? Were they all killed before they could make a sound? Han Sen thought to himself. Catcha! As Han Sen was considering what might have happened, he suddenly heard a sound like rocks breaking. Then, a beam of light broke through the darkness that surrounded him. The giant egg cracked, and a webwork of light spread across its surface. It eventually shattered completely, freeing Han Sen. What Han Sen saw next shocked him, though. Lando was hovering there, looking at him calmly. Han Sen coughed awkwardly into his hand. "I was afraid you would be unable to beat the butterfly fairy 6 kings, so I may have run farther than I should have. I was caught by these people and brought to where you are now." Han Sen had wanted to be taken by those people because he hoped they would take him farther away from Lando. But it seemed as if that plan hadn't worked out the way he'd hoped. "Let's go." Lando said nothing more. He turned around and started to fly away. Han Sen fell into place behind Lando again, but as they flew, he thought to himself, how was he able to find me so quickly? Even if he was able to defeat the butterfly fairy 6 kings with ease, I intentionally took a route that would have been difficult to follow. And this Tianxia system is pretty much a maze. How was he able to tell where I was in such a short amount of time? Han Sen knew that he was missing something important. He immediately used the Dongxian aura to check his body. It wasn't long before he felt something out of place in one of his fingers. The skin on his fingers was fine, but on a bone in one of the fingers in his left hand, there was a tadpole-shaped mark. That mark was tiny, and it didn't even release any power. Han Sen hadn't even noticed its presence until that moment. If he hadn't grown suspicious and used the Dongxian aura to scan his body, he wouldn't have found that weird, gray symbol on one of his bones. Han Sen remembered that Lando had struck and cracked a few of his fingers. The mark must have been placed during that strike. That's why he feels so safe without physically binding me. It's because he already has a tracker on me. Something about the idea of being tracked everywhere made Han Sen deeply uncomfortable. But that gray mark wouldn't stop Han Senator. It was easy to remove, too. All he had to do was use his super god spirit body. But Han Sen didn't do anything about it just yet. He kept cool and pretended as if the mark had gone undiscovered. He continued to follow Lando. "Lando, did you kill those butterfly fairy 6 kings?" Han Sen asked, flying up next to Lando. Lando said quietly, "I'm not a butcher. I don't kill when it isn't necessary." "What about your master, then? You must have had a reason to kill him," Han Sen inquired. Emotion flashed over Lando's face, but it soon returned to normal. With that same cold tone of voice, he said, "That is none of your business. Say something that is my business, then. Why are you taking me to the Extreme King? I didn't think someone like you would care about a reward," Han Sen said. "There's a sword." Lando seemed like a nice person to chat with. He didn't sound like the teacher-slaying murderer the legends spoke of. Han Sen had imagined the man would be difficult to talk to, but that wasn't the case. What sword could be worth that much? If you want a weapon, I can give you a deified weapon. You'll find me easier to trade with than the Extreme King. Han Sen wanted to learn more. I only want that sword, Lando said as he moved forward. He didn't turn to look at Han Sen. A sword that you have to trade a life for must be very special. Why don't you tell me what is so special about this sword? Han Sen said with curiosity. Lando didn't respond. It was obvious he had no intention of telling Han Sen anything else about this sword that he wanted so badly. Han Sen started to say something else, but he suddenly heard the sound of something stampeding toward them through the clouds. It sounded like 1,000 horses running all at once. He raised his head and saw a group of unicorns burst through the clouds. They looked like an endless sea of white. All emotion left Lando's face. He spoke to Han Sen, saying, "Protect yourself." Now Han Sen knew another reason that Lando hadn't tied him up. Lando knew that the way back to the Extreme King wouldn't be safe. If he had to hold on to Han Sen in a fight, it would be too much trouble. Letting Han Sen run off on his own would allow Lando to focus his attention on whoever was attacking them. You're very calculating, but you've underestimated me. I am Han Sen. You think a mere tracking mark can beat me? Han Sen laughed sinisterly, but he didn't stick around to gloat. He ran off in the opposite direction. It wasn't long into his escape attempt that he saw a group of gold unicorns coming at him from another cloud. They were everywhere, and there were as many of these gold ones as there were white unicorns the other way. Oh shit! Why are there so many xenogeneics? Han Sen drew his knife and ran straight into the unicorn herd. The sword lights flashed. Blood was everywhere. He immediately killed a few unicorns. Xenogeneic Duke hunted. Xenogeneic gene found. They really are xenogeneics. Han Sen kept pushing through the enormous herd of unicorns, massacring them as he went. His ghost teeth knife cut them down like a scythe through a wheat field. But he wasn't harvesting wheat. He was harvesting lives. The unicorns didn't relent. Han Sen kept slicing and dicing, and blood splashed all around him. He killed countless unicorns in no time at all. Han Sen suddenly heard a long scream. A glowing unicorn stepped through the herd. It was twice as large as the ordinary gold unicorns, and its horn was pure gold as well. It was thundering toward Han Sen, and its body seemed to strain the space around it as it ran. Han Sen slashed at the unicorn's horn. The blade and the horn collided with a metallic shriek. Han Sen bounced away a few hundred meters before coming to a stop. Before Han Sen restabilized, he saw another unicorn coming for him. This next one was black, and it radiated a terrifying amount of power. It was no weaker than the enormous gold unicorn. Han Sen sent a punch toward the black unicorn. The ice light landed on the black unicorn, but the creature shone with a black light. It was as if a shield manifested, blooming from the tip of the creature's horn. It was shaped like a spindle. The ice light, when it touched down on the shield, was ricocheted away. It had been completely unable to pierce the fusiform area the creature had created. Pang! The black unicorn smashed into Han Sen's body, breaking him in two. He turned into dust, but then his real body reappeared on the other side of the field of battle. As he turned, he saw another large unicorn coming for him. This one was a stark white. Oh shit! Why are the white unicorns coming for me, as well? Isn't Lando over there? He began to wonder if Lando had played a trick on him. But when he looked closer, he saw Lando engaged in combat with a rainbow-colored unicorn. The rainbow-colored unicorn was emitting a rainbow-colored godlight. But as he watched the light shimmer and warp reality around it, he knew that it was a deified unicorn. How unlucky am I to encounter this deified xenogeneic? Han Sen felt depressed. Even Lando wouldn't be able to handle a deified xenogeneic. It seemed as if the situation was going from bad to worse. Since the rest of the unicorns couldn't get anywhere close to the fight between Lando and the deified unicorn, they came for Han Sen instead. Han Sen had already encountered 4 half-deified unicorns, and now there was an entire ocean of lesser unicorns coming after him. If Han Sen stayed to fight, He'd wear his hand down to nubs even if the unicorns lined up so he could kill them one by one. When a red unicorn also began running toward him, Hansen had an idea. His left eye flashed with red. He turned into a bloody shadow and hopped into the red unicorn's eyes. Losing their target in the blink of an eye left all the unicorns shocked and confused. They looked around, trying to find Hansen, but none of them could figure out where he had gone. Hansen didn't stop in the eye of the red unicorn, though. He immediately teleported into the eye of another unicorn. He kept bouncing through the herd of unicorns, never staying in any particular host for more than a second. Although 4 of the unicorns were half deified, Hansen wasn't really scared of them. What unsettled him was the strange timing of the unicorn's arrival. Hansen felt like there were larger forces at work here, forces that he hadn't yet identified. He kept moving through the unicorn herd, flickering between the eyes of the beasts. By doing this, he was able to inch his way to the edge of the battleground. He kept watch over the unicorns as he moved, trying to discern what had inspired their sudden attack, but he still hadn't noticed anything out of place. Did I overthink this? I guess their attack was a good thing all in all. At least this way I can escape Lando. He's still trying to fight that deified unicorn and all the rest. I don't think he'll make it. Even if he does make it out, he won't be able to catch me again, Hansen thought. By this time, he had made it to the edge of the unicorn horde. He came out of the eye of the furthest one and tried to fly away unnoticed. Pang! Hansen felt as if he had run face-first into a steel board. He reeled back, his nose weeping blood. What is this? Hansen looked forward, but he couldn't see anything. He reached out his hand to touch whatever he had crashed into, and he realized it was some sort of invisible shield. There's something wrong here. Hansen touched the invisible shield. His body flew up a few hundred miles, but his hands kept in contact with the shield. There was no end to it. Hansen traveled another 1,000 miles, but there was no sign that the invisible shield would end anytime soon. He had no idea how far it went. What is this? Who is doing this? Hansen was shocked. If that shield covered the entire battleground, then that meant there had to be an additional deified being who was pulling strings in this battle. Only someone of that level could create a shield so strong and large. Hansen opened his Dongshen aura and used the purple butterfly in his right eye to see if he could discern more about the invisible shield. He immediately saw that the thing prohibiting his passage was an invisible substance chain wall. He looked ahead and saw that the wall surrounded the entire area. There was no end to it. There really is a deified elite behind all this. Hansen took a deep breath. He didn't understand why the deified elite hadn't revealed itself and fought. He only knew that the deified had locked down the battleground. And now, Hansen couldn't escape. Suddenly, Hansen's left finger grew hot. A beam of gray light emerged from his finger, glowing from the symbol painted on to one of his metacarpals. The mark seemed to fade away from his finger, and the gray light formed the image of Lando in front of him. Stop running. This place has been locked down by a deified elite. We need to kill every Xenogeneic here. Otherwise we die, said the mark that had turned into the shadow of Lando. Why? Hansen frowned. There is no why. We simply aren't strong enough to have any other options. I may not like this, but someone is using us as chess pieces right now. Lando's shadow slowly disappeared. It seemed as if the power was extinguished. Lando had placed the mark on Hansen to keep him on a leash, but now he had simply torn the mark off. That told Hansen how serious of a situation they were in. Lando wasn't bluffing. Hansen had only been hovering there for a short time when the horde of unicorns found him again. They rushed toward him in a crazed mass. Hansen didn't use his blood eye evil god power this time. Instead, he drew his ghost teeth knife and thunder god spike. With them in hand, he plunged into the field of battle. In a few seconds, he slew a dozen unicorns. Xenogeneic Duke hunted. White unicorn. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained white unicorn beast soul. After killing a few more unicorns, Hansen received this beast soul announcement. Hansen took a quick glance into his sea of soul and noticed that it was a Mount Beast soul. He could use it to travel, but it wouldn't fight. In this situation, using a mount would be pointless. There were too many other unicorns about. Maneuverability was incredibly important right now, and using a mount would be too cumbersome. The unicorns came in 7 different colors. The colors he had seen thus far included black, white, purple, red, gold, blue, and green. The unicorns of each color were divided into ordinary dukes, kings, and half-deifieds. Each color possessed different area powers. Just like the Demon Bug King by Sima that Hansen used to use, the unicorn's powers could be overlapped and increased. But while Hansen's old shield was a purely defensive by Sima, and the areas of the unicorns could also be used to attack, Hansen had to deal with the group of unicorns and fight 7 unicorn kings at the same time. It was a very chaotic fight. There were simply too many unicorns. Although Hansen was able to avoid engaging directly with the unicorn kings, he had his hands full just killing the lesser unicorns. The blood that flowed in his wake was like a river. Hansen's hands soon grew tired. Fuck! What is going on? Hansen looked over to Lando, who was still fighting that deified unicorn. Hansen was so far away that he couldn't see their battle clearly, though. All he could see was the shifting light of 7 colors. He knew the deified unicorn had the upper hand. Lando was having a hard time dealing with the creature's attacks. I hope the legends about him are true, and he can actually take down a deified Xenogeneic. If those tales aren't true, I don't think he will last very long. Hansen gritted his teeth. While Hansen and Lando fought, a giant turtle hovered above the clouds. That giant turtle was carrying a pavilion upon its back. A dragon man and a deified of the destroyed were drinking tea together. Behind the dragon man was a female dragon servant holding a Wuxia Rubik's Cube. It was filming Hansen and Lando's battle. Every person in the Geno universe was watching the tremendous fight unfold. Close, it doesn't look like you are going to win. The dragon man sipped tea and smiled at the destroyed. Winning or losing, it's all the same to me. If I lose, you can have Lando and Han Senator. I won't get in the way of that. But if you lose, you won't betray our terms, will you? Dragon 1. Close's 6 eyes looked at the dragon man while he spoke. We dragon always keep our promises. If Lando and Han Sun can kill all of these unicorns and survive, the dragon will leave the Tianxia system and cease all involvement in this matter. Dragon 1 said firmly. Although the dragon man was being referred to as Dragon 1, he wasn't the same Dragon 1 that Hansen had seen before. This was the Dragon 1 of a previous generation. In that case, let's wait for the result. Close grabbed his cup of tea and had a sip. He looked rather relaxed. Dragon 1 could see that Close didn't appear worried. He smiled and asked, "You aren't afraid of Lando being killed by that deified unicorn? If that happens, what will you tell the king of the destroyed? He is just a servant. If he joins the extreme king, he knows he might sacrifice his ties to the destroyed." Close said slowly. His face didn't move a muscle. After that, Close's expression became interested. He looked at Dragon 1 and said, "I'm afraid this is the dragon's best chance at capturing Lando. If you fail, how will you explain that to the king of the dragons? Lando has to die. You really think he can defeat a deified being all alone?" Dragon 1 shot back, his tone dripping with derision. Han San is still there. Close laughed. He's just a first-tier king. It doesn't matter how experienced he might be. He's no more than a strong ant. Dragon 1 growled. Close didn't say anything more. He looked at the dragon servant holding the Wuxia Rubik's Cube and said, "I can't believe that someone as strong and smart as you has decided to use the live stream of the Thousand Treasures Alliance to his advantage. No matter the resource, I can find ways to make use of it," Dragon 1 said with a chilly smile. All the creatures in the Geno universe were watching this stream if they had the time. But the video that Dragon 1 was streaming wasn't as polished as the previous videos that had come from the Treasure Identifier Elder. He didn't have a professional team to handle the video, so he just played it straight to the broadcasting networks, 1:1 as things happened. There was no editing or cleanup. So, many creatures were unable to see that Lando was actually fighting a deified unicorn. They could only see a video of flashing lights. It was like the lights you'd see at the end of the world. In Han Sen's fight, high-level kings and dukes were able to make out a bit more. So most of the kings, dukes, and nobles tuned into Han Sen's battle. Some powerful elites focused on Lando and his fight against the deified unicorn. They knew that Lando's performance would determine whether both he and Han Sen lived or died. But they also wanted to know more about just how strong Lando truly was. Although Lando had once killed a deified elite, most elites believed there had to be more to the tale. After all, Lando's teacher wasn't just an ordinary deified. And the way that Lando slew his teacher indicated that they were missing information. This is too scary. That Han Sen is surrounded by kings and half-deifieds, and yet he hasn't lost his advantage. He has killed so many unicorns. He's even managed to bring down 2 king unicorns. What impressive power. It's a shame, really. If he hadn't been reckless enough to kill an extreme king prince, he could have become famous across the entire universe. I think that Isha has the most cause to be upset about what has happened. Han Sen's genes aren't stable, and yet she actually brought him all the way up to king class. I can't imagine how many resources and how much effort was spent on him to get that done. But now it's all gone. We don't even know if what Han Sen has done will affect her. Isha is smart. When Han Sen received Kong Fei's deified feather, many normal elites wanted to adopt him. But Isha was the one that took him in and brought him up to king class. No one expected Han Sen to become this strong when he reached king. I bet those other elites really regret it now. What would they be regretting? No matter how strong he is, he's just a king. Not even a deified could get out of a predicament like this, let alone a king. Killing. Crazy killing. Han Sen didn't know how many unicorns he had killed so far. But after dealing out so much death, it seemed that a hazy red film had formed over his vision. Catcha! The head of a king-class black unicorn was hewn open by Han's senator as blood poured out of the severed head. Han's son rammed a hand into it and pulled out a crystal. He put it in his mouth. It was the king-class unicorn's xenogenic gene. Han's son immediately swallowed and refined it. The gene filled up his king-class genes and restored his energy. After having to kill so many enemies, he had lost a lot of his strength. He couldn't use his Dongxian armor to recover his power quickly, so he absorbed power from space itself. But even then, it wasn't enough to sustain him in a fight like this. Instead, Han Sen used Consume to quickly refine the king-class gene. The power kept Han Sen in the game. He would have collapsed by now if he hadn't done this. The whole cloudscape of the Tianxia system had been painted in blood. The unicorns had no fear of death, and that was especially true of the 7 unicorn kings. All of them wielded godlights, and the rainbow area they produced was causing Han Sen a lot of trouble. Because Han Sen had the blood-eye evil god beast soul, he could transport himself into the eyes of one of the unicorns if he found himself in danger. If he hadn't done that every now and again, he would have already been skewered by the 7 unicorn kings. Han Sen had tried jumping into the eyes of the 7 unicorn kings. He wanted to attack them from inside their eyes, to see if he could kill them from within. But the eyes of the 7 unicorn kings were special. The eyes of each unicorn king were a different color, and it was impossible to see their pupils, irises, or even the whites of their eyes. Something about their multicolored eyes kept them from reflecting Han Sen's image. So, he couldn't use his blood-eye evil god beast soul on them. 7 half-deifieds were now attacking him. An ordinary king would have long since been killed by their rainbow-colored power. Han Sen depended on the blood-eye evil god beast soul, and that was how he was able to last so long without being hurt. After Han Sen consumed another king-class gene, he suddenly had a weird announcement play in his head. King-class genes have reached 100. Battle body area is ready for evolution. Han Sen grinned. He had absorbed many king-class genes before, and after absorbing those last few, his collected sum had now reached 100. It was just as he had expected, too. 100 king-class genes could increase the tier of his area by 1. Without any hesitation, Han Sen chose to level up his Jade Skin area. He couldn't use his Dongxian area unless he was using Dollar's identity, so Jade Skin had become his primary power. Han Sen used the genes to level up his Jade Skin area, and when he did, A cool feeling flowed through his flesh and bones. It was like his body was a dried-up riverbed, and water was suddenly flowing through it once more. After the modification of his genes, his cells started to change, making Han Sen's body glow. He looked perfect, like some newborn deity. The fight had exhausted Han Sen, but now he was in his best shape. No, he was doing better than he was in his best shape. Pang! An icy light covered Ghost Teeth knife. It came down on the head of one king unicorn, and it cut the third-tier king and its area in half. Han Sen began murdering everything around him. It was like he was in a herd of sheep. When his knife light flashed, many unicorns died in an instant. He increased his area level during a fight. All of the race elites were frozen. If a fighter increased their king area, their personal strength actually decreased briefly during the process. Leveling up an area modified one's genes to spark an evolution of one's cells. The body was slightly weakened while this change was underway, and although it was nothing life-threatening, it was best to choose a safe and secure location while undergoing such a process. Accidents were best avoided. The idea of fighting while leveling up an area at the same time was simply ridiculous. The evolution of Han Sen's area had happened too fast. Most of the changes happened within seconds. Evolving at that rate wasn't rare in the Geno universe, but it usually only happened with primitive creatures. The genes of a primitive creature had unknown possibilities, and under the influence of an exterior force, they could evolve quickly. The higher the level of the creature was, the more solid their genes were. It became harder to evolve, so the speed of every evolution was slower. Han Sen was already king class, and he moved up an entire tier in just a second. To the elites who were watching the video stream, it seemed unbelievable. Maybe it's because his genes aren't stable. There are way too many possibilities, and that is why he evolved so fast, many of the king class people thought. Regardless, they couldn't avert their gazes from Han Sen. Jade Skin had achieved its second-tier area. Han Sen's body's power and speed were increased, but it still wouldn't be enough for him to beat that 7-colored unicorn. Pang! Han Sen was fighting like mad. A crack appeared in the sky, and it was coming his way. Pang! A huge number of unicorn bodies were suddenly torn apart by that crack in the fabric of space. Han Sen avoided its power, but then someone fell from that rent in space. Lando! Han Sen was shocked. Lando had apparently created the crack. Lando's dragon tattoo was flashing. There was a bloody hole in it, and the hole went all the way through Lando, revealing the clouds that floated behind him. Seeing Lando like this, Han Sen realized that things were going very badly. Lando couldn't keep fighting that deified unicorn, and now there was a gaping hole in his body. If Lando was killed, then the deified unicorn's next target would be Han Senator. How could he not be scared? Lando, are you okay? Han Sen shouted at Lando, but he didn't dare go closer to the man. The deified rainbow unicorn was coming. It looked as if it had just teleported through the fabric of the universe to land on Lando. The dragon tattoo on Lando's body flashed. His hair was a bloody mess. His body suddenly jerked to the side and dodged the rainbow laser attack of the deified unicorn. But his chest was still bleeding from the hole. It wasn't healing. Lando looked calm and composed, but Han Sen could tell that his power was waning. It was still impressive that a half-deified had done battle with a deified creature for so long, though. But if he died, Han Sen would be left to face the deified unicorn alone. That would be extremely dangerous. Try to live. Use everything you have to live. Lando was floating in the air. His eyes didn't look frightened, and he didn't look at the bloody hole in his chest. He just went on pretending it didn't exist. Han Sen then remembered Lando mentioning that his body had been destroyed and he could no longer feel pain. The dragon's groan rolled across the sky, and blood showered down like rain. Lando was fighting the deified unicorn once more, but all Han Sen could see was the countless droplets of blood in the sky. They landed on the clouds and soaked into them. It was obviously Lando's dragon blood. This is pretty bad. We have to find a way to escape this place. Han Sen had tried to get out many times, but his power wasn't enough to break the substance chains that formed their invisible prison. He would have to use his super god spirit body. Otherwise, he had no chance of escaping. Why are there no other xenogeneics or races watching us? If anyone was beyond this invisible shield, I could use my eyes to just teleport outside. Han Sen was depressed. He kept looking around, but he couldn't see a single creature. Han Sen guessed that someone had locked the place down on purpose. Otherwise, something would surely have come to watch the fight. What kind of people want us dead so badly? Han Sen shouted, turning his face up to the sky. He hoped to get some useful information from Lando. No one wants you dead. We are just fighting bulls in an arena. Lando's voice echoed back. He was shockingly calm. It was as if, in addition to being unable to feel pain, he could no longer muster emotions. Han Sen understood what Lando meant immediately. They had become contestants in a sport. They weren't matadors trying to baiting bulls while onlookers cheered. They were dogs fighting in a ring. The reason that the scary deifieds hadn't personally killed them was simple. The deifieds were enjoying the fight itself. Whether Han Sen and Lando lived or died, someone would still be entertained. Their desperation to survive kept them fighting, but after realizing what was going on, Han Sen wasn't optimistic about his odds of surviving this. He wasn't optimistic at all. No one wanted to be a dog that stubbornly continued to fight a losing battle. But he had no choice. He was like a puppet on strings. That powerless feeling made Han Sen's chest made it feel like he was being crushed. Pang! In the clouds, another crack had been torn in space. Lando had just been sent flying. His body was covered in blood, and there were wounds all over him. But even so, he was still fighting. It didn't look as if he was going to give up. Lando's eyes were clear and focused. Han Sen could practically feel his desire. It was like he was saying, "You don't like this? Then use your power to defeat them." Boom! Lando had blood all over him, but he still gathered himself and charged back toward the deified unicorn. It looked as if he was going to fight until the last drop of blood was depleted. Lando would never give up. Lando's emotions were mirrored in Han Sen's heart as well. This powerless feeling made him recall everything he had been through in his life. He had so many questions. His brain was full of things he needed to have explained, but no one else could. He was looking for answers all alone. Han Sen knew no one was going to give him answers, and that was because he was too weak. Like his father, Han Yufei, he had chosen to suffer everything alone to keep his wife and children protected. And he hadn't divulged his past to anyone, not even Han Sen. And that was because Han Sen was a kid with no power. Telling Han Sen would have been useless. It would only put a greater weight upon his shoulders. A father didn't want his kids to suffer or bear a weight they were never supposed to endure. People other than Han Sen's father had different motives for withholding information. Rather than trying to protect Han Sen, they simply thought he was weak. What was the point in giving secrets to someone who was weak? It wouldn't help them at all, and it might only lead to trouble. But Han Sen had to explore these questions because when it was dark and quiet, they ran endlessly through his mind, looping over and over again. He might hate the feeling of being powerless, but there was nothing he could do about it. Weak, not respected, without the authority to choose his destiny. That was all because he wasn't strong enough. The feelings on Lando's face were also deep inside Han Sen's heart. This was why Han Sen wanted so desperately to be strong. He craved those answers. This debt. I want those fuckers to pay me back. Han Sen gnashed his teeth as the blood inside his body boiled. The killing continued, and the 7 unicorn kings couldn't suppress Han Sen any longer. He killed countless unicorns, and they screamed at Han Sen in rage. They must have really hated him. Suddenly, Han Sen saw rainbow lights pouring down from the sky. Many of the unicorn kings tried to use their areas to shield themselves from the light. The unicorns left exposed to the light suddenly caught on fire. The light even reached those 7 unicorn kings, and they burned under the radiance. Their bodies started to fade. Oh no! Han Sen thought. He saw the black unicorn scream to the sky. A vacillating area of darkness had formed outside the creature's body. Suddenly, it was coming for Han Sen. It now moved so much faster than it had before, so much faster than Han Sen was capable of moving. Han Sen wanted to use his blood evil god beast soul, but it was too late. He lifted his ghost teeth knife and thunder god spike. He positioned them in front of his chest to block the incoming strike of the black unicorn. Pang! Han Sen's body shot away like an iron ball being fired from a cannon. Blood filled his mouth, and he heaved it out in a long spray. His chest felt as if it had exploded. When the deified unicorn's power had buffed the unicorn kings, the black unicorn's speed and power had increased. Han Sen's second-tier jade skin wasn't enough to fight it. Before Han Sen's body came to a stop, two white lights blazed from the white unicorn king's eyes. They broke Han Sen's body. Han Sen's body exploded like water, but he quickly recoalesced. Han Sen's body regained its familiar features once again, but Han Sen's face looked very pale. He had his original Water King body to save his life, but he was still injured. Now that the Unicorn Kings had been buffed up by the deified unicorn, Han Sen was no longer a match for them. The deified unicorn's buff is so scary. If he did that to me, how powerful might I become? Han Sen's face cycled through expressions. Now the purple and gold unicorn kings were coming Han Sen's way. Their scary area powers created fusiform shields. The different colored shields had different powers. The next second, the purple and gold unicorn kings hit Han Sen, crushing his body. The moon doppelganger exploded. Han Sen's true self appeared on the other side. Without hesitating, Han Sen turned into a blood shadow and fired himself into the eyes of a Duke-class unicorn. Pang! Han Sen had only just entered the eyes of that Duke-class unicorn when a red light fell on the unicorn, bursting the creature's head into bloody chunks. Han Sen didn't stop. He teleported into another Duke unicorn's eye. Pang! The result was exactly the same. That Duke-class unicorn skull was broken again, but this time, it was via a black light. Han Sen kept trying to move around with his eye powers, but he was discovered every time. Without an ounce of hesitation, the Unicorn Kings merrily killed the unicorns Han Sen fled into. 7 Unicorn Kings whinnied into the sky, and many of the other unicorns turned around to run away. Clearly, they understood Han Sen's eye skill, and they weren't going to give him a chance to use it anymore. Seeing all this, many dukes and nobles sighed. It is game over for Han Sen and Lando. Ordinary people often sympathized with an underdog. Han Sen and Lando were the best of their level, but now people were sympathizing with them. Lando was already injured, so it didn't look as if he would last much longer. Han Sen's eye skills had been his best chance of survival at this point. If he couldn't use those eye skills, his end wouldn't be any prettier than Lando's. Close, the table is set. Your expectations of that traitor were too high, it appears. Dragon 1 sipped tea from his teacup and smiled coldly. It isn't the end just yet. It's still difficult to determine who the winner will be. Close continued to smile. What? Does that traitor still have a few tricks up his sleeve? Dragon 1 frowned as he looked at Lando, who was still in battle. Who knows? It's difficult to say, isn't it? Close said in a mysterious tone of voice. Pang! Another big explosion rocked the battle. Lando was sent flying away again. By this point, his injuries were very dire. There were 3 bloody holes in his chest, plus countless wounds and scrapes across his body. He was bleeding all over, and his body was beginning to run out of blood to spill. His injuries were so serious that any other half-deified would be immobilized by the pain. In their agony, they'd literally scream themselves to death. But Lando still moved as if he didn't have any pain. He just looked a bit pale. The rainbow unicorn was coming for him again. Its eyes were like pieces of glass that reflected the entire universe. The rainbow light was headed for Lando again. In its eyes, it looked as if it held the very essence of life and death. Lando's body danced in the sky, but he no longer had the strength to dodge the attacks that came his way. The scary rainbow light was going to perforate his head. Everyone thought this was the moment Lando would be killed. No matter how strong the body of a dragon might be, It couldn't be revived if the head was annihilated. Only a very few of the dragon could ever be fully reborn. Lando suddenly groaned like a dragon. But when Han's son looked at him a little closer, he could see that the groan didn't actually come from Lando's mouth. It came from his back. The purple draconic tattoo on Lando's back had started moving. It grew, spreading to cover his entire back. It glowed with a purple light. Purple air hissed out of the dragon tattoo, making it appear as if the dragon tattoo was a living entity. Lando was in the air. He threw his fist in a punch toward the rainbow light. The purple dragon tattoo shone on his back, and the purple air wrapped around his arm in a shroud. It was like the spine of a dragon was wrapped around that launched fist. A purple dragon came out of the fist and hit the unicorn's rainbow light. The two powers hit each other inside the clouds, and suddenly, a hole was torn right through space. A giant black hole appeared there and started sucking everything inside. But there was no explosion. Huh? Isn't that the demon hell dragon tattoo from Dragon 2? Why would it be on the traitor? Dragon 1 stared at the purple tattoo on Lando's back. The demon hell dragon tattoo has very special powers. The legends say it comes from Dragon 2 of the prior generation. The same Dragon 2 who was Lando's master. Dragon 2 created it in the hope of challenging Dragon 1. It was a shame he was beheaded by his student before he could use it, Chloe said with a smile. It looks like the demon hell dragon tattoo wasn't destroyed. That traitor took it for himself. Very good, very good. Instead of being shocked, Dragon 1 was actually happy. He looked at the demon hell dragon tattoo with excitement. The last generation's Dragon 2 wanted to obtain Dragon 1's seat. He used his deified body as a base and refined his blood into a tattoo that became known as the demon hell dragon tattoo. It was quite the treasure. Not many dragons knew about that treasure. And no second dragon wanted to try it because it was too painful. Using his own body and his dragon blood to create the demon hell dragon tattoo meant that Dragon 2 put himself into a smithy's furnace to be forged. That pain wasn't something that just anyone could endure. It was like taking a trip to hell, where you would have to endure endless torture. That was why it was called Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo. Dragon 2 of the prior generation suffered for 10,000 years to create this treasure that was called the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo. He had planned to use it to rise within the dragon ranks. When that Dragon 2 died, the other dragons thought the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo was destroyed. After all, the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo was created by Dragon 2. It was a part of his body. But no one thought the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo had actually ended up on Lando's body. Not only that, but he could apparently control it. Seeing the power of the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, it was obviously something that had reached deified status. Could create substance chains. Lando himself hadn't yet become deified, but already he could make the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo manifest in an incredibly powerful way. If he became deified and was able to use the full power of the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo, the power he could unleash would be even scarier. You knew Lando had the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo? Dragon 1 asked, looking at Chloe. How was Lando able to kill his teacher if he had the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo? Are you so naive that you think a half-deified can easily slay a deified? Chloe asked, his voice grating. Dragon 1 wasn't angry. He laughed and said, Good. Today I will claim the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo too. Then, the grudge will be over. What? Despite being a dragon, you have no confidence in what the Demon Hell Dragon Tattoo can achieve. Chloe licked his lips as he spoke. That tattoo is strong, but Uncle Dragon 2 had only created the prototype. It isn't entirely finished. And you're underestimating the power of the Tianxia unicorns. They aren't just ordinary deified creatures. Dragon 1 said with certainty. Worry suddenly passed over Chloe's face. He looked at the deified unicorn and Lando. Han-san was getting chased by the unicorn kings. The herd of unicorns was fleeing as fast as they could, so he couldn't use his eye ability to escape. He frowned. The gold unicorn king pursued Han-san relentlessly. The beast clearly wanted to end him. You won't treat me with any respect unless I show my teeth, huh? Han-san thought angrily. He gathered up all the power he had. Then he lifted the Thunder God spike and thrust it toward the gold unicorn's fusiform area. Dong! The area and the Thunder God's spike clashed against each other, unleashing a scary fountain of sparks. The impact ripped the fabric of space. Han Sen felt as if his arms were about to be shaken loose, and his entire body was pushed back by the force of that fearsome power. Han Sen held tightly to the Thunder God's spike. His Jadeskin power was running at max capacity, but it still wasn't enough to repel the Gold Unicorn's power. Han Sen used all the might he could muster, and it felt like he was pulling power all the way from his toenails. The Blood Pulse Sutra was boiling inside Han Sen's body, and his blood roared through his veins like a runaway train. Boom! Suddenly, a force shook Han Sen from the inside out. He could sense an invisible cogwheel in front of him. His body was the center of the cogwheel, the big red cogwheel. The Blood Pulse Sutra is going to become king class. Han Sen was shocked. He hadn't expected the Blood Pulse Sutra to level up without an enormous amount of conscious effort on Han Sen's part. The Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel started to spin. It did so in unison with other cogwheels of the universe. Because Han Sen's body was in motion, he couldn't open the Universal Core Hall's door. But after the Blood Pulse Sutra's self-cogwheel moved, Han Sen noticed something strange. The other self-cogwheels that Han Sen had spun could push the universal cogwheels around them. Jadeskin's cogwheel could push 7, and the Dongxian Sutra's cogwheel could push many. The Blood Pulse Sutra, though, couldn't push any of the nearby universal cogwheels. Somehow, though, Han Sen still sensed that many universal cogwheels were connected to it. Han Sen didn't understand what was going on, and he had no idea what the area power of the Blood Pulse Sutra might be. When he activated his mutant blood area, no actual area powers were emitted. And yet, his fitness increased a lot. Fighting the Unicorn Kings wasn't all that difficult for him now, and he was now moving quickly enough to evade their attacks. Pang! Han Sen spun the Thunder God's spike in his hand and jabbed it into the Gold Unicorn's area. Then Han Sen leaped up, dodging another unicorn's laser light. Lando's demon hell dragon tattoo was getting brighter. The scary purple dragon air rising from the tattoo was condensing into substance chains. It became a giant purple dragon upon Lando's body. The Tianxia unicorn's face looked grim. The rainbow colors in its eyes flashed repeatedly, as if the universe was dying and being reborn inside them. Lando roared, and a giant purple dragon shook everything around them. It looked as if he was going to swallow the entire world. The light in the Tianxia unicorn's eyes deepened, combining until all the colors had mixed into a uniform gray. The gray light shot out, heading for the raging purple dragon. When the gray light and giant purple dragon collided, the whole world seemed to go quiet. The powers collided in near silence, and for a moment, nothing seemed to happen. A small vortex appeared between them, then began to expand, growing until it was exerting a powerful drag on everything in sight. It was like space itself was falling into an abyss. Han Sen and the Unicorn Kings were still engaged in battle when Han Sen felt the vortex pulling him toward Lando and the Tianxia unicorn. And Han Sen wasn't the only one affected. The Unicorn Kings, the fleeing unicorn herd, and even the clouds around them were all being sucked into the vortex. Once they fell inside, they vanished. Han Sen cast his own powers, but he couldn't fight off that force of suction that was dragging him in. Not even a half-deified king unicorn could escape it, so the chances of Han Sen escaping it were nil. Seeing that he was about to be sucked into the dark swirl, Han Sen prepared to return to the sanctuary. Just before he activated his power, though, he felt someone grab his arm and pull him back from the abyss. Han Sen raised his head and saw that it was Lando who had grabbed him. Pang! Han Sen heard the sound of something breaking. Under the tremendous power of the vortex, the invisible walls composed of substance chains started to crumble. The walls shattered like glass and began to fall into the abyss. Go! Lando shouted. The arm that was holding Han Sen swung as Lando hurled Han Sen away from the vortex. In the next second, Han Sen found himself thousands of miles away, and he was still flying. As he flew back, Han Sen heard a distant shout. The gray light inside the Tianxia unicorn looked like a laser that could destroy the whole universe. It was being fired at Lando again. A dragon roar shook space itself, and Lando's whole body became a giant purple dragon that struck the gray light. Han Sen watched as the gray light pierced straight through the giant dragon body. The huge form suddenly dissolved into purple smoke. Lando's body was sent flying, still trailing streamers of that smoke. His body was twitching spasmodically. He was dying. Han Sen was shocked. He thought Lando had thrown him away because the man believed he could defeat the Tianxia unicorn. But now it seemed as if that wasn't the case. Why is he doing this? He doesn't seem like the sort of guy who would care about the lives of others. Why would he save me moments before losing? Han Sen kept thinking about it, but he was unable to understand. Why should I care? He has nothing to do with me anyway. Han Sen summoned his power and added to the force of Lando's throw, boosting himself away from there. Lando's body was floating amidst the clouds. The light of the demon hell dragon tattoo grew faint. It required a life force to remain active. Lando's life force was fading. He couldn't support the demon hell dragon tattoo any longer, and the tattoo fell from his body. In the end, I still couldn't attain that last step. Lando could see the Tianxia unicorn coming for him. He could see the unicorn's eyes glowing gray. A powerful gray beam came from its eyes. Lando looked so calm, though, and it was as if he didn't care whether he lived or died. It was as if he wouldn't feel any pain. And he wouldn't. He quietly closed his eyes, peacefully waiting for that final moment to come. To him, death would be a sweet relief. Pang! The gray beam broke the sky, but it didn't break Lando's body. Something tightened around Lando's arms. Someone had suddenly pulled him away. The gray beam went right by his body and into the sky, missing him entirely. The power roared past him, an incredible display of strength. Lando opened his eyes and instantly froze. The person who had grabbed him was Han Sen, the same person that he had just hurled out of the area. Why did you come back? I came back to ask you why you would save me, Han Sen said casually. Han Sen wasn't afraid of evil, but he was afraid of kindness. If someone took advantage of him, he'd always pay them back threefold. But if he owed someone a favor, he never knew quite how to return it. While Han Sen was fleeing the area, he suddenly realized something. The invisible shield that confined them had been broken, but the scary deified who had placed the shield was still around somewhere. If Han Sen couldn't sort out that little problem, escaping might be impossible whether the invisible wall was there or not. The hostile deified probably wouldn't let them go. Save you? I'm not nice enough to do that. I just didn't want my prize to get stolen, Lando said, rolling his eyes. Lando's body was riddled with injuries, but despite that, he didn't feel pain. He didn't feel anything. He just looked pale. I see. Han Sen nodded. He hadn't really thought that Lando was saving him just to be magnanimous. This answer made sense. While they were talking, the Tianxia unicorn had turned to head toward them again. It knew Lando was dying as well. It flew over to them, but it didn't finish Lando off. The creature wanted to revel in its victory. How about we make a deal? Han Sen suggested, looking at Lando. I'm dying. What sort of deal could we possibly strike? Lando asked wryly. If we kill this unicorn together, how about we both live? Han Sen said, pointing at the Tianxia unicorn. We can live. At least for a while, Lando replied emotionlessly. Then you and I can kill it together. If we succeed, will you let me go? Han Sen asked, looking at Lando. Hearing Han Sen's question, Dragon 1 raised an eyebrow in scorn. Is this guy insane? How can he say something so ridiculous at a time like this? Everyone who heard Han Sen's words shared Dragon 1's opinion. Lando was heavily injured and on the precipice of death. Although Han Sen wasn't injured, he was just a second-tier king. He was far from being deified. Two people like them working together to slay a deified was like two ants teaming up to take down an elephant. Has the shock of battle ruined Han Sen's mind? He actually thinks they can kill the Tianxia unicorn. That is so pathetic. It proves that any person can become delusional if they're desperate enough. This is no different than seeing the mirage of an oasis while crawling through a desert with no water, about to die of thirst. Many elites sighed. Seeing the desperation of the two young elites was saddening. Some of the viewers even sympathized with them. Unless they became deified, they wouldn't control their own fates. All the elite kings and half-deifieds felt a pang of empathy in their hearts as they looked at Han Sen and Lando. What was happening to Han Sen and Lando today could end up happening to them tomorrow. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't encounter a cruel deified being by chance. "Sure," Lando answered simply. He just nodded and looked at Han Sen. This is so pathetic. Lando was invincible against others of the same level. He is the man who slew his master. And now he has fallen this far, to put stock in such a ridiculous hope. Dragon 1, seeing all this, looked full of hatred and disdain. Close frowned, too. He didn't know much about Lando. Although Lando joined the Destroyed, he was a very solitary individual by nature. Plus, he wasn't really one of the Destroyed. They didn't have much inclination to associate with the disgraced dragon. But even if he didn't understand Lando well, he knew that anyone who could slay a deified must possess a considerable amount of mental fortitude. Lando's mental health shouldn't have deteriorated like so, even under that sort of pressure. But Lando seemed to accept Han Sen's ludicrous suggestion. Clearly, the strain had gotten to the man. That was why he put hope in something so silly. Death is a very interesting thing. No matter how strong a person might be, they will always appear small at the hands of death. Close side. He was the same too. Even though he was a deified, he would still fight to live for the sake of living. "Then we have a deal," Han Sen said, his face completely serious. "What do you want to do?" Lando asked Han Sen with a curious look. Lando didn't actually believe Han Sen could do what he had suggested. Lando was just curious about what Han Sen was planning. In fact, Lando had always been curious about Han. Senator Han Sen was like his complete opposite. Lando's life had never given him many good memories to look back on. He stayed alive more out of habit than anything. Han Sen was different. Han Sen was a man who possessed a fierce desire to live. Han Sen would employ any method necessary, including betraying his promise by trying to escape Lando, in order to survive. But the moment that Han Sen came back to save him, Lando began to wonder just who Han Sen really was. Somewhere in his heart, Lando had the suspicion that he had misjudged Han Sen in some fundamental way. Han Sen didn't answer Lando. He wasn't looking at the Tianxia unicorn, though, which was hovering over them like some victorious warrior. Han Sen helped Lando get back to his feet. He reached out his hand and placed it down on Lando's forehead. He looked like a priest that was about to bless his congregation. Han Sen calmly looked at Lando. In a very calm voice, he slowly said, "I, Han Sen, by the name of all the gods, grant you, Lando, holy power forever. Open the door of destiny." Hearing what Han Sen had just said, Dragon 1 and Close almost spat out the tea in their mouths. The dukes and the nobles that watched the stream stared at their screens. They looked at Han Sen as if they were watching someone retarded. At that moment, Han Sen's actions were no longer ridiculous. Now they were simply idiotic. The approach of death must have made him lose his mind. Even if they sympathized with Han Sen earlier, this was too much. "This is crazy. By the name of all the gods." Han Sen must have gone insane. "This is so funny. I think I overestimated him. He was someone impressive before, but I cannot believe his will is this weak. He has clearly gone crazy. Haha, by the name of all the gods. This is so funny. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard." Dragon 1 laughed so much that tears were welling up in his eyes. After hearing what Han Sen said, even the Tianxia unicorn looked amused. Mirth crossed over its horse-like face, and it whinnied in a way that sounded a lot like a human chuckle. So many elites populated the Geno universe. Even if they were deified elites, they wouldn't call upon the gods for aid. Using the names of the gods for help was something no one would do, not even sacred leader in his time of power. But Han Sen, as a second-tier king, had dared to call on the gods. It made everyone think this was all a comedy.